and tried to block them from all ports and, just basically choke them off completely until they collapsed. That didn't work, did it? In fact, let's just have a quick look where this is. Oh dear. You see, the war started to come back to Russia, and I'm just seeing more and more videos regularly now of places in Russia that have had visits from drones, and so shrapnel wounds in buildings. Can see that this particular building has been hit by some sort of debris, and inside the bedroom there's no ceiling. I remember seeing these sorts of images from Ukraine quite a lot, and you know what? It's almost satisfying, and I know that's the evil streak in me, but it is almost satisfying to see this happening. And yeah, so I'm kind of a little bit ambivalent about it. So yeah, again, the Kremlin said they were going to conquest the entire world, didn't they? And yet more and more their own country is either just falling down, or they're starting to realize that war, has two participants, and that Ukrainians aren't just, these strange, quiet farming people who we can just continue to try and subject to our will. They've gone about with this imperialistic attitude, and they've never really realized that the world has moved on. And they didn't move with it. So, they're still fighting, I don't know, World War II. And well, they're getting closer and closer to World War One with their equipment. So I'm sorry, I am going to have to recycle. This is driving me nuts. I can't see anything. So I apologize. Are you good if I do?
Well, I wouldn't go as far as good, but yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah.
So I popped into the nest a couple of things. One is another of this report. The Kiev Independent reports today that Ukraine wants to create a coalition to shoot down Russian missiles, Zelensky says, and then they talk about it some more, but with a coalition of countries. And I just retweeted essentially what I published back as far as January, that totally agree that there is been advocating this since January, based on the atrocities that were being generated on power plants at the time. And then April rolled around, and we saw the attack by the attack by Iran on Israel of all the missiles, the 300 odd cruise missiles and ballistic missiles and drones that were launched on one night, and seeing how successful a coalition of 6 nations was at interdicting all of that activity on one night, with basically 18 hours notice that they needed to do so, revived my interest in advocating that. So on June 16th, in mid-April, I was then again advocating it again, and it has now come up again. That I still think this would be a fantastic idea, especially since, as we hear, that the long-term, the depot maintenance that's going to need to be done. Regular maintenance on these F-16s will be done in Ukraine, of course, but periodically they're going to need what's called depot maintenance, and they're going to get that at a facility that's got more room, more equipment to take apart these engines and systems more deeply, and do deep level maintenance on them. And they're not going to do that in Ukraine. They're going to do it in Romania. So Russia's previously said anybody who's giving safe harbor to these F-16s that will be working in Ukraine is fair target. And if they would like to take that view and attack Romania, air bases where they are affecting maintenance on Ukrainian F-16s, that's Russia's prerogative if they want to interpret the Geneva and Hague conventions in relation to people who are combatants. I don't agree with their position, but if they take that, then, and they start attacking Romania over that, which I don't think they will, of course, that would be a big, big deal to NATO. But my position was, if Russia's going to take that position, and we should only just take them at their word, right? If they say they're going to invade Ukraine and kill everybody, I'm going to believe them. If they say they're going to attack Romanian air bases that are doing work on Ukrainian planes, I'm going to believe them. And if I take that then to the natural conclusion that let's take them at their word, why wouldn't I go ahead and start using Polish, Romanian, whoever wants to participate west of a line that, if you draw a line directly through Kiev and Odessa, it carves off a chunk of Ukraine to the west, which would generally be out of range for any Russian air defense ground-based system, out of range of any Russian fighter that could be put into the air, then NATO planes could safely operate, or anyone's planes could safely operate in the west of the country, shoot down Russian murder death weapons in the form of Shahed drones, any of the styles of cruise missiles, but probably not the ballistics. They could essentially have been doing what Ukraine is going to be doing now with the F-16s in limited numbers. They could have been doing, in my opinion, since January 1st of this year, and freeing up a lot of air defense on the ground for Ukraine to move forward to take this war to Russia more quickly. It's come up again. Zelensky's commented on it, so I went ahead and did so too, because I just don't see the incremental risk going up here greatly above what Russia said they're going to do already. And if Russia wants to consider people shooting down its unmanned murder death weapons that are headed for Ukrainian cities, not for military targets, for Ukrainian cities, if they want to treat that as if that is entering the game as a combatant, I say let them interpret things how they want, frankly. We'll be in it eventually with Russia anyway, if they ever do follow through on any of their threats. And if they follow through on any of their threats, we'll be in it anyway. So why not put Ukraine in a position where they're gaining the benefit for a lengthy period of time before Russia actually decides to do anything? That's because that would do two things. I don't necessarily believe Russia wants to take on NATO directly, despite all their bellicose language about it and that they're fighting us already, all their bullshit propaganda. They are scared witless about actually taking on NATO based on their experience of just taking on Ukraine with NATO army surplus. So they're not going to do anything. And living your best life, regardless of what Russia says, is usually the best way to go forward in things, I find, because it stops them from making baseless bullshit claims. Well, it doesn't stop them, but it reduces the amount of baseless bullshit escalatory claims they make if you just ignore them and move on with your life. Do what you find is reasonable based on the laws of armed conflict, based on what you can and can't provide to Ukraine. It's not up for Russia to dictate what Ukraine's friends give it. It's up to Ukraine's discussions with their friends for what they get given to it. And listening to any of Russia's opinion on it is never likely to be a valid excuse not to do something. So I just want to jump on this again and say I wholeheartedly endorse a coalition of nations, whoever they might be, that would like to fly in Western Russia out of danger from Russian surface-to-air and air-to-air missiles and shoot down cruise missiles and Shahed drones. I think that's a fantastic idea. It should have started already. Have we got you back, Monty?
Yes, I'm good now. Yeah, I'm good.
I say, I'm not sure I'd go as far as good.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm not good. Actually, no. Sorry. Um, sorry. I'm just checking out the recent Marvel characters in the UK. If you're a balaclava that's a Union Jack, you're an a-hole. That's all I'm going to say.
Isn't it funny how all these people who are so up in arms about Muslims and immigrants robbing and stealing and making life shitty always end up turning to just basic looting?
I know, it's mad, isn't it? And also, they forgot that everywhere has security cameras, so it's really funny. But I can assure you, rest of the planet, Britain is not burning. There is no civil war here. There is no big problem with Islam either. All you're seeing is a few hundred bigoted losers causing disturbances at the behest of a fringe racist political party, and obviously being amplified by Russia. I must say, though, the Scottish are enjoying it greatly. Let's just say that the Scottish are enjoying it greatly. They're like, for once, it wasn't us. So I think we just need to maybe, with everything that's going on, and there's a lot of unrest, and there's a lot of trouble, and there's a lot of like, no, we're all very sad, and yes, but shall we just check where we are? Where are we? You see, there's a big long list of stuff that was never achievable. There's a big long list of stuff that was assumed. And, well, let's just go through and see how many we can cross off. Ukraine will fall in 3 days. Well, that never happened, did it? How about Ukraine will never receive javelins or stingers or Bayraktars? Yeah, we blasted through that very quickly. Ukraine won't be able to hold for more than 3 months. Prove that wrong. Ukraine will never receive NATO artillery pieces. Remember, Ukraine will never get HIMARS. No, that was a red line. That was a red line that would cause a nuclear disaster, if you recall. Ukraine will never receive Western armoured vehicles. They will never liberate Kharkiv or take back Kherson, because Kherson is Russia forever, remember. They're never going to breach the Russian border because they're not allowed. But funnily enough, we've seen that happen. Ukraine will never get proper Western tanks. Just pointing out that, yes, they haven't received as many as they were promised, but they have indeed received Western tanks. They will never, ever make any ability to strike near the Kremlin or Moscow. Just saying, there's a couple of drones that have quite happily made their way over there. Now, maybe they were launched from within country, who knows? But certainly they did cause some problems over there with drones, didn't they?
I know.
And
Drones of 4 different types have already said, "Hold my beer."
Yes, exactly. So that's been smashed as well. And look, no nuclear mushroom clouds anywhere. How about Patriots? They were never going to be sent to Ukraine. And now they're getting more and more. Attackums, that was a proper red line, that, wasn't it? And for a while, they really only did get a little you can have just a few of them, just a few. But look, now they seem to be on tap now, don't they? And that seemed to be no longer a problem. Ukraine will never defeat Wagner. Well, in a way, Wagner sort of defeated itself by, having its head cut off. But Ukraine's going around smacking the crap out of Wagner wherever they find them. Just a note. Ukraine will never be able to produce its own artillery systems. I see your artillery systems, and I raise you a Bodhana. Ukraine will never be able to produce its own anti-ship missiles. Hello, Neptune. Ukraine will never be able to hit the Kerch Bridge, except for the couple of times that it's been hit and it's still quite badly damaged. How about Ukraine will never be able to overcome the Russian Black Sea Fleet? They don't even have a navy, for goodness sakes. Not much of one. And yet, where's the Black Sea Fleet these days? Most of it's sort of languishing on the bottom of the Black Sea. Ukraine will never down any strategic bombers. There's quite a few aircraft that would beg to differ.
Well, they in the strategic bombers area, technically, if they say bombers, they have only shot down one Tu-22M, but they did damage to on the airfield with drones.
Yeah, so there's some nuance maybe there, but a couple of Russian AWACS, those A-50s. I would call them strategic aircraft as well.
Yeah,
not bombers, obviously. Strategic.
Only the first and second AWACS plane ever shot down in the history of warfare.
What an embarrassing title to have, hey?
They got gold and silver in being losers in that one.
They sure did. Ukraine will never be able to hit Russian refineries.
All the way out to Ufa.
I know. Beautiful, isn't it? Ukraine doesn't have the ability to hit air bases in Crimea.
All the way down to southern Krasnodar, where they knocked out Su-57, their most advanced plane, on the airfield.
Oh, yes. And while we're at it, I also hear that at least 2 of the air bases in Crimea have been virtually abandoned because, well, all the stuff that was there has been smacked so badly that they just can't do any maintenance or servicing there. And it's a lot easier to just, move them to other airfields.
Yeah.
So
Saki and Belbek, Saki and Zhankoi have basically been abandoned. And Henishevsk, I don't think, is being used up near the border of Kherson as well.
Which goes to show, doesn't it, that maybe Ukraine do have the ability to, make some impact there.
Maybe Russia should make another list of nevers for us, just so we have a to-do list.
Oh, yeah. Here's another one. Ukraine will never be superior to Russia in their number of drones. Are you sure?
Yeah, you might want to talk to the Russian mill bloggers.
Yeah, the Russian mill bloggers disagree with that. Ukraine will never stop attacks on Kharkiv. Well, there are still attacks on Kharkiv, but not the same attacks that they were getting before. Not as devastating, got to admit. Almost as though, just being able to move past that imaginary boundary and hit the Russians over there really worked out. And of course, Ukraine will never receive 4th generation Western aircraft. Good God, no. That's just a step too far. That's nuclear war right there. Apparently. But it's not. So we are here. We are at this point in the game. And what else could we possibly want? Well, more Western aircraft, obviously, which we know are coming. So let's just see. Taurus. We would like that, yes. Tomahawks. That would be lovely.
Or AGM 158s.
Oh, well, yeah, but whatever. So, if you can think of anything else that we can add to the list that we can ask for at this point, I mean, we're just helping Ukraine to get increased capabilities at this point. Also, yes, it would be nice if Ukraine received some other types of aircraft as well. So, we can always keep pushing for that. Well, Putin will never shoot himself in the head in a bunker 6 times. That one we might also want to wait for. And you never know, Moscow will end up using the hryvnia as its currency. Well, you never know. That one might happen. So, yeah, just these things. The long list of things that Ukraine couldn't or wouldn't have. And, absolutely couldn't possibly have these things. I remember when HIMARS was like, oh, no, we can't give them. No, we can't give them. What if we just give them a few? And then we saw the absolutely devastating effect of them. And we were like, what if we give them some more? Because they really worked out. And suddenly, who is it? Lockheed Martin are selling them like hotcakes, would you believe, Will? They've got orders coming out of their ears. Funny that, isn't it? And I think from that point on, people started to realise that, oh, this is really quite beneficial for us, actually, to support Ukraine in such a way. And look where we are. Things are getting better. So I actually, can't wait for the rest of the things on that list. But I think, it's a pretty comprehensive list of things that were never going to happen that have happened. And so I just think it's worth noting that these things were never going to happen. Absolutely not. Never. And here we are, Will. F-16s flying in the air in Ukraine, and Russian people really, really mad about the whole situation. Gotcha. So yeah, beautiful. Now I'm just trying to figure out what this is. This is I think it's a robot dog. Remember we saw the robot dog yesterday?
Big dog.
Well, yes. The one that was running along with the Ukrainian soldier at the side of him. Well, I'm just seeing a new video where apparently this thing is in Touretsk and it's being used for reconnaissance. And it goes out with its little camera on and it goes for a little walk and just checks to see if the coast is clear before Ukrainian soldiers follow it along. I'm just loving it. They've got a wee doggy keeping them company. I just think that those things they look a little bit like cute but mean. You know what I mean?
Yeah, did you see the remake of War of the Worlds that the French remade into a series?
A little bit of it, I think.
I mean, it's actually a pretty good redo of it, right? It doesn't follow the H.G. Wells book exactly, but it's a pretty good interpretation of it, and they use the dogs that look very much like the Boston Dynamics big dog throughout it as their sort of hunter killers. It's pretty interesting to see them, but would scare the shit out of people if you saw Big Dog because the manner in which they've hinged the legs and everything on that, and the intelligence that they've given it and sensors to make sure that it can carry things, carry it over incredibly rough terrain. And I'm telling you, one of those big dogs, because they can carry like 300 kilograms of shit that you can just hook on them in bags that you can get off of them quickly, like saddlebags. So you can carry all your ammunition, your food, lots of water, everything. To get up to a remote position, like for a forward operating post, an observation post, having one of those things along, you could cover so much territory that you could get, 5 kilometers out into an area in the gray zone and set yourself up an FOP at night. That if you were surreptitious and could get in there quickly, you could get places with one of those dogs. They would make you so useful to get in there. Not weaponry, just because they can carry 300 kilograms of shit for you and get you all the way in where you want to go. I mean, I can't imagine how good that would make infantry platoons to go set up things like forward operating forward observation posts. It would be ideal. And robots don't need to be like Terminator hunter killers flying around to kill things. They will obviously do that. That's coming now with the drones that house other drones and send them out either with these fiber optic lines or with the software that's programmed as a little brain on a chip that allows them to do the terminal targeting themselves. It's going that way anyway. But I would suggest to you that just the human labor capacity increases that these small drones give you, whether it's the combat wombat or the Ukrainian termit drone, they call it, but they should call it the combat wombat, or big dog. Any of these designs like this will make infantry warfighting much more capable. It extends the reach, as they say, of the infantry farther out than it used to be expected to be. So being able to carry anti-tank guided missiles, being able to carry a lot of additional weight with you when you would normally have to go very light as infantry forces, allows them to, as they say, extend the reach of infantry, not 2 kilometers, but out to about 8 kilometers. And I think that the expansion of those through this war will be, I think there's a lot more innovation that will get done in the process of this war that will make those drones relatively ubiquitous going forward.
Oh, I'm just looking here, and I think we have a Timmy coming to take over.
Yes. Speaking of big hairy things that can carry lots of stuff.
My ears are surely burning.
Well, I can carry lots of stuff, but I'm not that big hairy thing.
You're all back from Germany. I want to know how the nightlife was. All the dark, scary places you can still go in Berlin.
Well, he's not allowed in any of them.
Yeah, banned from all of those places. No, just for being too appalling. No, it was all right. Yeah, it was okay. It was Berlin. I'm a bit meh on the whole Berlin. Doesn't really feel like Germany to me, except all the signs are angry and in German. There are much better cities in Germany. Munich's probably the best one.
Get yourself to a beer hall. Right. Well, I'm going to clear the space here for Tim to join Mockers, and just remind everybody, if you have an odd extra shekel, you might chuck it our way so that we can help make this movie Citizen Gunfighter with Ben, and raise as much money as we can to pay for his Ukrainian crew and expenses as he goes over there to get a whole bunch more film to sew together the second in his series of films about how Ukraine is going to war. Thanks for your time, Mockers. Thanks, everybody, for listening. And I will catch you tomorrow in my morning for Prince Heather, because she can't get enough of me.
Well, it's your time zone, Will, more than anything else. We just love you for your time zone. I know. It's such fair weather friends. It's terrible. So, shall we have a quick look at what's been happening in Vovchansk? In the center of Vovchansk, a Russian BMP-2 with a landing team, Kharkiv, apparently, was destroyed. The Russian occupiers were evacuating casualties from the assault squad of the 153rd Tank Regiment of the 47th Tank Division of the 1st Tank Army, regrouping personnel as part of assault groups. In the central part of the city, Ukrainian defenders destroyed a BMP-2 of the enemy along with the crew and the landing party, which were advancing to attack the positions of the defense forces of Ukraine in the area of Hilbok, don't know. The enemy is conducting cooperation activities between the 79th Motorised Rifle Regiment and the 155th. I'm sorry, the 155th? Those poor guys, they just get sent into the worst places. So, conducting mining of forest strips, reported the press service of Kharkiv in the morning on August the 5th. So, last day, there were 11 combat clashes in the Kharkiv direction. Since the beginning of the day, one more in the Vovchansk district. It is continuing. Losses of Russians wounded and killed within this area, 137 persons. 33 units of weapons and equipment have been destroyed and damaged. It seems that the Russian offensive in Kharkiv is sort of, it's turned into a bad place for them, hasn't it? Yes, it's turned into a very bad place for them. Well, long may that continue. Oh, I have to just remove this from my bookmarks. It's very long, and I'm not going to go through it now. Shut up, cat. I have noticed, and it's been highlighted by Marcus Jonsson of, watching what's going on with the GPS spoofing fame. And, well, you'd be glad to know now that there is new surface affecting GPS/GNSS spoofing in the Gulf of Finland. So, new GPS spoofing activity has been detected in the Baltics and appears to affect more aircraft over Estonia and Finland. Now, they're trying to find its exact location. So they say this might be a different spoofer than the first time. We see a number of airplanes spoofed to a particular location, and there were boats appearing in this location previously, which is basically an island. They're appearing on the middle of an island. As you can imagine, that's kind of awkward if you're flying over there and you can't figure out where the flipping flip you are. It'd be a bit concerning. Now, I just feel like they're continuing to cause the same problems. So here's an example of service effects. A low altitude GPS GNSS spoofer has been activated from around the area of St. Petersburg in Russia. Difficult at the moment to understand from which island the spoofing signal is generated, but it's been showing a new configuration, basically. Other low-impact spoofing points, perhaps generated by smaller, low-altitude spoofers in Crimea, have also been observed. Baltics, there appears to be two anomalies here. A high density, apparently in the shape of a circle, and a high density in a point shape. Now, these appear to be in this configuration for reasons, as though maybe the one in the point shape can, specifically target something more directly. So from Kaliningrad, Russia has no new interesting details, but unfortunately their current challenging EW continues. And from Moscow, there is always the same behavior. There is a massive GPS, GNS blocking in Moscow, but that's just a regular thing. So yeah, if you're a new taxi driver in Moscow, you're stuffed. However, there was more spoofing circles seen. Yaroslav, absent at low altitude. Kazan, present at low altitude. Samara and Togliattigrad, some anomalies were recorded as present. So, how about the airport at Rostov Oblast? The spoofing points present on Rostov Airport have probably been fixed. In July, there were several events at this location, and it seems that they have another spoofer here, which is currently active. 3 perfect circles already present in 2021, however, are a bit anomalous compared to other traces where there is offshore spoofing. these are too small to appreciate, so they look to be just small areas that are maybe it's a spoofing on an actual ship or a rig or something like that. And it says, oh, actually, no, there's no oil stations or offshore platforms present, so perhaps they were on some sort of vehicle. In fact, what they say is they believe that they were attached to buoys at the Caspian pipeline. And the buoys were placed there and then moved away later. So that seems to be what happened. So they have some sort of spoofing devices, not very strong, but they can be attached to these big mooring buoys, apparently. And another one seems to have formed recently west of Cyprus on land. New spoofing points appeared in Tehran, Iran airports, or maybe they just closed their GPS there. There is another spoofing point. Let me see. I don't even know where that is. So I'm just going to say that was probably also around that area. So yeah, there's lots of this going on, but it all seems to be in places where there are quite a few Russians, Tim.
Oh dearie me! Imagine my shock.
I know. Shocking, isn't it? So it's worth keeping an eye on because there is some worry, with regards to sort of shipping and flights that this could become a massive problem. And I mean, it's already been a problem. I'm just a little bit, why can't we just sort of like just, destroy them? Because we know where they are and what they are now. We could just like, boom, it blew up, and we could just say, oh, who did that? And they can provide all the proof they want, and we'll just go, fake news, dude, fake news. Don't know what you're talking about. I actually think that that's the way to do it, is it not?
Yeah, flat denial.
Absolutely. So I've done since 6 a.m. this morning, Tim. So I hope you've got things to chat about because my brain is like fried. But let me go on to something about Hungary and their decision to significantly ease entry requirements for all sorts of people, including Russians and Belarusians. So German politicians are now calling for stricter border control after Hungary eased the entry for Russian and Belarusian persons. So they're calling for a unified EU response following Hungary's decision to, basically take them out of Schengen, I would say. They say they call for strong actions against Hungary's plan to ease the entry requirements. Anyone who allows Russians into the EU without checking them is massively endangering Europe's security. Spies and murderers have already caused a lot of damage in the EU and Germany. Further damage must be prevented. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Municipal Affairs Minister for the Interior, Michael Stubgen, advocated for increased border controls at all EU borders with Hungary. And I absolutely agree, I've got to say. European treaties allow border controls for exceptional situations, just as we have done with Poland and the Czech Republic. Countries like Austria, Croatia, Slovakia, and Romania would have to do the same. It's unacceptable that an EU country allows Russians into the country virtually unchecked. It is going to, I don't know, be their downfall at some point, don't you think?
Yeah. Now this is a very interesting one because immediately, as soon as I saw this, that Hungary is allowing all of these, Russians, Belarusians, etc., to come to Hungary with, frankly, minimal checks, I immediately thought this would be illegal, right? Because when you're in a gigantic common travel area, you basically have to have essentially the same immigration policy. And that's why basically every country in Europe does, right? So the way it generally works is you have to earn a certain threshold to move to a country. That threshold obviously varies by country. Once you're legally resident, you initially get permission to live there for 3 years. So your initial visa usually lasts for 3 years. And once you've lived in the country legally for 5 years, then you're entitled to permanent residency, but that only entitles you to permanent residency in that particular country. And you still have your 180-day limit for the rest of the EU. Fine. Hungary has just massively effed with that, right? They've basically totally upset this, this kind of paradigmatic European immigration, harmonized your immigration policy. Now, what I'm wondering is, does this go against European treaties? Because honestly, I don't know. Now, the thing that the grown-ups in Brussels seem to be getting hungry a lot with is the duty of all European Union member states to behave in the spirit of solidarity and cooperation. Now, it's plainly obvious that Hungary hasn't behaved like that for years, and that's a treaty commitment. But that's kind of a principle, right? It's not like an ironclad rule that you break, right? It's kind of in the eye of the beholder whether you're behaving in the spirit of solidarity and cooperation. So you can't really, you can't really have a gotcha moment on that one. It's kind of a spectrum, not a binary, right? So what I'm wondering here is, that there is surely some rule they are breaking by this. Because one of the reasons that the Republic of Ireland was never in Schengen, for instance, was because they have a common travel area with the United Kingdom, and that is cemented in treaty under the Good Friday Agreement of when was it, 1997, 1999, whatever it was, right? So there has to be free movement of people between the Republic of Ireland and the United Kingdom. There's not supposed to be a border between the two. That means no immigration border either. And that means that the UK basically gets to tell Ireland what her immigration policy is. Surely that would apply to Europe as well, right? So there has to be some kind of commonality of policy. Otherwise, the whole thing just falls apart, Mockers. But I actually don't know. Do you have any idea?
No, not really. All I know is that there is the desire to remove them from the Schengen zone, and I think that's important. Now, Politico has something about this morning. So there was a letter that was started, I think, by a group of lawmakers in the European Parliament calling for action, including the possibility of them being excluded from the Schengen area. And by Sunday evening, it had gathered about 76 signatures, including that of the former Prime Ministers of Belgium and Ireland. Now, it isn't easy, but all nations of the EU that are in Schengen and have borders with Hungary could reinstate controls at those borders easier, than making any other decisions, basically. So it would basically just be to reintroduce those border controls, and I think that's a sensible idea, instead of them just walking in and out with not so much as a by your leave. However, there are about 300 odd MEPs that are there in total, so 70 is not even a third of them, and it needs to be more, I would say, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the lack of policy initiative, a lack of right to policy initiative in the European Parliament, right? All the European Parliament can really do is approve things and say things, right? It can't actually do anything. In the European Union system, all of the policy initiative has to come from the European Commission, right? So the European Parliament can kind of ask the European Commission to do stuff, but that's kind of I mean, but I can ask the European Commission to do stuff. It's not like they have a constitutional duty to do what I ask them to do. So yeah, it's yeah. I mean, the European Parliament voting on stuff is not nothing, but it's not European policy being made. I think that action on this would have to come from the member states, and particularly the member states that border Hungary. The issue they're going to have with that is, do these countries have the resources to reinstate those kind of border controls, right? So if you look at a typical European internal border, there's just nothing there. I mean, the border between Estonia and Latvia, for instance, used to be a proper customs and immigration post. Now that little cluster of buildings, they're all shops selling cheap Latvian booze, right? So you probably, even if you wanted to, you probably couldn't organize any kind of, you couldn't organize the scale of checks that you'd need for everybody crossing that border. And I would imagine the border between like Hungary and Romania, or Hungary and Austria, is going to be the same, right? So, that's even assuming they have the policing resources to do it, right? Because a country like Austria, that's surrounded by Schengen area states, like, do they even have a border guard anymore? I mean, if they do, it's probably going to be nothing like the size of the old one. So, yeah, it's pretty bloody tricky to do this stuff, mockers, and it's going to cause an awful lot of problems if they do. So, yeah, I kind of wish them luck, but it's going to be very, very, very chaotic. But of course, Hungarians most affected, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I think there should be some action on this, because it's just obviously a security risk. It's obviously a security risk letting these people in without any checks at all. It's this is a serious problem, Marcus.
Yeah, and Hungary knows what they're doing, and I feel as though it is an absolutely, it's absolutely them doing something which they know will provoke and upset us, and the fact that he's been to see Putin recently and all of that, it just makes me a bit aggrieved that it's even happening.
Now, there's another possibility. Sorry to jump in, Mockers. There's another possibility here. Is that this is basically Hungary weaponizing something? So something you notice about European negotiations is that it's, there's an awful lot of horse trading that goes on, right? So expanding European stuff into a new area of policy, or even making policy on old areas of things, requires unanimity among the member states, right? So what you get in that situation is you get countries basically obstructing things because they want something else, right? So it could be the best idea in the world that literally everybody supports. You will still get, like, I don't know, say it's like, oh, we're going to double subsidy for olive farmers. You're still going to get Spain attempting to veto that because they want something else, right? So nobody, in a system where everybody has a veto, nobody trades that veto away for free, even if they think it's the best idea in the world, right? So that's the kind of the tone of European negotiations. It's the tone of all international negotiations to an extent. Everybody wants something. If every country individually can get something, then they'll try to get that thing. And the corollary of this is that countries will kind of play awkward in order to get something else, right? So this could well just be a kind of political offensive by Hungary. So they've said they're going to do this thing, which is an obvious security risk to the rest of Europe, and they will stop doing this thing if they're given something else, right? Now, that's quite, that's kind of how Russia behaves as well. I think you'll notice, it's like Kaya Kallas's interview about how Russians negotiate, right? Is they demand the world, and then their negotiating partner feels that they should give them a something. And so they drop their demands to the world, but they still walk away with a little piece of something that's not theirs. And then they do it again until they have a big something that's not theirs. So it's kind of a bit like that. So it's entirely possible that this is not a particularly realistic thing by Hungary. And it's just a kind of weaponized proposal that they're trying to, they're trying to get something else. Like maybe they're trying to stop the commission Article 7ing them. They're trying to get more money, something. I don't know. What do you reckon, Will?
Well, you're exactly right. I mean, this is exactly what Kaya Kallas said. Russians generate an artificially escalatory event, ask for the maximalist thing, refuse to change their demands one iota until negotiations occur, and then by starting in that position, they essentially are setting whoever they're negotiating up with for giving something up in the first place for over nothing. I suggest, I don't know exactly how the EU works, but in cases where proactive consensus building and legislation doesn't function, like fixing a problem before it happens, where that doesn't happen, and Russia creates a problem with Hungary's help by creating a bad security situation. Why not deal with it in a reciprocal manner in the way that Russia would deal with you, right? If you created a situation like this, Russia would, basically solve the problem in however they wanted for their own reason and send you the bill. Why wouldn't, let's say Germany, for instance, Germany boundaries Hungary, doesn't it? I forget my map. Let's just say, for instance, that because Germany wouldn't be doing anything in relation to Hungary, who's in the EU. I think Germany should pass some form of national security assessment, the way the Yanks would do it, a finding in national security that Belarusian and Russian passport holders, citizens, are a danger based on the known history they have there. The sabotage we've seen recently, the attempted assassinations, all that stuff just generate a national security finding that says that Russians and Belarusians are an unacceptable security risk and they will be screened. Now, if that requires setting up reopening borders on border checkpoints in Germany, so be it. Do all the stuff that's necessary, because I think when you're traveling in the Schengen zone, don't you still have to carry some form of identification, some sort of national identification? You don't even have to carry a passport with you to travel from Hungary to Germany, or I don't know if you do, but I would think you have to carry some form of identifying documents with you. And I would pass legislation or under a executive order that Russians and Belarusians, regardless of which country they transited through, need to present themselves at the border for investigation when they come in. And if you have to set up border checkpoints to do all that and find them, then you send Hungary the bill for it, because they're the folks that have created the problem. I know they'll never pay the bill, but do it in the way they do it to you. Solve the problem in a way that you find to be airtight. Reinspect everyone, make them pass whatever tests you want to prove they have a bona fide reason to be in the rest of Europe outside of Hungary, which is where they said they need them all. They need them all there to do the work on their nuclear reactors and stuff. Great. Well, stay in Hungary. If you want to travel outside Hungary, you're going to need to be able to demonstrate a bona fide reason to enter my country, because we're not talking about Hungarian citizens. We're talking about Belarusians and Russians. So they should have to fall all the tests that would be necessary to apply to them to come in from Russia directly should apply to them regardless of their port of entry. And just set up a system on paper. This is what we're going to do. If you do that, we're going to do this, and we're going to send you the bill. And if they don't like it, tough. Just bar them.
Sure. And this is kind of where my knowledge is a little hazy on Schengen. So for example, I have permanent residency in Estonia. I have to take my passport if I want to travel outside Estonia, even if I'm going to other countries in Schengen or the EU. I can stay there for up to 180 days, I think, without a visa. But I still have to show my passport. Now it's almost never checked. Sometimes it's checked, right? So if I get on a bus to Riga in Tallinn, they'll check my passport and they won't accept my Estonian ID card as a travel document because it's not an international travel document for me because I'm not an EU citizen. But my right to travel around the EU is based on my British citizenship. It's not based on, there's nothing organic about my status as a permanent resident in Estonia that gives me that right to travel around the EU. Now, I don't know. I've not read the Hungarian proposals in detail, but I would assume that this right to work in Hungary, right? What they're talking about is work permits here. I would assume these are only good in Hungary. And if these people want to leave Hungary, they would need a Schengen visa like everybody else. So they actually wouldn't be able to leave Hungary and just show their Russian passport and their work permit at the border. Like I can't imagine that it could work like that. But maybe Joanna has more. Joanna.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. So in theory, this is true. So this is called in Hungary national card, and it's kind of a green card, a work permit. So they opened it for 8 different countries, including Russia, Belarus, and Serbia. The problem is that Hungary being in Schengen, on the ground borders, usually there is no control. So I traveled from Romania to Austria, from Romania to Croatia to Slovenia. So there is a border control at the exit from Romania because we are still not in Schengen on the ground routes, but there is no border control afterwards. Basically, a person from Hungary could travel anywhere in Europe using a car or a train. Sometimes for the trains, there are like a passport control when you get in, but I'm not sure because I didn't travel inside from Hungary. Well, yeah, actually, I did. We traveled from Vienna to Prague, and actually, there was no control. So, anyway, um, basically a person could travel to any other country in Europe. And indeed, for example, if that person is in France or Germany, the stay in France or Germany is illegal because they do not have a right to stay there. But the possibility to travel there exists. That's the problem. That's the problem because Hungary is in Schengen and we traveled by car multiple times between these countries, from whatever, from Hungary to Croatia or from Hungary to Slovenia or from Hungary to Austria, and there is no control. I can attest to this. So that's the problem. Once they are in Hungary, they can go anywhere because there is no control. And indeed, if they are like stopped by the police on the streets of Munich and ask for the documents, indeed they will be there illegally. But the fact that they arrive there is a fact. Anyway, about border controls, this initiative from Germany, and I see that there is also an initiative in the European Parliament by 70 deputies, which is not a lot because the European Parliament has over 700 deputies, so 70 is not a big number. To remove Hungary from Schengen, it's a good thing, but it's not Hungary to instate the controls. It would be for the other countries. So Hungary is bordering. Let's try to put it in order from north to south, Slovakia, Austria, Slovenia, Croatia, and Serbia. Well, Serbia, it doesn't matter. So in Schengen, it would be Slovakia, Austria, Slovenia, and Croatia. So those countries should reinstate border control. And actually, I've seen news last year about Slovenia putting controls on internal borders with Croatia and Hungary, especially exactly because of migration control and other things. And I think also Italy tried to instate border controls. So I didn't travel for the last year between these countries. I don't know exactly how the situation is there now. But the fact is, it's not up to Hungary to respect, the these conditions for crossing the border, and I guess they won't do anything to to control. But the other countries actually could try to reinstate border controls, and I think actually it would be a good idea. I'm talking about ground routes and trains, so roads and trains, because on air travel, I think there is a passport control, so won't be an issue. But for like traveling with a car or with a train, these countries could request and could reinstate the border control.
Assuming they have the resources to do it, Joanna. I mean, that's what I was saying earlier on, is that countries who are not used to having lots of external borders, Austria, for example, they're not going to have a particularly large or well-resourced or very kind of institutionally deep border guard service. They're also
Yeah,
not going to have the infrastructure at the borders, right?
yeah, exactly. But if it's just Hungary, that's the idea. To do it all over your border, it would be kind of difficult. But if it's just Hungary, there aren't like so many border controls, and you can use police forces, train them for 2 days, and then put them to the border. It's not such a big deal. So each country probably has 2 or 3 border points with Hungary. Hungary is not a big country, and it's split. Probably Slovakia has the biggest border with Hungary. The rest have a smaller border. So I think you could do something. You could, if you really want, you could do something. You can use police forces or gendarmes or whatever else. It's just about checking if the passport belongs to a Russian or Belarusian citizen, and it's not such a big deal. And sometimes there are controls at the borders, not for the Schengen reasons, but for example for drug transport or for migrants. So there are like temporary actions that are done by countries to just control for a period of several days, border checking points, control the trucks and so on and so forth. So basically, they should have some infrastructure. They should have some prepared personnel, because these kind of temporary actions are done regularly in Europe. So um, I don't know if there is the entire availability of personnel and equipment to do this, but in a short period of time, if they want to, they can adapt and they could do it.
And of course, there are European resources for this as well, right? So there's Frontex, which is a European border guard agency, which is supposed to coordinate and assist member states with any border issues that materialize. And they've got they've got what, 10,000 guys or something like that. They've actually got quite a lot of resources that they can throw at problems like this. Yeah, I guess the resources are there. Thank you for that, Joanna. Will, you've got your hand up.
And this is the key: use the resources, keep the bills, keep the itemized bills, and send them to Ukraine. They created so send them to Hungary. They created the problem. Send them the bill. I realize they're not going to pay it, right? But you set up a Byzantine cost recovery mechanism that is exactly what Russia would do to you or Hungary would do to you in the instance. And here's how it's a lot simpler than it would have been back when the Schengen zone was created, right? There's a whole lot more computerization, and you put the onus on the operators. Any air operator that wants to cross the border into my country needs to demonstrate that none of their customers are Russian or Hungary or Belarusian. Make it up to the operators. When I was flying in and out of Russia, there were so many extra Byzantine requirements that not only did you get all the passport control, the actual customs and border guard agents checking everything, the carriers also checked everything in parallel with them to make sure they weren't going to get in trouble for even bringing somebody to the border guards that needed. So put the onus on the carriers. Don't carry a Russian or a Belarusian into my country, regardless of their status in Hungary or however they're coming. Don't allow it to happen, or you'll be fined. And any bus carriers, and sure, it's going to be leaky. People come in individual cars, and you won't inspect absolutely every one of them. And you might not be able to quickly set up all your border controls, but essentially set it up so that if we catch you in the country and you're doing something wrong and you are Russian or Belarusian, we're going to err on the side of you're gone immediately, right? The kind of stuff we're talking about with troublemakers. I don't care if there's people coming in from Russia or Belarus through Hungary if they're not causing any problem. The problem is the vast majority of them seem to cause problems. In fact, some of them causing, literal warfare type problems in sabotage, assassinations. I mean, this isn't like an imaginary problem. There's a list of about a dozen incidents in the last year that if you lined them up, you'd go, holy shit, Russia's at war with Germany. I just think you set this up, make the carriers responsible for screening people before they bring them in. Anybody you catch in the country that's doing anything wrong, that doesn't comply with the requirements to present themselves at the border when they arrive, and you catch them afterward, you bin them right away. Just summarily, you're gone. Which you're going to go back to Moscow. Oh, but I'm over. Don't care where you're from. You're going. We're just deporting you to Moscow, and I think quickly Hungary will find that it's not worth their time to try to make these changes. If you set up to change the system to deal with the problem they've created, and tell them we're going to send you the bill.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, Marcus.
No, it's all right. I'm just like, yeah, make them pay. Carry on. Is it Cheryl next? Go ahead, Cheryl.
It is Cheryl.
Hi. In the time that it takes to set up the mechanisms that would help control this flow of Russians and Belarusians through Hungary, might it be the case that that would take sufficient time that Russia and Hungary, well, Orban anyway, is figuring that they could use this to flood certain locations within Hungary to dampen the opposition and extend Russia's and Belarusian influence within Hungary and really increase the chaos of their domestic policies. And if they're flooding certain Hungarian industries with Orban's assistance, I don't know. It just seems so treacherous that that they'd be using the interim period before controls could effectively be set up, that the destabilization of Hungary, I don't know enough about the politics of Europe or the specific EU ins and outs, but it sounds like it would be relatively time consuming for all the other countries to react to what this means. Does that make sense? Anyhow, thanks. I'm listening.
Thank you, Cheryl. I mean, it's not really a story about destabilization, right? So Hungary is a democracy, albeit a now flawed one. It's dominated by the Fidesz party, which is Viktor Orban's party, who are legitimately popular. However, their popularity is starting to flag, right? So there's this kind of so they had in the recent European elections, contrary to the pattern in the rest of Europe, Hungary's Fidesz party, which is a right-wing party, they had their worst result in almost 15 years. So they're kind of flagging a bit. The Orban is kind of torn between a number of forces, right? So he has his kind of tanky loyalty to Russia, which needs to be juggled. And he also has his he also has his domestic popularity issues. And he also has the fact that Hungary is currently the president of the Council of the European Union. So the Council of the European Union, which is a legislative body, has a rotating presidency, which is taken up every 6 months by a different member state. Now, Hungary currently has that presidency, and essentially the powers that go with that are agenda-setting powers in the legislature. So Hungary basically gets to control, the order of things going before that legislature, and has a certain amount of initiative in setting that agenda. However, because of the way the Council of the European Union works, the voting is done by qualified majority. Some things do require unanimity, but not all of them. Most of them are qualified majority. Either way, you can't really get anything done in the Council of the European Union unless you have the cooperation of basically everybody else. So Hungary has an agenda for their presidency of the Council of the European Union that requires goodwill and cooperation from a big slice of the rest of Europe. They don't have that goodwill or cooperation. So things that can happen at the European Union level that have real domestic impact in Hungary, particularly around agriculture, these essentially become impossible, and Hungary's presidency then becomes a failure. So Orban has to play a very, very delicate game. So he has to satisfy three competing demands: the demands of his masters in Moscow, the demands of his domestic voter base, and also the demands that are placed upon Hungary as a participant in the European system, where you can get things done that do have a real domestic impact. So he has to serve Putin, he has to govern Hungary, and he has to do European cat herding at the same time. So yeah, it's a tricky one for him. So I think his presidency of the Council of the European Union is going to be, is going to go down in history as possibly the worst. I'm not sure that he's going to get anything done, simply because nobody wants to do anything with him. Yeah, so it's kind of a little bit more complicated than that, right? So this is not a classic Russian political destabilization effery story. It has a lot more moving parts. If you're interested in the politics of Hungary and the European, or the politics of Hungary vis-a-vis the European Union and how they intersect, we did a couple of podcasts on this with Julien Huez, who is a French journalist and kind of professional Europe talker. So if you check out our website, those are both podcasted on the website on our Spotify. So Julien Huez, Julien with an E, Huez is H-O-E-Z. We talk about this in some detail. So he knows far more about it than I do, and he talks about it at length. So Hungarian Politics 101, check out the podcasts. Those are really good segments, even if I do say so myself. Okay, thank you very much for that, Cheryl. Let us go to Joanna, please. Joanna.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. I wanted to talk about the hypocrisy of Hungary, but first about what you said. Indeed, the Fidesz party won the elections by 44 to 30. I think so. It's not really a landslide, but it's a decisive victory. But this is also because Orban is very, very populist. He knows how to frame subjects when he presents them to the people. Remember the questionnaire that was sent to the people before the elections, when all the questions began with Brussels wants. Brussels wants to introduce genetically modified crops, grains into Hungary. Brussels wants to force us to accept migrants and so on. Brussels wants to give our money to Ukraine and so on and so forth. So he is very populist. This is one. And second, the media, the public media in Hungary is not really free. The media is controlled in big part by the government. So basically the narrative that is presented by all the major media is the narrative of the Fidesz party. So yeah, this may amount to the decisive victory that Fidesz party had. But as you said, it's lower than in other years and is decreasing right now. And apparently there is an opposition building right now with Magyar in front. Magyar is his name. That seems to be, getting momentum. But I wanted to talk about the
Sorry, I would add a slight thing to that, Joanna. I'm sorry to interrupt. The Orban supporter base is a problem as well, right? So Orban, like many of these kind of populist style leaders, he draws basically all of his support from a less educated, lower class, predominantly rural constituency, right? So people in Budapest don't vote for Orban, right? Yes, okay, I'm exaggerating that slightly, but the kind of educated, cosmopolitan, middle and upper class of Hungary, they're not Orban people, they are not Fidesz people. It is more kind of rural poor, where he has a very, very strong base of support. And this is where his difficulties with the European Union start to become very apparent, right? Because the lion's share of the European budget goes in agricultural subsidy. So subsidizing farmers and subsidizing rural business and the rural economy, and particularly rural infrastructure as well. So the things that Orban can do in Brussels have an outsized impact on the people who typically vote for him. And if he's seen as not delivering to those people, then his popularity issues are going to be exacerbated. Like, he's really, really exposed, because basically everybody who votes for him is a rural person and therefore heavily dependent on European subsidies. And if he screws this up, which it looks like he is doing, then poof goes his voter base. I know I'm simplifying a little bit, Joanna, but is that also your understanding?
Yes, totally. Totally, Jim, I agree with you. So back to my point about the hypocrisy of this
You had another
this
point,
move.
Joanna. Please do go on. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, so I just wanted to talk about the hypocrisy of Hungary with this action, to allow citizens from Russia, Belarus, Serbia to come to Hungary. Their main explanation for this move is that they needed people to fill in the jobs, especially in the nuclear domain, because they are currently building a nuclear power plant with the help of Russia. And basically, their explanation is that they need qualified people to work in this. But in the measure, there are no limits to the job that the people coming in will get. So it's not limited to nuclear domain, and also they can bring families and so on and so forth. Also, Hungary being in European Union, they could have benefited from the workforce from European Union, and I'm really sure that they could have found specialists in the nuclear domain. The salaries in this domain are quite high, so I think this shouldn't have been a problem. So it's not really a justification that we need those Russians to work in this domain, because first, they didn't limit to the domain, and second, they could have found specialists in other places. So this is the point one of hypocrisy. The point two is, that Austria opposed to Romania being in Schengen for a long time, and Hungary kind of supported the narrative from Austria. They said that migrants are coming to Austria from Romania, and that's the problem. The problem is that Romania doesn't have a border with Austria. Yes, who has a border with Austria? It's Hungary, not Romania. And the most of the migrants aren't coming through Romania. The most of the migrants are coming through Croatia and Hungary. The migrants from the Mediterranean that illegally arrive in Croatia and then illegally pass through to Hungary and then illegally pass to Austria. So basically, the Austrians promoted a lie that was demonstrated as a lie, and Hungary supported this. And what they are doing now, they are allowing migrants practically, because, well, illegal migrants from eastern side to get into Hungary and thus go further into Schengen and possibly Austria. Why not? So this is the second point of hypocrisy. The third is the racism. Hungary is currently under sanctions by European Union for failing to comply with the migrant laws. That there is a quota for migrants. Each country should accept a number of migrants in order to ease the load on certain countries that are most sought by those migrants. And Hungary is not complying with this, so they are currently sanctioned by EU by 200 million euros. And actually they are not paying it, so they received the warning. So they are not accepting certain types of migrants, but they are very willing to accept other types of migrants, which speaks a little bit to their, racism, to say it like this. So I just wanted to point these three hypocritic things about this measure from Hungary.
Thank you very much for that, Joanna. So this kind of disregard, right? And I think this is very, very important to stress. So the European Union runs on solidarity, right? So solidarity is its guiding principle. That's its most important political virtue. And solidarity is a card that is played when a certain country is seen to be not entering into the spirit of the thing. So it's a bit to outside observers, it's a bit of a kind of magic trick, right? It's pulling, you don't see what goes on, but you see at the end that the guy pulls a rabbit out of his top hat, and that's the solidarity thing happening. And to break that principle is possibly the biggest Euro sin that a country can commit. And Hungary is kind of merrily making a dog's breakfast of that principle in any number of ways. Now, we talk about Hungary's exposure. 20% of the Hungarian budget, so about 10% of their economy, is European money, right? So Hungary does awfully well out of this arrangement. So if the European money stops flowing, then Hungary suddenly has a 20% fiscal deficit. Now that is, and 10% of her economy goes away if she can't borrow 20% of her budget. Sorry, I beg your pardon. It's not 20%. It's 20% of the budget. Therefore, a 10% fiscal deficit for GDP. So 10% of her economy just disappears unless she can borrow the 10%. So there's an extraordinary level of exposure that Hungary has to this system, and we've seen symptoms of her trying to kind of paste over the cracks. So you think about the GDP of Hungary is about 180 $200 billion. So 18 to $20 billion a year in European funding. The Hungarians recently negotiated a loan from China of $1 billion, right? And this was seen as a massive win for Hungary, when that's scarcely 5% of what the European Union gives her every single year. So yeah, there's a level of exposure. There's clearly a level of desperation. Otherwise, she wouldn't be going cap in hand to the Chinese on who knows what ruinous terms they're extracting from the Hungarians. So yeah, Orban basically needs to sort himself out. He needs to sort himself out. Okie dokie. So that's what Hungary doing. Unless anybody has any other questions or comments, then we should move on.
Lad.
I will take.
Would you like to move to Botswana? It's a very strange question, I know, but the Republic of
Well, I hear it's lovely.
Well, indeed, the Republic of Botswana have just signed the joint communique on the peace summit. So Zelensky himself has said, "We value our friendly relations with Botswana and their significant contribution to maintaining global security and stability. Their action demonstrates a clear commitment to international law, the UN Charter's purposes and principles, and supporting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine and their efforts to restore a just peace. By protecting the shared principles, we aim to protect them for everyone and strengthen them for all the world's peace-loving nations. Which I think is, you know, I think this is really cool that Ukraine are going round and, you know, offering solidarity with like everyone, basically. You know, doesn't matter who you are, as long as you're willing to, you know, support a just peace for Ukraine, solidarity, bro. And I think this is absolutely the right thing to do, because they've got to get the message of what's going on here and how it affects the rest of the world out to the rest of the world. And so, you know, it's a good thing to be collaborating closely and working together with all sorts of countries, especially, you know, nations like Botswana, where indeed they could be in for, you know, some Russian interference. You never know what they're up to, these dirty dogs these days, finding themselves here, there and everywhere. In fact, I had a little look at all the particular operations that Wagner or Wanga, or, you know, what used to be Wanga that are now, you know, sort of part of the Russian military, where they've been operating. And, well, let's just say quite a few places. They seem to have an operation going on, an active measures operation going on every single continent, Tim. And yes, they quite clearly do. And it's almost as though they are indeed, with their buddies, trying to find some sort of way to take over the world. Now, I thought the days of these sorts of, like, you know, criminal masterminds that want to take over the whole world, it's sort of, you know, petered out with the cartoons. But no, it's actually true. He's a complete nutter, and he's been slowly and quietly trying to do that, hasn't he? World domination. Now, it's not worked out very well, because he's completely overstretched himself in Ukraine, because everything else he was able to do quite quietly, without anybody getting too upset about it, you know, without us doing too much to sort it out. Or even help the poor people who were being, you know, horribly genocided by Russia. Just saying, Chechens and Georgians and, you know, all of that. So yeah, it was something that they were able to get away with to some degree. And I think possibly part of that is because we just weren't interested in taking them on too much. We had all sorts of other things that we were interested in, and they really thought that they were just going to get away with this creeping death all over Europe. I think, you know, once they started in Ukraine, we'd step back and we'd let them take Ukraine, because, you know, we didn't do anything previously, and they didn't really have any belief that Ukraine could stand up to them, and neither did we. And that's where we were all thoroughly mistaken. And well, now that we obviously do believe that Ukraine can win this, why the chuff have we not got on the winning team a little bit harder and faster? I don't know. But you know what? I kind of feel like Ukraine's almost like a long-suffering parent, and we're treating them like a child. Why I say that is because they're literally going to Mali, kicking some Wagner ass, going to Sudan and Syria and kicking Russian ass over there as well. All these places where we've had concerns and we've sent our thoughts and prayers and all that balls, but we never really did anything proper about it. You know what I mean? We try to not get involved because, you know, we don't really want to be seen as imperialistic and getting involved in everybody else's business. And I get that, but we probably should have, because those countries weren't necessarily doing these things of their own volition. It was generally down to, you know, warlords and Russians, basically. And yeah, that's kind of where I'm at now. It's like Ukraine's a bit of a long-suffering parent, and they're just sort of like, okay, kids, we're going to have to obviously sort this out ourselves, because you aren't, you know, You aren't as serious about it as we are, and yet we still treat them like children, and it makes me so mad, Tim. It makes me so mad.
Thank you very much for that, Mockers. We don't hear very much about poor old Botswana. The military history of the country is actually quite interesting. For those of you who don't know where Botswana is, it's in southern Africa. And so it is to the north of South Africa, to the east of Namibia, and kind of to the southwest of Rhodesia. Zimbabwe we're supposed to call it now. And it's a fairly it's an absolutely massive country, with a relatively small population. So it's got a population of about 2.5 million. Now, formerly a British colony, independent in like the late 1960s. One of the interesting things about it was that it initially elected not to have a military. So it was one of the few countries in the world that didn't have a military. So it was like Iceland, Botswana, and British Honduras, or something like that. The countries that didn't actually have any army at all. And things came to a head during the 1970s, during the Rhodesian Bush War, when the Rhodesians were fighting variously aligned communists. And also the South African situation, where the militant wing of the anti-apartheid movement, both of these rebel forces used Botswana as a refuge, because there was basically nothing the Botswanans could do about it, because they didn't have their own military. Now, throughout this period, there was a degree of economic dependence of Botswana on particularly South Africa, but to a lesser extent Rhodesia as well, because these were the powerhouses of the African economy. Don't forget that South Africa used to have a space program, right? South Africa used to be an extremely serious country. So that hasn't gone well for the last 30 years, but let's not talk about that. Now, the presence of these forces in Botswana, these rebel forces in Botswana, led to cross-border raids into Botswana by both the South African army and the Rhodesian army. Now, needless to say, the Botswanans got a bit cheesed off about this, and they were like, guys, come on. I mean, I know we're economically dependent on you, but you can't just be sending your army across our border. That is really quite rough. And so the South Africans and the Rhodesians said, well, if you don't sort this out, we're going to have to. We're going to have to, I'm afraid. And so the Botswanan Defence Force was established, predominantly South African trained, and that military relationship continues to this day. Now, problem with South Africa is that South Africa is a tanky shithole. So it's very, very deeply penetrated by Russian influence. So the African National Congress and the odious economic freedom fighters under Julius Malema. These are creatures of the KGB and always have been. So there is a kind of a degree of indirect influence on Botswana from via the South African military connection. That means there is a Wagner presence in Botswana, right? So there's about 20 or 30. There have been reported to be about 20 or 30 Wagnerites there acting as trainers and advisors to the Botswana military. However, Botswana has a very, very good insulator for this. Botswana is a proper democracy, so it does have a dominant party, but elections are very, very free and fair, and so Botswana is kind of insulated from this kind of influence to a degree that other countries perhaps may not. Now, the governing party in Botswana is the Botswana Democratic Party, which is kind of difficult to place. It's sort of right wing, but it's sort of left wing at the same time. So it's a kind of paternalistic, not really socialist in the European sense. but it has very deep roots in tribal society in Botswana. So it's kind of like a lot of African political parties, right? It's kind of politics there is about who your cousin is, you know, and of course that was one of the great innovations of Europe that allowed a great deal of political process, a great deal of political progress, is that the church banned consanguineous marriage, right? So clans didn't form, so you didn't get the kind of tribal-based politics that you see in a lot of countries that do have consanguineous marriage, because everybody is somebody's cousin, and your predominant loyalty is to that rather than your loyalty to the future of Botswana. So it's kind of a bit paternalistic, a bit tribally, but they do have free and fair elections. They have relatively low levels of corruption by continental standards. And they're generally a kind of small but proper country. They don't have serious human rights problems. The human rights problem they do have is that they're native Khoi people, so San people, African Bushmen, who are the indigenous inhabitants of Botswana. Don't forget that Southern Africa, the people we consider to be black South Africans, Southern Africans, are not from there. They are all Bantus from West Africa, and they displaced an existing population of Bushmen or San or Khoi or whatever we want to call them. I'm not sure what the politically correct term is these days. So there is a kind of indigeneity, kind of dominant, dominant people, subaltern people relationship between the San and the Botswanans. Well, I mean, they're all Botswanans, but you know what I mean. And this has led to a certain amount of disadvantage and abuse. So things like access to traditional hunting grounds, access to water, the right to carry on their traditional way of life. Because the San are, of course, they're a hunter-gatherer based people, so they're nomadic, they're not settled, and the encroachment of development into their particular, their particular areas is a bit of a problem. That said, not a dictatorship, not a one-party state, not especially corrupt, not under any particular foreign influence. They've kind of got decent relations with everybody, really, and therefore quite well placed to resist the incursion of the Russians. Yeah, bully for Botswana. They're one of the few countries that hasn't fucked it up, Mockers.
Well, one of the few countries that hasn't. Congratulations to them. But yeah, it's good to see. We're not going to ignore these places. No, everybody's important, and everybody's voice, carries weight. And I like that. By the way, I'd just like to mention that Reuters have this morning put out a headline, which I think possibly needs a little bit of pushback. You see, Ukraine accuses Russian forces of killing and dismembering a prisoner of war. However, they went with allegedly. Ukraine accuses Russian forces of killing and dismembering a prisoner of war. Not Russian forces have produced a photograph and bragged about the fact that they have done this. I'm just saying that the coin has, yes, it does have two sides, but the Russians actually put out a video of it, bragging and laughing. So the fact that it's Ukraine have accused them of it, no, they've actually done it. And if you want the video to watch for yourself, I'll locate it for you and hold your eyes open while you look at it, because it's effing disgusting. Just, I hate this in the media where it's all sort of like, could it be, possibly, allegedly, perhaps? Oh, it's Ukraine accusing Russia. And, it's just the way it's framed. Again, Tim, naffs me off. Today we're getting to hear about all my gripes, by the way.
Have you seen a doctor about your gripes? Can't be too careful.
I'll get some cream for him later.
Well, yeah, that's it. It does irritate me as well, right? And it's the kind of it's the kind of treating everything as a claim, regardless of the evidence that's presented. And it's a form of both sidesism, right? And it's also it's also a cop out. It's the way I see the journalistic profession is it's their job to do the legwork, right? It's their job to establish whether something has any credibility. You don't just get to say, oh, Ukraine said this, Russia said that. We were unable to verify these claims. Like, we were unable to verify is a cop out, right? That's a journalist refusing to do his job. Like it's your job to find some sort of corroboration on this or not report it, right? That's the way I see it. Maybe somebody who knows more about journalistic ethics, like, I don't know, a journalist, could come and correct me on that, but I don't think I'm wrong, right? There has to be some basis for the story, and if you're using phrases like unable to verify, that suggests to me that you don't have much of a basis for your story, actually. Now, yeah, so it's a supremely irritating thing for me, Marcus, that they they will still caveat stuff that's happening, regardless of the evidential basis that is either presented by the source or could be found relatively easily on the intertubes. Like, it's really interesting. It's really irritating. That said, I will cheer you up with a little joke. Russian coins, of course, have two sides: heads and fails. Get it? Get it? Heads and fails.
Love it.
Like,
love it. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, love it. You know what? I had a little tale in my brain that I was going to tell you, and then your joke was so hilarious, I've forgotten what it was. It'll come back to me in a minute. But
it's now a little fail.
No, very good, very good. Yes, my tale turned into a fail. But in the Krasnodar territory, you'll be glad to know, the Ilsky oil refinery was indeed hit by drones on the night of August the 3rd. According to Astra, on the night of August the 2nd to the 3rd, so that one, drones hit carriages on the territory of the refinery, causing a fire. Of course, there were no casualties, but they have now actually admitted there was a fire at that location. So it's just something to keep noting, that there was indeed more than we thought happened that night. And trickling this little piece of information out. Now, oh God, sorry. There's a video going around, folks, and it's of what appears to be the Wagner Group chopping people up. Now, somebody says that the video shows an altered version of a Mexican cartel gang that does this. But, well, I can well believe that the Wagner Group would also do it. But anyway, either way, just you might want to click autoplay off, because I've seen this video and it's not pleasant. So just a note that this is going around, and protect your eyes, because I had to eye bleach earlier. So that's just a little PSA. Sorry. Guess what's happening today, Tim? There's an awful lot of people attending court today in the UK, receiving charges. Yes, a whole long list of them. Would you believe they've drafted in extra legal representatives and judges to get this all done at once? So, yeah, violent disorder identified by his tattoos. F around and find out. Oh, guess what? Another violent disorder identified by his own Facebook page. You effing idiot. You'd have thought they'd have learnt by now that social media really isn't, if you're going to go and set places on fire and loot Greggs for sausage rolls, you might not want to put it on your social media.
I mean, at least get the peppered steak slice. Come on, guys.
Yeah, exactly. At least go for like the good stuff. Goodness me. Anyway, the speed they've gone from effing around to finding out, I'm enjoying it, actually. I'm enjoying it a lot, because, if you're going to be a fool, well, actions come with consequences, don't they? And there's nothing wrong with free speech, but you do realise that sometimes that free speech comes with consequences too. So there we go. I think that, you know, it couldn't happen to a nicer bunch of folks. That's all I can say. Yeah, so all good.
Do we know how many have been arrested and dragged before the magistrate?
Not yet, but I'll be delving into it later because there is quite a few more. Yes.
Have we talked about the fake news?
The fake news from what's it called? Channel 3, was it? Which is basically a Russian news site that initially pushed all the original misinformation.
Yeah, and it was an interesting study, right? Because for those of you who don't know the background, there have been some, I suppose, what we must call race riots in the United Kingdom. So a bunch of apparently quite organized people started rioting in response to a stabbing. This was in, God, where actually is this place? I don't know. Is it in Liverpool somewhere? This Southport place? I've no idea.
A bit further, but yeah.
A bit further, right. Okay, so it's up there somewhere. It's in North. And there was one of these mass stabbings that seems to happen on a weekly basis, and immediately the hackles went up because it's usually a certain type of person who does mass stabbings in our United Kingdom, seemingly out of nowhere, an awful lot of very well organized and really quite violent protesters appeared. Now, I don't know who these people are. What I would say is I'm struggling to believe that this, I don't think we can label this the far right. I think it's something, because the far right in the UK is not really real. Like, we don't really have one. It is there, but it's very, very small, and it's not very well organized, and it's really, really fractious. So it splits all the time, and there are these, and the bits of it that seem quite switched on are very, very heavily penetrated by the state, right? So it's kind of, it's not very good. It's not very organized. It doesn't have very many members. But this was something different, right? Because this was slick. This happened in 20 different cities, basically at the same time. So there's something else going on there. It may, part of me wants to link it to the questioning under Schedule 7 of the Terrorism Act of a certain Mr. Tommy Robinson before he left the UK for Spain a couple of weeks ago.
Would you believe, Tim? He was the guy who posted the list of locations and dates and times to be there. So it does seem to be linked to him in some way, yes.
Yeah, that's kind of my suspicion. Because what Schedule 7, I think it's Schedule 7 I'm thinking of here, what Schedule 7 of the Terrorism Act does is it basically entitles authorized policemen to question and check the electronic devices of a particular person without reasonable grounds for suspicion. Now, reasonable grounds for suspicion is British for probable cause. Right, so you have to have probable cause to question somebody. You can't just pick a random person and question them. In most civilized countries, you actually have to have a reason to do it. Now, certain trained officers are allowed to use Schedule 7, and they can do this without a court order. They can do it without any kind of warrant, and they can do it without any kind of permission from the higher ups. But it's only trained officers who are allowed to do it, and they still can't do it for no reason, right? There has to be a kind of intelligence-led suspicion, right? They can't just pick a random dude and say, "I'm Schedule 7ing you, you scrote." They have to have received information from somewhere. So, like, for example, it's a busy railway station. I think that bloke over there has a bomb in his bag. I saw a bunch of wires sticking out. He looks a bit shifty. So it's that sort of situation, right, where you don't have time to get warrants, you may not have enough information to satisfy reasonable grounds for suspicion, but nevertheless, like the potential downside is so huge that you have to do something. So that's kind of what Schedule 7 is for. And I kind of immediately thought about this when they announced that they'd questioned Tom. And refusal to cooperate with a Schedule 7 questioning is a criminal offence. So you can go to the clink for not cooperating with a Schedule 7 officer. So it's really quite a strong power, and they don't use it very often, and it's always about terrorism. Now, Tommy Robinson may be many things, but you don't really consider him to be a terrorist, right? So for those of you who don't know what he is, Tommy Robinson is a kind of right-wing, he's kind of a right-wing organizer. He's got some shifty Russia connections. He founded an organization called the English Defence League, or EDL, which is it doesn't really exist anymore, but it was kind of an offshoot of the football hooligan movement, right? So think football hooliganism, but political, and that's the EDL. And since then, he's been doing various things. He's been doing a lot of YouTubing and a lot of interviews and things like that. He's fairly articulate. He's clearly not stupid. And so he's a kind of fairly dangerous but politically peripheral figure in the UK. So think a right-wing George Galloway, and you'll kind of get the picture. Now, he, you don't really think of him as being a terrorist, right? So he organizes usually fairly small demonstrations.
I'd call him a useful idiot, Tim, more than a terrorist.
Yeah, exactly. So he's kind of a jobbing agitator, and he does kind of street politics. Occasionally, a glass is thrown, a copper is punched, that sort of thing. But nothing that you'd call the lads at Guantanamo Bay about, right? So it was very weird that he was questioned under terrorist legislation, and this was straight after they'd organised that rally in London as well, which was actually quite well attended. I was surprised by how many people showed up to that, because usually the right can't get that many people out. So yeah, it seems linked to me. I'm not going to say it is, but I don't know. It can't be that much. It can't be a coincidence that there's this rally in London. Tommy Robinson leaves the country, questioned under the Terrorism Act. There's an incident. I'm not saying the stabbing was related, but all of a sudden there are these very, very well organized riots in a number of different locations across England. My experience of right-wing politics, those kind of groups, is that they're really, really shit at it, right? They're really small. They don't agree on anything. They can't get people out. They're politically kind of toxic, so nobody really wants to be associated with them. They don't have any representation at the local, let alone the national level. And they're just kind of politically marginal and not particularly important, and not very good at organizing this sort of thing. So it does seem to me that something more effective seems to have been created. And yeah, it's not, this is not a good thing, because the people on the other side are a lot more organized, right? We don't just have the Antifa loons. We have Islamists as well, right? We've seen footage of those guys marching all over cities in northern England, armed with various objects. Like this, I don't want to use the term powder keg, but if this does go, to the next level, then we're looking at a very, very, very serious violent disorder problem indeed, that will make the last few days look like a bit of a picnic. So, yeah. Now, one of the reasons this did kick off, as Mock has briefly touched on, was a piece of fake news. And I heard this secondhand. Because I'm in a WhatsApp group with some people who are involved in right-wing politics, or at least, well, they're not involved in right-wing politics. They are right-wing people who are in that particular information bubble, right? And I asked, what's going on? Who did this stabbing? What's going on? And immediately somebody said, oh, it was a Tunisian guy called Ali al-Shakatiri. And I thought, okay, that's emerging quite quickly. So I Googled it and I found this Channel 3 news site. And immediately the alarm bells went off, right? This is just obviously a fake news website. For a start, nobody's heard of Channel 3, right? What is Channel 3? There is no Channel 3. Channel implies there's a television station. Is that like ITV is Channel 3, isn't it, Mockers? I'm not really a TV guy.
We don't have a Channel 3. It was always ITV. Yeah.
Yeah, so there is no Channel 3. But they kind of covered that up quite cleverly by mainly reporting American stuff, right? There was a whole bunch of American politics on there and not much else. And then there was this one story about the UK. So somebody without the disinformation spidey senses would probably go to this and say, oh, this is an American website. That's why I've never heard of it. Because there are an awful lot of websites. Turns out the internet's quite a big deal. So there was kind of that. And the origins of this site were quite well covered up as well. Like there was a forensic investigation into it by, I can't remember who, it was one of the tech publications, might have been The Blade. And they tried to trace where the website actually came from, and they couldn't. Because it was covered up under several layers of proxies and security and all of that stuff. I don't really understand it, but they explained it very well.
The kind of thing that state actor does, Tim.
That what does? I'm sorry.
The kind of thing that a state actor would be able to do. You know, you've got to have a certain amount of clout to be able to hide your traces that well.
Yeah, you've certainly got to have resources. You've certainly got to have expertise, and these guys did it. So, yeah, and this was like the anatomy of anatomy of a fake news kind of God, what's the word? I want to say virus, right? So this name, Ali al-Shakatiri, gets released. It gets released that I think it was Tunisian, some flavor of Arab anyway, and that goes around the right-wing information space in seconds, right? Because this was just literally breaking. You know, the story on the BBC when I was given that name was a man did a thing in a place, right? That was the sum total of the information out there on the BBC, right? Man did thing in place, and this name was sent to me in the back channels like minutes after this started breaking. So whoever had their finger over the button was very, very, very quick about it, and of course this inflamed a great deal of tension because Ali al-Shakatiri from Tunisia, Muslim. So what do we do about that? Well, apparently you release or press the button on several dozen different groups of quite numerous and highly organized thuggish chaps going around their local mosque and throwing bacon at it and lighting hotels on fire. Like
bit like Tutushki,
this was
Tim. Bit like Tutushki. Rent a mob.
I beg your Tutushki. I don't know what that is.
Oh, Tutushki is Russia's rent a mob, and they tend to all turn up dressed in black with balaclavas on and beat the crap out of anyone who doesn't want to be Russian. You know, in Georgia, where these sort of massed mobs were turning up, yeah, well, they're Tutushki. So this is just like the British version, where they turn up with balaclavas that have, like, you know, a Union Jack on them instead.
Yeah. Yeah, it was very well coordinated. And as I said, my experience of the right, that part of the right in the UK, is they're not capable of coordinating something like that. So this strikes me as outside organizing of some sort, and the response to it as well strikes me as outside organizing. So these Antifa groups and these Islamist groups that suddenly materialize on the street carrying bits of 4x2, they don't come from nowhere. They don't come from nowhere, right? That kind of street politics, that kind of thuggery requires an organizing hand in it. And yeah, it seems like such an operation, right? It seems so directed, and yeah, it's yeah. I don't know. I don't think there was anything organic about this. This really, really, really stinks, Mockers.
It does. Like, yeah, like last week's fish. It really does. So yeah, and I've found as well that you know, in this particular case, there is a lot of strong feeling in the UK, and there is a lot of red top readers, shall we say? And I literally, I put my opinion about it on Facebook just to tell my friends that if any of them had participated in any of these events, if they would like to remove themselves from my friendship list, just in case, because I have quite a few people on there. And please live the impossible dream, go F off all the way over there and carry on. Even past the point where it says you can't F off anymore. And 3 of my friends gave me some really strong and quite angry responses about 1,400 girls have been trafficked by Indian men. And I was like, so that gives you the right to beat up a Thai nurse, does it? That gives you the right to attack a random woman in the street just for being Vietnamese, does it? These kind of questions they weren't able to answer. So yeah, the trash took itself out today. But I also posted up a number of reports where there were the same sort of grooming gangs that had been caught, but all the people running them happened to be, not of any particular skin persuasion or religion or anything like that. No, just regular dudes. And yeah, so I'm just saying, people can be bad. They don't have to be of a particular, nationality or religion or whatever. No, it's people that can be shit. And generalizing is just a wedge that our enemies use to force division. And I pointed that out to them. And then I said, but of course, if you would like to continue that division, please take yourself out the back door. Thanks. So I've got that to go back to later to see if they've bothered to respond. But I tell you what, my game is strong on this one because I have facts and they are F-wits. So yeah, I had to bring the facts to some of these people today, and I have a feeling my friends list is going to get a little bit shorter. Never mind.
Yep. And of course, we can't examine this without examining the circumstances that led to it, right? So I can't remember who it was, but some left-wing activist said that riot is the language of the unheard. And what we do have to remember here is that this is a culmination of two trends in British politics, in my opinion. Trend number one is that serious disorder by other groups of people has been studiously ignored or even encouraged by the political establishment for years now. So thinking of the Black Lives Matter thing, thinking of the London riots in 2011, thinking of the recent hate marches, all the Palestine stuff, thinking particularly of other incidents of violent disorder. Oh gosh, where is it? Is it Peterborough or Luton or one of those places where various subcontinental ethnic groups have been, kind of in a state of low-level street war with each other for years, over, people getting, over some minor point of Indian politics. I don't know what it is. There were riots in East London from people from Bengal over the murder of a chap in Bengal, or the killing of a chap in Bengal by the police. And these things went largely unremarked upon, and reported at least very sympathetically. And so they have kind of created an environment where a reasonable observer would say, actually, violent disorder on the street and large-scale law breaking is something that will be tolerated. Actually, like this is the normal paradigm of British politics. So you know, there is a genuinely unanswerable case that there's a double standard at work here. The other thing, of course, is the determination of the political establishment not to do what the people want them to do about immigration, right? Every single political party manifesto since 1997 has pledged to reduce immigration drastically. Every single one. So, and hasn't. So the 1997, we can consider 1997 to be the start of an era of a new paradigm of the scale of immigration, right? It went from being under 100,000 people a year to several 100,000 people every single year. That was the year that Labour's manifesto, they won a landslide, said that there must be careful controls on immigration. You fast forward to 2005, that was when Labour promised to bring in a points-based system, so an Australian-style system. They didn't. 2010, 2015, 2019, all of those years, the Conservative Party pledged to bring immigration down to the tens of thousands a year, right? And last year, gross migration was 1.2 million, right? Now, this being, you know, if we take that paradigm that riot is the voice of the unheard, now radical left-wing Twitter have been awfully quiet with that phrase in the last few days. I wonder why. There has been a disconnect between the way people vote, between what people promise them, and what actually comes out the other end of the sausage machine. So this is an area where the British state has really, really disgraced itself, and in my opinion, has set the conditions for this sort of operation absolutely perfectly. Right? They've given our enemies this great big button that they can push that will ignite everything on the streets of the United Kingdom, and the enemy just pushed it. Right? If we didn't have these, you know, if we didn't have the situation we've had for the last 30 years vis-a-vis immigration, we would not be seeing what we've seen in the last 3 days. There is a causal link between these things, right? The people who are rioting are no more open to manipulation by Russians than everyone else, right? There is a root cause of this. And the root cause of this is repeated policy failures to grapple with what is always in the top 3 concerns of British voters. British voters care about 3 things: care about the economy, care about the state of the health service, and they think immigration is too high. And they have a deluded picture of how high it is as well. Right? And this is interesting. There've been a number of polling exercises and focus groups about this, asking people to estimate what they think net migration is. And they get it too low by an order of magnitude, and they still think it's too high. Right? So they think it's somewhere between 50 and 100,000 a year. It's 10 times that. So they already think it's too high, and they already underestimate it by 90%. So what does that tell us about policy failure? What does that tell us about setting the ground for this sort of thing? Right? We've made ourselves extremely vulnerable by simple state failure.
We have indeed, Tim. But that said, there have been outside forces pushing people to come to countries. And you've also got to say that a certain amount of immigration is really good for countries, you know. So, yes, we have left ourselves open to manipulation. But had Russia not been causing so much unrest around the world and causing so many people to want to flee their countries, and then facilitating the movement of people, it wouldn't be such an issue, would it? We are being played like a bloody fiddle, and it, you know, that's where the focus should be, not on some nice brown man walking down the street minding his own business, or even, you know, some idiot causing a crime. And that doesn't mean that you have to also then cause more crime to combat it. You know what I mean? It's just, it's a very strange way to go about things. And I won't say that anybody feels justified or in the right here, because violence is not acceptable as far as I'm concerned, full stop. There are ways and means of dealing with this. But yes, you are right. Governments do let us down. But are they given much of a choice in this day and age where Russia is destabilizing lots of other countries and causing people to move around. And of course, the whole of Europe, well, at one point we were quite, we were quite keen to help people because we're nice, and then we found that, oh, actually, this is way too much. And oh my God, this is like literally like changing things and, it's causing bad feeling. And at that point, Russia upped their efforts, to us all. And there is some hostility as a result. But it is not down specifically to one thing. Or I would say, yes, our policies have failed us a little. But if Russia wasn't doing the shit in the first place, we wouldn't have the problem that we have.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I would wholeheartedly agree. I mean, it's a multifaceted problem, and that's why it possibly explains why politicians are so unwilling to deal with it. Number one, it's a low status opinion, right? And particularly the conservatives, but all politicians, they are very status conscious. And some opinions have high status, other opinions have low status, and they don't want to be the ones with the low status opinions. And opposition to immigration is very much a low status opinion. It's very, very unfashionable around the dinner tables of Islington. So partly it's about status, partly it's about not wanting to, just leave that toxic thing in a box over there. The other thing, of course, is it's complicated and high effort from a policy perspective, right? You need real state capacity to deal with immigration. It's one thing to say you need to start deporting more people. Well, how do you do that, right? You need a force of blokes to round people up. You need somewhere to put them. You need a bureaucracy to manage them. You need an avenue of appeal for them that will deal with them quickly and equitably. And you need the actual resources to get them back to wherever they're from. And you need the countries where they're from to accept them. Right now, and that's just one area of policy, right? That's removing people who aren't supposed to be here. You look at, there are a number of other areas of policy too. So you spoke about the push factors. Now, Russian destabilization of countries, particularly in the Middle East and Africa, are push factors, right? But there are others too. Poverty is one push factor. So lack of economic opportunity. War is another push factor, big push factor. So lack of physical stability. The human rights situations of these countries is another push factor. And there are some of these things that it is within the collective ability of the West, or particularly Europe, to deal with. There are others where it's really not. And the areas where Western states can make a difference are very, very, very complicated and very, very high effort, right? So trade policy is a big example, because that informs, trade and development policy. I'm not going to say trade or development policy, because they're basically the same thing, right? International development and trade are very, very, very closely related, right? So I'll give you a worked example. What use is it having an equitable free trade agreement with Nigeria? Let's pick a random example. If the road to the port of Lagos is crap, right? They're not going to do the trade because you can't get stuff in and out of Nigeria efficiently, right? So there's an area of policy that needs looking at, right? What do we do? Well, we would need to help Nigeria build better infrastructure. How do we do that? How do we finance it? How do we deal with the corruption that would be inherent in that system, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? So it's an enormous high effort area of policy. And like most of us, politicians will do as little work as they can get away with. And this is one of the reasons why supranational organizations such as the European Union are often a hindrance to this, because basically national politicians, they get to outsource their jobs to a higher authority, and that higher authority may or may not actually do something about it, but it ceases to be the responsibility of national politicians to take any initiative at all. So it's very, very convenient. They can outsource the whole of trade and development policy to Brussels, and that will free up more time, arguing about the VAT on lavatory paper. So it's a colossal area of statecraft. It's not very fashionable, and it involves both push and pull factors. So yeah, there's an awful lot of blame and an awfully wide area to spread it around. But if they fail to grapple with it, which they profoundly have, then we will inevitably get outcomes like this. I don't see how any other outcomes are possible. Anyway, that's my little rant. Let's go to David Bailey, please. David Bailey, welcome.
Yeah, afternoon, friends. I really draw back space from going into the immigration debate, because I think it's as you said, Tim, it's multifaceted. It's actually quite complicated to deal with. But I think, especially in light of this case, it's important to point out one thing, that this is, if you want to make things as simple as they can be, this is nothing to do with immigration, really. This is to do with organized crime. This is to do with criminality and law and order, and that's it. Simply put, you're at the beginning. You don't know who these people are. I'll tell you exactly who these people are. These people are the organized crime gangs, the grunts that are selling coke and whatever else, illegal cigarettes, the grunts that are driving trucks with illegal cigarettes in the back. These are the people that you saw on the streets, exactly 100%. And it's the MO of the KGB in Russia. It's the MO of the KGB outside Russia. So the grunts that do the work of beating up people, this kind of stuff, this is who they are. And so you have these connections between, the KGB, and equally, and probably quite conspiratorial theory sounding assertion is that this, crosses both sides of the potential thuggery, right? So you're mentioning, I think, Pakistani or Bangladeshi gangs turning up in Luton or wherever. I'm not sure exactly what you said, Tim, but something like that, right? So yeah, there was a reaction. But, you can guarantee that the KGB handlers of those groups would have been flagging those groups to get out. So the guys that are dealing the heroin in Luton would have been on call, and inflamed. This organization, the KGB, knows what it's doing. It's been doing it for decades, and these, let's say, relationships between the Adams family in South London, the Keenans from Dublin, and now currently resident somewhere in the Middle East, or it may be in Zimbabwe, or maybe in Iran. These links are, well known, well documented. They're decades long, billion-dollar industry just in cocaine. More than that, probably, cocaine trafficked to European Union. It's just criminal activity. So I mean, the way you solve this is through accountability and transparency. And so, when I say, it's not about immigration, my point would be that the amount of problem immigration is probably, now I'm not going to be able to back this up with data. So if we want to have a deep discussion about immigration data and so forth, I'm not going to be able to do this now. But what I will do is make some assertions from my point of view. And the first assertion is this, that for 250,000 years, human beings have been migrating. And generally, if they live in a bad place, they move to a better place. There's nothing anything will do, point systems, this, that, and the other, is going to change the fact whether somebody is going to do that. Even given the fact that, let's say, somebody lives in a poor place, the actual percentage of people who are prepared to leave family and friends and go somewhere else is actually probably quite a small portion. Even if you ask them, would you like to live somewhere in a rich country? A lot of them might say yes, but in actual fact, a lot of them won't want to make that jump. They won't want to learn a new language. They won't want to do lots of things. So migration in and of itself, you can look at it as a problem, but basically it's a fact of life that needs managing. And so Well, I mean, what you need to do, from my perspective, is make reasonable migration as easy as possible. Also from the point of view of administration. So basically, if you're coming into the country to work and earn a living, maybe maybe it's exceptionally easy for you to get a first entry visa, not for permanent residency, but for the ability to work and pay taxes and so forth. Provided you've got a biometric ID, provided you live where you say you're going to live, and that's enforced. Those are the things that have to be done. Now, there are a lot of reasons why politically this is quite a difficult thing to organise, and also from an administration point of view, there are a lot of topics there that you have to go into, which is why I'm kind of reluctant to bring this up on the space as a topic that we should go into in depth, because I think that there are a lot of aspects here which are completely kind of not entirely in line with our mission. But nevertheless, hopefully you see what I'm saying. I mean, basically, if you look at the relationship with Hezbollah, the relationship with Hamas, heavily related to drug trafficking and people trafficking. The Captagon trade in the Middle East is massive. The Kinahan family from Dublin, very instrumental in that. They're also instrumental in the relationship between Hezbollah and the cartels in South America. And so on and so forth. And shadow fleet, again, it's illegal trade. It should be shut down. Now, this creates a need for a certain amount of, a huge amount of, let's say, military hardware and intent in order to be able to do those kinds of things. But these are the topics that need to be discussed, and blaming asylum seekers in a hotel in Southport or wherever else, or accusing somebody who doesn't exist of a knife crime on 3 young innocent girls, it's not relevant. It's not relevant to any of that.
Thank you very much for that, David. Yeah, I've got a number of I've got a couple of comments and a question. I mean, I think it's fallacious to say that the story of recent migration is one of continuity rather than change, right? Because the thing, the big thing we have that we haven't had until relatively recently is we have very well organized, very well resourced nation states, and we also have modern travel technology, right? So what this does is it enables the kind of movements you spoke about on, the technology enables such movements on a scale we've never really seen before. And the organized, well-resourced nation states with defined territories and borders are the antidote to it. So it's both far more possible to move and far more possible to prevent movement than it's ever been in our history. What states are doing is essentially a political choice not to do anything about it. There's nothing inevitable or organic about this state of affairs. It is novel even by technological standards, right? This started in the UK in the late 1990s, right? You can trace this back to there. Now, yes, we can agree though that it is a complicated and multifaceted area of policy, and of course the facet I missed out, as you rightly point out, is the organized crime element, right? There is a criminal justice element to this. Turning briefly back to the migration, I would say that yes, it's often said that a certain amount of immigration is desirable or positive. There seems to be no political agreement on what exactly that number is, and those who favor a liberal approach to this often just refuse to give, and they refuse to give any kind of indication of the scale that they support, resting instead on cliches about usually involving mango chutney. So yeah. there's this kind of unwillingness to grapple with the issue in any kind of granular detail, particularly among people who campaign within it. I'll just finish this point, David, and I'll go straight back to you. Now, the other matter is that that yes, there is a relatively small amount of people who would be willing and able to move, but they're a relatively small percentage of a very large number of people. So, for example, there was recently quite a very, very extensive poll taken in sub-Saharan Africa, which indicated that one third of the population of Africa below the Sahel would move if they would like to move somewhere else. Now, they don't want to go to Brazil or Indonesia. They, of course, want to come to Europe or perhaps North America. Now, that's an enormous number of people. That's the best part of, almost 300 million people. You don't have to get very many of those people who have the opportunity and the willingness to actually move when it comes to it to cause a pretty serious crisis. My final point, just before I go back to you, David, thank you for your patience, is that people are not fungible. Right. So there is immigration from certain parts of the world that has a positive net effect, particularly on the exchequer, or they come from places where they're culturally not particularly distinct from the countries they move to, and therefore their presence is barely noticed. Now, it's kind of axiomatic that very, very few people object to that sort of immigration. But as I said, the problem is that people are not fungible, right? So people might not to object to large numbers of Danes moving to the United Kingdom, but they might readily object to a similar number of Somalis moving to the United Kingdom, right? It's difficult to express this without sounding very, very racist about it, but this is how the majority of people feel, right? We have a cultural affinity to people who are more like us, and we tolerate them better than people who are not like us. And then there is the economics of the thing, right? On average, migration is somewhat beneficial economically. If you break it down by country of origin, then you find that some countries are very, very beneficial and other countries are very, very, what's the opposite of beneficial? I can't remember, but you know what I mean. So there are quite a substantial net drag on the exchequer. So as a general rule, European migration is very, very positive. Migration from literally everywhere else is very, very negative, and the two balance each other out as slightly positive. So there's kind of it feeds into the multifaceted policy making. It's difficult to walk through that particular field without treading on an awful lot of political landmines. And I think that goes back to what I said about high status versus low status opinion. Saying, it's kind of a foundation of liberal thought that people are essentially the same, right? That one man is as good as another, that we are kind of fungible work units. And if you suddenly start saying, actually, hang on, immigration policy proves statistically that is not the case. People from this country are not better for us than people, don't have the same impact as people from that other country. Then you kind of tread on a fundamental shibboleth of liberal thought, and people get very, very, very worried about that. I've got a question for you, David, though. Organized crime groups, that's a really good point. That hadn't even occurred to me, so thank you so much for bringing that up. Do they have the numbers for this sort of thing? Like, it seems to me there were quite a few thousand people involved in this. I'm surprised they can marshal that kind of, that amount of meat. David, I'll go back to you. Thank you for your patience.
How many people do you think work in the cocaine trade in the UK?
I have no idea.
Well, I mean, just think about the scale of the business. Then you have your answer. People engaged in drug trafficking and just the distribution arms of just narcotics. Never mind the massage parlors and all the rest of the things that they run. There's a significant portion of people, and most of them are exactly the group that you mentioned in terms of education level, and very easy to stir up. If you remember the comedy of Noel Coward sitting in his prison cell with the portrait of the Queen on the wall, that's from a let's say cultural tradition within those kinds of groups. So these people are typically very kind of nationalist driven organizations, and that's the way it is. And as I was saying, the same applies to the Pakistani and the Bangladeshi groups that are handled by the very same divisions of the embassy in Kensington. But one thing I was going to say is that this isn't just a specifically UK problem. So this is exactly the same playbook that we see on the southern border of the United States. It's exactly the same playbook that we see being promoted by the AfD, for example, in Germany, by numerous things. So this is a globally driven information vector from the KGB, and there's really no doubt about that whatsoever. Yeah, so I'd say that Mocha said it yesterday. Actually, you know, when you start talking like this, most people that you know and that you speak to that haven't really come into contact with any of this, they start looking at you like you're one of the tinfoil hat brigade, right? So it's not an easy thing to get across because the scale is huge. But this is all part of the same thing. Yeah, there's no coincidence that this rioting is happening at the same time as the Olympic Games, at the same time that they're cutting rail lines in Germany and France, at the same time that there's the boxing trans nonsense, at the same time as there's a prisoner exchange. This is all happening for one reason, and the one reason it's all happening now is because in October they'll run out of money because they won't be able to sell their oil anymore for dollars, and the other reason is that they're losing in Ukraine, and they're the two factors that are driving all of that.
Thank you very much, David. Let us go to Dad's Army fella, please. Dad's Army fella, welcome.
Thanks, Tim. Just on my lunch break, and I've just about got time for one or two comments, if I may, coming back to you on the things going on in the UK. Love listening to you guys. Tim and Mockers do a fantastic job along with everyone else. But I would want to come back to you on this. Firstly, the reporting of the Southport knife murderer, which you said, could have been, came from this Channel 3 thing. I've been looking a lot on social media and also on mainstream media, and the photo they published on the mainstream was of this 10-year-old choir boy looking very innocent, who happened to then move up to the Liverpool area. And when it comes, the actual photo of him today, and also the photographs of the drawings of him in court show, obviously a slightly different looking chap, a bit stronger and a bit more menacing. So that for me was very frustrating. I think a lot of people were absolutely filled with rage, because okay, so he didn't come or may not be a Muslim, apparently, we shall see, but a lot of knife attacks are conducted by Islamists, and the mainstream media do their best to sort of hide that part of it. So that's my first point. Second point, I would urge anyone who hasn't already to look at Tommy Robinson's video called Silenced. It gives his side of things. People immediately hear his name and label him a far-right extremist, whatever that might mean. But I think when I watched that video, I was quite impressed by what he had been doing over the years, trying to expose, for example, the grooming gangs in Rotherham and indeed a lot of places in the UK. Thirdly, there is the element, you guys know more than I do about the sort of strategy of Russia, Iran, China, the bad guys, and the ability of it, and also Islam, when you actually study some of the more extreme parts of Islam, conducting jihad in various ways, one of which is through emigration into other parts of the world. Fourthly, Tim, I would just come back to you on the ability of the British population to protest without the helping hand of the Russians. You only have to look at the miners' strike, but we have a history of protesting. We're pretty good at it, so I don't think we can say this was initiated by Russian propaganda, or at least I don't think so. And fifthly, I know nothing about what David was talking about, the drugs gangs, so I definitely need to read into that. But I must admit, I didn't know what that had got to do with it, so I need to try and understand that more. Those are my points. Thanks so much. I'll wait to hear back, and might just have to drop down and get back to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Dad's Army fella. Yeah, David's point was in response to me wondering exactly why, or rather exactly how, these rioters managed to organize so quickly and so extensively. That suggested to me that this was not political, right? Because the political far right in the United Kingdom is not that big and is not organized at all. David Bailey pointed out that this is likely to have been, the organization element is organized, is organized crime. So these people are the appendages of the various drug distribution gangs in the United Kingdom, which, as David follows this stuff very closely, I'm inclined to believe. So that was kind of the point there. Robinson is one of these people who's a bit kind of Janusy, right? He's got these two faces, and on the one hand, he has done some fairly positive things. I mean, exposing the grooming gang phenomenon when nobody else was talking about this is certainly to his limited credit. On the other hand, he is somebody who has, he's somebody who has, he's very erudite. He's clearly very intelligent. He is good at, he's good at speaking on camera, and he has very, very deep Russian connections, right? This is a guy who has been to, who's been to St. Petersburg and Moscow as a guest of various Russian politicians and journalists, right? This guy is tied into that world. So I'm kind of disinclined to take him at face value as this kind of working class hero. He just seems a heck of a lot more insidious to me than that. So there's a reason I described him as a right-wing George Galloway. He's that kind of hardened ideological actor who is very, very good at coming across as an honest bloke who's just concerned about things. So yeah, I don't share your sympathy for the man, I'm afraid, Dad's Army fella. Now, the Islamist issue, yes. What bugs me about that is the apparent willingness of the British state to allow these people to organize in quite open ways. So we've seen this quite a lot in the hate marches, right? We've seen organizations putting blokes onto the street, and let's face it, it is nearly always blokes who have demonstrable connections back to Tehran, right? So they organize based on these various front societies. They're usually called something like the Society of Imam Ali or something like that. They're just Tehran fronts. They are IRGC operations designed to corrupt and influence British politics. On the other side, we've seen the supposedly mainstream mouthpieces of Islam in the UK. It's a game of musical chairs between the leadership of those and the leadership of the Muslim Brotherhood, right? These organizations, the people who claim to speak for Muslims living in the UK, they are connected to a wider ecosystem of Islamist extremism that harbors and fuels terrorism. I don't know what we do about this. When it comes to the Iranian stuff, we just need to start deporting people, right? People who organize this bullshit, people who coordinate these fake groups, they just need to go. I don't care if they're administratively British. The Home Secretary has the power to un-British them if it's in the public interest. Somebody needs to get serious about this. And this is the response, right? This is the response that Sir Keir Starmer has to give to this latest unrest. He needs to come down very hard on the rioters, and he needs to get serious about the root causes of the riot. Like, it's, you know, the fact that as David Bailey points out, that these rioters are connected part of organized crime groups, I think is interesting, but in the broader political sense, not especially relevant, because they do have a lot of good faith sympathy from the wider British public. And the longer we go without doing something about this, then the greater and deeper that sympathy will become, and this sentiment will become more and more and more organic. You can't conjure this stuff up in a vacuum. It takes conditioning, right? You have to prepare the space to do it. And the space has been prepared without any Russian involvement at all, right? The preparation, the ground has been prepared for this sort of civil unrest by several decades of policy failure and unwillingness to grapple with what is a very serious concern for the overwhelming majority of inhabitants of our United Kingdom. Okay, I'll go back to you, Dad's Army fella, and then we'll go to David.
Great, thank you. Yeah, just 2 points then. If I can urge you again to watch the silenced video, I think it's on YouTube, with Tommy Robinson. Another area that he's exposed was this fear, I think, and political correctness not to tackle things on an equal basis. So in that video, he mentions this a Syrian boy who was attending school in the UK. He was already known as a bit nasty. He'd been caught with a knife and a bit of a bully. And then one day, a lad came along whose sister had been badly treated by this chap, and meted out a little bit of justice in the playground by way of pouring a bottle of water over his head. This was then blown out of all proportion, and the Syrian boy, with help from whoever, accused the chap of waterboarding him. Now, the situation now is that boy has had to move from that area because he was the one painted as the bad chap. The Syrian guy received £100,000 in compensation. And Tommy Robinson went in there and conducted some interviewing, of which he wasn't allowed to do because he was slammed by the authorities and given a I can't remember what you call it, but basically he wasn't meant to do this, but he went undercover and interviewed numerous people in the school, including teachers and other pupils, and without them knowing. So this is why he's also in trouble. But they all said, you know, this chap was nasty, and it was all done handled so badly, and sort of almost Orwellian how the chap just sticking up for his sister became seen as the bad guy. If you don't like Tommy Robinson, then there's another chap I've come across called Douglas Murray. I don't know if you've heard of him. He's at the other end of the spectrum in terms of sort of he's been sort of educated through Oxford and Eton and all this sort of stuff, but he also is very much a proponent of warning the dangers of extreme Islam. Yeah, those are my 2 points. Many thanks again.
Thank you, Dad's Army fella. I would make a final point before we circle back to Ukraine. Now, you have to be very careful with the film Silenced. because Tommy Robinson lost a libel claim based on those exact events, right? So the Syrian man in question sued Tommy Robinson for libel and won. And if you read the judgment, it's actually it's a pretty stinging indictment of the dishonesty of Robinson's argument. So I would be very careful with that film in particular. There is also a court order against Robinson, which orders him not to show it. And that was part of the reason for his arrest after the demonstration after the rally in London a couple of weeks ago, was he defied that court order. And this is a pattern with Robinson, right? He does his politics thing, and he does it in some illegal way, right? So he breaks some technicality around it. Then he gets prosecuted for it, and then he cries foul, right? And this is essentially, it's a form of cry bullying by Robinson, right? So, for example, he was arrested and prosecuted for, he's got a lot of criminal convictions, right, ranging from assault to mortgage fraud. But he's got he breached reporting restrictions around a particular trial, which could have prejudiced the trial, right? And then he was prosecuted for that. And then he said, well, they're just trying to silence me. It's like, well, no, we just have to wait until we have a verdict on this case, because in the opinion of the judge, it is politically sensitive and therefore could prejudice the trial. And it was the same with the film Silenced, right? He had a court order not to show that film because it contained libelous content. He ignored the court order and was arrested and is now a wanted man, right? So this is cry bullying, right? This is not good faith politics. This is not him being silent. This is him breaking the law and expecting to be able to get away with it because he's Tommy Robinson. So I think we do have to be very, very careful with him, because he is not an honest, good faith actor in all this. He is very, very insidious. It is to his very limited credit that, well, in fact, I would go further. I would say it's to his considerable credit that he was talking about the issue of Pakistani grooming gangs before anybody else was interested. In fact, during a time when local authorities, MPs, police, and social services were actively covering up the phenomenon, right? Like this is a scandal that deserves a heck of a lot more coverage, in my opinion. So he was active in exposing that quite a while ago. He's really done nothing good since. He's been thoroughly disgracing himself. So I would be very careful. My final word on that, Dad's Army fella, is I would be extremely careful with Robinson. He does appear to be Russian directed. He is not a good faith actor in the political process in the United Kingdom. He does defy entirely reasonable court orders and gets himself into trouble. And he is a dishonest criminal in a number of other respects as well. So yeah, that's kind of my word on that. Okay, so building up to the last half hour of my little segment here, we have gone kind of off track, but we've managed to keep ourselves rooted in Russian propaganda and information operations. And I'd like to welcome Peter Hedderly to the co-host chair. Peter, welcome. Always a pleasure to co-host with you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Tim. Good to co-host with you as well. I woke up at 6:30 this morning. Mockers was going on, and she was still going on at 1 o'clock or whatever. So that's just ridiculous. So I thought I'd give her an hour off. I'm sure she's got other things to do, which is the case. So happy to step in for an hour and relieve the strain on some of the other members of the team. So there we are. Yep. I'm not totally up to date with what's going on. I've been away for the weekend, so haven't been able to catch everything. But I did a co-host session on Saturday night, parked up and stopped off with Yana. So I'm sort of vaguely aware of what's going on. Lots of booms, lots of difficulty, lots of pressure for the Russians, and this is generating more and more pleas for ceasefire and peace agreement and all sorts of nonsense like that, and avoid the real issue of them getting out of Ukraine. Yeah, what else is new?
So, well, yes, a number of things. Maybe perhaps we should have a look at our excuse me, some headlines. Big news is that there has been a Russian submarine finally destroyed. So the Rostov-on-Don, which is a Kilo-class submarine, was destroyed, possibly by a Storm Shadow missile strike, but that as yet is unreported. Now, the significance of this strike has been disputed. I had our friend Gunny on my feed talking about how this submarine was basically damaged beyond repair already. And unless they want it for spare parts, which he says is unlikely, this strike probably hasn't made an enormous difference to the course of the war. But nevertheless, it is rather fun when Ukraine touches Russia where it shouldn't. Other things being destroyed, an S-400 missile system protecting the Kerch Bridge connecting Crimea and Russia. So it goes across that little strait going into the Sea of Azov. The best protected bridge in the world there have been an S-400 heavy anti-aircraft missile system protecting that bridge destroyed, as well as reported an S-500 missile system. But I didn't think S-500 was in service yet, so maybe that's misreporting. Although these things are often an updated missile rather than a whole updated system. So the Russian nomenclature can be slightly confusing. Now, there has been an evacuation order of children and their parents from the Donetsk region, where Russia has been claiming that she has advanced considerably in the previous weeks. So the governor of Donetsk Oblast, Mr. Vadim Filashkin, has said that the enemy is bombing towns and villages of these communities every day. So it was decided to evacuate the children along with their parents. He cited particularly the town of Novogorodka, which is about 12 miles from the village of Novolesivka Persha, which Russian sources claim was captured on Sunday. This involves approximately 744 children, along with a number of their family members, will be relocated to 4 other regions in Ukraine. Now, in other news, Botswana has signed the Swiss summit peace demand. So Botswana has been. This is off the back of a charm offensive from Mr. Dmytro Kuleba, the Foreign Secretary of Ukraine, who has been visiting Malawi, Zambia, Mauritius, and Botswana over this week. Well, he is in Africa this week in order to shore up diplomatic support for Ukraine. As we know, Africa has been a little bit wobbly on this point. Some of it is firmly in the tanky sphere, and particularly the French bits. So Mali, which is in northern Africa, announced on Saturday that it was breaking off diplomatic relations with Ukraine because Mali's shiny new security partner, quote unquote, edging out the French, is of course Wagner Group. Now, Wagner activity across Africa has intensified in recent years. So countries that don't have a firm and committed security partner in a Western country find themselves having a little bit of trouble with the Russians stuffing up their politics and their economies. So this obviously is combined with corruption offensives by Russians and, of course, political offenses playing into historic grievances about colonialism and current grievances about some imaginary neo-colonialism, both of which, of course, are something that Russia doesn't do. You can't see my air quotes, but I did air quotes. So Mr. Kuleba said of his trip, among the key topics will be the participation of African states in global efforts to restore a just peace for Ukraine and the world. So I'm sure we all wish Mr. Kuleba, the Ukrainian Foreign Secretary, the best of luck on his trip. Now, there is to be a parliamentary inquiry in Australia into the efficiency and timeliness of Australian support for Ukraine. Now, the Australians have been among the largest supporters of Ukraine outside of NATO. So they are the 6th largest non-NATO aid contributor as a percentage of GDP, which I think is impressive for a country that is on the far side of the world. But we like to identify the interconnectivity of things here on MriyaReport. We see Russia and China as part of essentially the same axis. China is the would-be hegemon in Southeast Asia, and indeed a would-be hegemon globally. Australia can either ally with like-minded countries and see this problem holistically, or she can find herself isolated under Chinese domination if they get what they want. So Australia may be on the far side of the world, but Ukraine, as the coalface of the fight for democracy and freedom, is very much every free democracy's issue. So General Mick Ryan, a friend of MriyaReport and frequent guest, will present to the Senate inquiry today, and he is apparently complaining about Australia's flagging aid. General Ryan has said that the pace and scale of aid needs to change, particularly as 2024 shapes up as a very tough year militarily and diplomatically for Ukraine. So that's kind of the headlines I've got. We've got a few military developments as well. So it is reported that Ukrainian forces conducted drone strikes against an oil depot in Rostov, and missile strikes against fuel storage warehouses in occupied Luhansk city. This was yesterday. Obviously, the biggest news has been that the first batch of US-made F-16 fighter jets has been received. Now, the F-16s, the information space, the Russian information space response seems to be to downplay their significance and downplay their potential battlefield effects. Now, this is of course contradictory, right? So this is contradictory to another Russian disinformation vector, which has claimed that that the delivery of F-16s to Ukraine is some kind of uncrossable red line. Now, it is interesting that there is a phrase in Russia called which is China's final warning, which is an ironic Russian observation on the fact that Chinese threats usually have little consequences. So they tend to jump up and down and stamp their little Winnie the Pooh feet a lot, but they never actually do anything. Now, one might call this a Russian red line, which you can apparently skip across wearing a full Morris dancing outfit, and the Russians do precisely bugger all about it. So this red line, flatly ignored by the West, F-16s are now in Ukraine. Russian mill bloggers seem to be undermining their own disinformation vector by claiming that it doesn't really matter anyway. In other news, there have been confirmed advances in Donetsk, particularly to the west of Donetsk city and in the Donetsk-Zaporizhia border area, particularly also to the east of Pokrovsk. And a final note on the military front here from the ISW, the Russian defense industry is reportedly still manufacturing missiles with Western components. So that's kind of a quick look at the headlines for you and a quick kind of politico-military update. What have you got for us, Peter?
Certainly about the submarine. Well, Jan and I discussed this on Saturday evening because I think it had just happened. And when I heard that a second submarine had been hit, I was absolutely over the moon until I discovered it was the same one as had been hit previously. The Rostov-on-Don had been struck whilst in dry dock in Sevastopol, and we hadn't heard much of it for best part 6 months, I think. And it obviously presumably had been moved out of dry dock or something. There was great speculation whether it could be repaired due to the nature of the damage, and it seems the question seems to have now been put to rest, because it's been hit whilst it's on water and has apparently sunk. So I thought it was the second submarine of the 4 that are in the Black Sea Fleet. Well, the other 3 are holed up at Novorossiysk, unable to operate from there because the port isn't kitted out for operating those submarines or reloading them with ammo and stuff. So it's the same one they previously hit, which was a little bit disappointing, but nevertheless, given the other 3 are effectively virtually beyond use, they can't really risk sailing them back into Sevastopol for proper loading and that, and certainly not now. So probably the Ukrainians aren't desperately worried about them because they're effectively out of use anyway. But yeah, I mean, good to hear that they have kind of sunk it or whatever. So that's another well, it's ironically that a submarine is turned into a permanent submarine, and we know about the Moskva being turned into a submarine, but they've turned the Rostov-na-Donu into a submarine permanently on the bottom of the seabed, apparently. So yeah, interesting. And then some of the other things as well, are sort of catching up with those about annoying to hear advances, certainly towards Pokrovsk and in Donetsk Oblast. We really by now should be reversing the stage, and the advances should be going the other way. But it just shows you how long it takes to reverse the get action and reversing this out after this 6-month hiatus, with the Ukrainians not having received what they needed. So yeah, interesting.
Well, I think the thing about the Donetsk offensive from kind of the Donetsk and Kharkiv offensive is this has been going on for months, right? So you think about the effort on Kharkiv, around Volchansk particularly in Kharkiv, that's been ongoing since the 10th of May. So they've been doing this for almost 3 months. They've gained negligible amounts of ground. So Kharkiv city itself is still not within tubed artillery range. They haven't even fully taken Volchansk, right? So they're not only failing to gain any significant ground, but they have been taking eye-watering casualties. The last week's weekly rolling Russian death figure from the Ukrainian MOD was 8,000 men, right? So more than 1,000 men a day on a daily average. Like this is absolutely extraordinary, and this is an operation involving almost 50,000 men, and it's been reinforced from an initial force of about 5,000. 5,000. So they crossed the border with a handful of battalion tactical groups. They've since had to substantially reinforce to stop the Ukrainian counterattack, which began in early June. So they attacked for a month up to about the 10th of June. Then the Ukrainians regained the initiative and started getting ground back. And since then, the Russian resources tied up in this area has been an absolutely colossal. Has been absolutely colossal, and it's come at an enormous cost to Russian forces, and hasn't really achieved anything. They didn't even take Volchansk, and we were speculating at the time when they went into Volchansk, what are they going to do? And it kind of looked like they were going to, it kind of looked like Volchansk was kind of a bit of a distraction, right? And the main effort was actually going to be across the border, kind of the direct line into Kharkiv city. Right, so draw Ukrainian forces away from that little corridor between Kharkiv and the border, because that's one of the most heavily fortified places in the entire world. So it's like the North Korean, South Korean border, and then it's Kharkiv, right? Because it's a major population center for the Ukrainians, and they can't. It's a massive city as well. They really don't want it to be within tubed artillery range of the Russians, because then the Russians will Grozny the entire place. So they had a bit of a problem operating in that particular area, because it would be so hard a slog that even the Russians would blush. So attack Vovchansk, conceivably draw off Russian forces into Vovchansk. If they can get away with it, do a kind of left hook around, use those roads just to the south of Vovchansk, cross that marshy area by going to the south of it, and then kind of pincer onto Vovchansk after going through all those obstacles that had been cleared of Ukrainian troops by the Vovchansk offensive. By the Vovchansk offensive, I beg your pardon. If that was the plan, it most certainly failed, right? The Ukrainians stopped the Vovchansk push and reversed it quite substantially without any apparent impact on the corridor between Kharkiv and Russia. So it's kind of, it just seems like a colossal and costly operational failure for the Russians. Okay, so they're making gains in other areas further to the south in Donetsk. Does that in any way compensate for what they've done, what they failed to do in the north? There was always a suspicion that the whole of the Kharkiv offensive was some kind of distraction. If that was a distraction, then they've been trying to distract the Ukrainians for 3 months, and they haven't really managed it. So, yeah, it's all a bit of a goat fuck for the Russians, this one. What do you reckon, Peter?
Yeah, I think it's certainly a mess for them, and they haven't. They are what they want, what they would have liked to achieve, have achieved, whatever that is. They now find themselves unable to achieve. I would have thought, at a minimum, that would have been to get within artillery firing range of Kharkiv, to just cause absolute hell and chaos and disorder there, and basically terrorize the civilian population. That is Russia's modus operandi. It's bleeding obvious. You can't deny it. They can't deny it. It's just how they operate, what they do. So it's logical to assume that was one of their main objectives, based on previous behaviour. The fact that they couldn't do it, basically, I think shows how weak their military's got. They've got down to launching meat wave attacks on motorcycles, mopeds, and crazy Chinese golf cart buggies. And when it gets down to that level, I think that there's sufficient evidence that they're clutching at straws, as it were. And I wouldn't say I've lost the plot. They're just happy to funnel more and more people into it. And you'd think that these people must realise that they're just being put into a meat grinder, and the Russian government doesn't care about them. But I think the control of information is so severe, and they're so brainwashed, and presumably they have all their mobile phones taken off them, so they just don't have very much grasp on reality. Plus, as we know, they have these backing troops who sort of shoot deserters and make examples out of them. So going backwards is not an option. It's a pretty awful situation, really, and it ties the Ukrainians up. All we can hope is that Ukrainians can sort of just gradually over time replenish all their weaponry resources, and as soon as possible, hopefully get the F-16s into the fray to keep the skies safe and get rid of these blooming glide bombs, which really are very difficult to deal with, because they're not knocking out the air bases where they're launched from. They're restricted to effectively trying to interdict each glide bomb, which is an extremely difficult proposition. So yeah, we'll have to see what happens, but it seems pretty clear that once again the Russians, basically Putin is writing checks that his military cannot cash. That's what it amounts to, and he keeps on doing it. And the more checks he writes, and the more they can't cash. They're getting down to a sort of law of diminishing returns, where they're just less and less capable. Most of the army who went in the first place, of course, are no longer there. The ones who are there are ill-equipped and not trained. And it comes back a lot to what Chuck was saying about a year ago now, is that there are three things that are critical with an army, and this is not anybody with any military experience whatsoever speaking, but it's just common sense, is that the three things are the men, the equipment, and the training. That the men have got to be properly motivated, they've got to be properly equipped, with the tools to do the job, and they've got to have decent enough training to understand what they're doing and do the job properly. And if there's a deficiency in any one of those areas, it can be basically fatal. It can undermine your whole thing. And not only the Russians is there a deficiency in one of those areas, there's major deficiencies in all three areas. As I think Chuck used the term, they are negatively inflected in all three areas. And, on the basis of that they just cannot possibly succeed. And you don't need to be a military genius or even any military experience to just to see how that's entirely logical and kind of it shows to me the inevitability of where this is going and what the ultimate outcome is going to be. It's just taking a hell of a lot more time than any of us would wish.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is something that the Ukrainians seem to have internalized, right? And you heard General Zaluzhny before his well, I don't want to say removal, promotion to ambassador to the court of St. James's. You heard him using the term kind of what's it called, positional warfare a lot. Now, positional warfare is newspeak for trench warfare, right? So you have a war of movement and you have the exact opposite, a positional war, where the front lines are relatively static, they don't move very much, and attrition becomes an important factor, right? Who can afford to keep making attacks? Who can afford to keep mounting defenses? And it becomes kind of you kind of, I don't want to say you wait out the enemy. That's not what it is, but you know what I mean, right? It's not about big decisive movements and taking big bites of ground out of the enemy. It becomes about how precisely, how concertedly you can attack and how resolutely you can defend. And this is the kind of warfare that inevitably favors Russia over Ukraine, right? Because Russia has the higher pain threshold when it comes to men and materiel, and Russia holds a great deal of the objectives that she reportedly wants. Right, so Russia is occupying a big chunk of Ukraine. Okay, she claims 2 oblasts that she doesn't fully control. In Kherson Oblast, she hardly controls any of it. Zaporizhia Oblast, she hardly controls any of it. Donetsk Oblast, she doesn't control very much of it. The other two being Luhansk and Crimea. But nevertheless, she does hold a big chunk of Ukraine, and calls for negotiation at this point from the Russians. Yeah, right. So there's kind of one of the memes in this kind of warfare from Russia is this frozen conflict, right? If you can basically keep the front lines where they are, that's a victory for Russia if the fighting stops, right? Doesn't have to be an all singing, all dancing peace treaty. It just has to be seen as aggression by Ukraine if the fighting restarts. So this is kind of an advantageous form of warfare to Russia. She can afford to stick it out. Ukraine needs to break the deadlock because Ukraine's pain threshold is much lower. Ukraine has a third of the population of Russia, well, more like a quarter of the population of Russia, and Ukraine has less materiel. And less ability, her state has a lesser ability to mobilize, and she also has a smaller economy and a smaller industrial base. Now, obviously, Ukraine is changing in the latter regard. but so is Russia, right? It was fun early on in the conflict to poke fun at Russian, the Russian war machine. What is now fighting in Russia is not the force that went in 2022. The Russian economy that now exists, the Russian defense industrial base, is not the defense industrial base that Russia started with. Russia has improved in all areas drastically. Russia has proven herself capable of mounting sophisticated offensive operations to an extent, but also capable of mounting sophisticated dynamic defenses. We saw that last summer during the apparent failure of the Ukrainian counteroffensive at basically every single point along the line. Right? Russia successfully defended against that. What does this mean for us here in the Ukraine supporting information space? Well, it means we must do more. So we need to keep the pressure up. We need to keep the drum beating to support Ukraine with more of the same. So more artillery ammunition, more vehicles, more missiles. But we also need substantial deliveries of Ukraine also needs substantial deliveries of more sophisticated offensive systems. F-16 is a hot topic at the moment. Now, the pledges of F-16s have been somewhere around 70 from variously Norway, Denmark, Belgium, and the Netherlands, and an unspecified number from the United States. Now, so far, they have been delivered some. I don't know exactly how many. We've had conversations here on MriyaReport with the aviation nerds. They think that a minimum viable number of F-16s to operate would be somewhere around a squadron, so 24 to 30 aircraft. The Ukrainians have said they want 100. Excuse me. The Ukrainians have said they want 130. Now, it's not beyond us to deliver that many. Right, several thousand of these things have been made. There is still a live production line. There is quite a long queue to get them, but there is still a production line. It is within the capacity of the West to deliver these things. We particularly need the cooperation and generosity of our friends across the Atlantic in the United States. So the way Ukraine seems to be behaving is they took delivery of, or rather, they accepted the promise of 2 AEW&C aircraft from Sweden. They're called Saab A340 or something like that, A390. I can't remember exactly what they're called. But this is a new capability for Ukraine. So they've never operated AEW&C before, at least not in this war. And this is a capability that you need if you are planning on running a very sophisticated air war indeed. So this suggests that Ukraine has big plans in the air, but she lacks the modern airframes to effect it. So Ukraine is building something here in the air war, and we collectively, the West, need to ensure that she gets the crates to do it. So we need to keep up the pressure. We need to keep banging the drum and make sure Ukraine gets the support she needs before the positional warfare situation along the front line favors Russia irrevocably. Okay, I see my relief is here, Peter, in the form of Yom. So I'm going to drop down at this point. Thank you very much to everybody for a fascinating discussion this afternoon. We've covered a number of things. So Russian hybrid operations, Russian misinformation, particularly in the UK in the context of the recent race riots that the UK has been experiencing. We see the hand of Russia in those. Thank you very much to David Bailey, of course, who came up to talk to us about the organized crime element of all of this. And thank you to Mockers and Peter for sitting with me all afternoon. I'll see you tomorrow, everybody. Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava, and thank you very much, Tim, for the last hour or so. I've just been I've stepped into Mokka's seat temporarily to give her a bit of a lunch break, and I will also see you tomorrow because I'm up with you tomorrow, I think, from 11 till 2 UK time, which would be 1 PM till 4 PM your time. So I look forward to that session tomorrow, by which time I might have caught up a bit more with the news. But yes, certainly things are happening all over the place, and we have we have sort of interesting developments on the front line, on the seas, and also both diplomatically and in the air, certainly with the first F-16s arriving in Ukraine. I haven't heard over the weekend what they've done with them. Rumours they've only got 6 so far, so it's not really too many, not really enough to make enough of a difference. But there was a comment being said that they expect to output about 6 trained F-16 pilots on a rolling monthly basis. So if that does happen and if they keep it up, then that will start to have make a difference, on an incremental monthly basis, into the future. And it would be nice to see the difference of those F-16s appearing in greater numbers in the coming months. And let's hope they can start by getting rid of these damn glide bombs, or putting them at bay, or pushing them much further back into Russia. One of the things I would like to see is the air bases that they're operating from come under much greater pressure and attack, and the aircraft knocked out. It was wonderful to see a weekend ago now, I think last weekend it was, the first attack on Alenia Air Base in Murmansk Oblast, 1,800 kilometers from Ukraine, a new record in terms of a distance that a drone has reached. And they had been accumulating more and more bombers at Alenia Air Base, because they were at risk further south in places like, I think, Ryazan and Saratov, Engels Air Base in Saratov, and various others. So I think they'd been putting them further and further away. And the further and further away they put them, the further and further the Ukrainian drones seem to reach. What a wonderful sense of karma. Anyway, we've now got John up into the seat. I'm due to step down, I think, for Tracy. So I will first of all welcome John and just check his audio is working okay, and then try and make sure that my replacement is at hand. And then in due course I will release the chair to whoever is coming up next. But John, good afternoon. How are you doing?
Hi, Peter. Yeah, hope I'm coming through okay. I don't usually have any problems with audio, but let me know if I am. Okay, so all good.
Yep, it's all good. All good.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Peter, for covering this last hour with Tim. And yeah, it's been a really interesting discussion. So thank you very much for that. As you just said, Peter, Tracy and I will be taking over for the next couple of hours, and then I think Tracy's staying on for, I don't know, another 15 or something after like she always does. Absolute machine is our Tracy. So we're going to be continuing the discussion on a more kind of general nature for the next hour, and then from 11 o'clock my time, which is I think 5 p.m. Kyiv time, we'll be doing a frontline update where we're kind of drawing together various sources like Ukrainian Stratcom and various other sources as well, to give you a kind of overview of the front line as we go through that second hour. So it should be an interesting couple of hours. Just a couple of PSAs while we wait for Tracy to arrive here. First of all, I would point you to the fundraiser, which we are currently running, which is, I think it's the last tweet in the nest, Citizen Gunfighters. This is a film that's being made by uber friend of the space, yes, indeed, Ben Official, who is a documentary filmmaker who's already made one excellent documentary about the about what is going on in Ukraine, which you can see at tothezeroline.com. We are helping him to fund his second documentary, which is called Citizen Gunfighters. And if you have a bit of spare cash lying around, you can donate to that. And of course, this is important because it's a difficult fight that we have. Not a difficult fight, but it's a long-term fight that we have in terms of how we advocate for Ukraine. The day-to-day we can do on the space here, which of course is extremely important. We can bring you news. We can kind of deconstruct various Russian narratives that we see popping up in the news and on our timelines. And this, of course, is all extremely important. We're also fundraising for the short term for different units and different kind of acute crises in Ukraine, like with the what you call them, those things, Hatsadenki. The generators, that's the one. The generators and the solar power generators that we pulled some money together for Kharkiv after the bombing became extremely intense there, to make sure that those hospitals could remain effective and open. And other things that we have been raising money for, various drones and various equipment for frontline units. But in terms of the long-term advocacy, solid information which shows the kind of the on-the-ground personal stories of people in Ukraine. This, of course, is also extremely important, and this is what Beneficial's latest documentary movie will provide. So if you can contribute to that in some way, that would be extremely welcome, and we would be extremely grateful if you could help us in funding Beneficial's new documentary film. So that is the first PSA I will put out there. The second thing I'll say is that I see that we currently have 146 listeners on the space. Thank you so much for joining us. We only have one person in the speaker panel. Is Peter, who's hanging around there just to make sure that the transition is a smooth one to Tracy and I taking over. But if you have anything you want to ask, anything you want to share, anything you want to come up and comment upon, please come up to the panel and talk to Tracy and I as we go through the next couple of hours. So I spent an awful long time in the listener section before I took the plunge and came up to speak. It can be a bit intimidating, can be a bit worrying to kind of press that button and your mouth goes dry and your heart starts beating, depending on whether you're an introvert or an extrovert, I guess is a part of that. But if you want to come up and speak, please come up and speak. And I certainly don't bite. And I think Tracy is generally very nice to people who come up to speak. So you're always welcome to come up and speak. Yeah, Tracy's probably really nice. I shouldn't have said that, but hey, I said it, never mind. But here we are. So yeah, lots of interesting things going on. Certainly over the weekend, the big standout for me was the arrival of F-16s. However small the number of them may be, they certainly, well, I believe that President Zelensky has already stated that they are already flying combat missions of one form or another. And I do note that the number of Shahed drones has kind of ticked up quite a lot that have been shot down over the past few days. So maybe that is causation, and maybe it's just correlation. I don't know, but that's kind of where we are. Tracy, long time no see. When was the last time I was on with you? Was it last Thursday? It was like a long time ago. How you doing?
I'm very well, thank you, John. Hello and good day, everybody. Well, I'm kind of well. It's only 15 degrees here, everybody. Absolutely rubbish in summer. Of course, I'm British. I have to moan about the weather.
Well, can I just get my wins in first? Because it's like been 37, 38 degrees with 80% humidity for the last 4 or 5 days. And the overnight low is barely below 30. So which you prefer, Tracy? I think I'd rather be where you are. At least you can put a bloody sweater on.
Aye, well, yes, I had my electric blanket on last night, John. Can you believe that in summer?
Oh, you gotta love the English summer. Oh my word, how fantastic. Yeah, so 15 degrees, that's kind of funny actually. So yeah, I'm not really jealous of you, but I'm not at all pleased with where I am myself. But anyway, enough of this weather nonsense. What are you seeing, Tracy? What's kind of piquing your interest over the last 24 hours or so?
Well, I thought we would start today, John, with some humanitarian topics of the day. How does that sound?
Sounds fantastic, Tracy. What have you got?
So, a couple of different things. I've posted these for everybody to have a look at. So, the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities has reported that 8 communities of the Kyiv region have received school buses from foreign partners, and this is for organised transportation of children to educational institutions. 12 buses will take the children to the schools from the beginning of the new academic year, and these communities receive the transport, and you can read more about that on the website of the Congress of the Local and Regional Authorities. So that's pretty good, right? Lots of school buses, definitely very needed.
Absolutely, yeah. Got to get those kids into school, yeah. And that's really good. I like these kind of donations that we see. I seem to remember a lot of fire engines, fire trucks, whatever they're called these days, were supplied to Ukraine. Certainly earlier on in the war, I think that some of those are still going through. And all of this stuff just to keep things ticking over when things are under a great deal of pressure. Every day, I think, Tracy. So it's kind of good to see these kind of things going on, isn't it? And I also noted, not necessarily exactly the same kind of thing, but I did see that the US, is it the US, has granted $3.9 billion to Ukraine as well. So that's a great thing to see, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I was just looking at that, some information actually that the Prime Minister posted about that, John. So that was pretty good. I can just give you a bit more detail about that in a moment when I scroll back through all my many posts and find it. Yeah, so $3.9 billion grant from the US, the World Bank, through the World Bank. These funds will help finance priority budget expenditures such as teachers, and rescuers' salaries, which is, of course, excellent news. I remember the UK gave a package like this. It's a little bit ago now, actually, so I wonder if we're going to be giving a new one soon. But anyway, at least it's good to see these things happening. This is the first tranche of a direct budget support from the US in 2024. In general, Ukraine will receive $7.8 billion in total in direct budget aid from the US this year, so 2024. And that will enable it to confidently pass the financial period. And the Prime Minister, of course, thanks the US and the World Bank for a high level of attention and support that strengthens our resilience in countering barbaric Russian aggression. So I think that's definitely very good news. And before we go on to my SBU case of the day, I just have a couple of more humanitarian things to talk about. So in Kherson, they have been receiving drinking water. This is something that's been going on since the terrorist attack and the blowing up of the Kakhovska hydroelectric power plant and the dam, of course. And I think people may be surprised to see or to know that actually, especially here after the blowing up of the dam, communities are still cut off from getting water, but not just solely limited to Kherson, but this is one of the more difficult areas. So this charitable organisation has been sending water in. This is something that happens on a regular basis. Volunteers on this occasion delivered 80,000 litres of drinking water to several different communities in the Kherson region, specifically in Bereshlav communities. So that's definitely good news. And they are also working still to repair things in Kherson. So 28 different brigades with 153 workers and 46 pieces of equipment are working to restore light. Last day, the power industry carried out emergency restoration works on lines in various communities. 10 workers of Kherson Region Communal Emergency and Rescue Service worked on the restoration of buildings that were damaged. Priority repair work was carried out on various addresses. Sappers also have been working in the communities there, and they surveyed, well, a massive area, 334,665 hectares of territories have been deoccupied so far. 193,000 explosive objects were discovered up to now in these territories. I mean, that's a staggering amount, isn't it? Just in that one territory there. And the delivery of humanitarian aid to the residents of Kherson continues. Yesterday, residents also received 1,680 loaves of bread, 250 portions of hot lunches, 1,642 litres of water from international public organisations, benefactors and volunteers. So good to see that that aid is still flowing in, but really staggering at this stage that it's still needed. I mean, we should be doing more, John.
Yeah, absolutely, Tracy. And I think it's kind of useful to sort of step back every now and again and just kind of think about exactly what is going on. Obviously, the big ticket items are the booms and the bits of military kit that comes into Ukraine, and what's going on sort of the front lines and who's pushing back who where. But while all that is going on in vast areas of Ukraine, there's kind of constant attacks on the infrastructure of civil society. Everybody's got to eat, like you were talking about with the bread deliveries there. Everybody's got to drink. If you've not got clean water, then, well, it's not going to be a very good situation to be in, is it? Electricity's got to keep it all running. The roads have got to be there, and the rail network's got to be there to transport the goods around. These are all obvious things that, you know, we don't really need to point out, but just keeping all of that ticking over, along with you were just talking about teachers and schools and things that they need for keeping the kids' education ticking over and running. There's just so much stuff that the Ukrainian government needs to be on top of, apart from the fact that they're fighting off a genocidal invader. So yeah, we need to do as much as we can, don't we, to make sure that all keeps running as smoothly as possible, Tracy. And it's good that the stuff's coming in. I'm really pleased that 3.9 billion has been allocated by the US for that, and I hope that stuff comes from other places too, just to make sure that civil society continues to function alongside, of course, all of the military stuff that they need. Back to you, Tracy.
Yeah, absolutely, John. It's definitely very good news, isn't it? And it's good to see, like you say, we just need to keep at it, don't we? That's the thing. Keep plodding along, keep pushing away, and we will get there eventually. So we cannot stop. So let me tell you about what the SBU have been up to today, because they have been very busy, as they inevitably are, and they've been nabbing, well, already some very naughty people today, John. So there is already a candidate for takedown of the week. Can you believe that? Already flat on the floor.
Where they should be, Tracy, where they should be. It's only Monday. You know, they don't want to call it yet, but I see you've got a pretty strong candidate there.
Absolutely, a very strong one indeed. So what have the SBU been doing when they have neutralised another large-scale FSB agent network that operated in 6 different regions of Ukraine? So I was reporting on the network on the SBU segment yesterday. So this is another one now. So really taking them down now, which is fantastic. Counterintelligence of the SBU neutralised the large-scale FSB network that was preparing a rocket, bomb and drone strike of the Russian Federation in 6 regions of Ukraine. So this multi-stage operation involved 9 Russian agents. They were simultaneously detained in Dnipro, Zaporizhia and Sumy, as well as in Donetsk, Odessa and Kirovohrad regions. For this conspiracy, the individuals involved acted separately, but locked onto one personnel officer of the FSB. So they all had the same handler, basically. His identity has already been established by the SBU as well, and on the instructions of this special service agent of the Russian Federation, these collaborators collected coordinates for the fire damage to the defence forces and critical infrastructure facilities in Ukraine. So I've posted this for you to have a look at. You can all see the pictures of these people getting taken down. There's a couple of pictures of people getting arrested. The first one, he's flat on the floor, I'm pleased to say, and the SBU are cuffing those hands right behind the back. Get down, that's what you deserve when you have to get arrested for trying to murder people in Ukraine. So they locked onto this one officer. As I said, critical infrastructure is a target, in particular key electrical substations, in order to adjust Russian shelling on the territory of the regions. So this hostile group included one female officer. One of them is actually an official in the Dnipro City Council. Absolutely despicable. The other is the head, or well, was, because I don't think there will be much longer, the head of the Eugene City Council in Odessa. And they basically established the locations of the air defence as well as these key electrical substations. 2 more agents scouted locations of fortified areas and firing positions of Ukraine's heavy artillery, and this was particularly in the Pokrovsk and Chasiv Yar areas, which of course is quite significant because there's a lot of activity there and Russians are pressing quite hard there. The accomplice then collected information about the concentration of personnel and military equipment in the Kryhovo defenders region, and also among the Russian agents were 2 managers, a university student who recorded the movement of the echelons of the armed forces. So a whole category of people there from different jobs, even a student. So this was particularly focused on the eastern direction. Another traitor turned out to be a former employee of the disbanded militia who reported to the occupiers about the consequences of an attack on one of Ukraine's hydroelectric power plants. And according to the investigation, the persons involved came to the attention of the FSB by putting comments on, pro-Kremlin Telegram chat rooms, of course. This is how it usually happens. After the remote recruitment, the traitors communicated with their Russian handler through the anonymous chatbots on the popular messenger. And during the searches, mobile phones with evidence of the intelligence and subversive activities was seized. So far, the investigators have informed them of suspicion, and I am pleased to say that they are looking at life imprisonment. So I hope they jolly well do go down for life.
Here, Tracy. Yes, life in prison for treason if they are convicted, and certainly it doesn't look good for them. You have, don't know what to say, Tracy. These people. Wonder which of the motivations is driving these people to commit this treason. Is it money? Is it ideology? Who knows what it is? But certainly, yeah. If they've got the evidence, then send them down. That's what I say. Send them down.
Take them down. Karen, welcome to the panel. Hello.
Well, good morning. I should be in bed. I couldn't sleep last night, but I saw something from the Ukrainian Navy on Twitter that I had to pass on. I think it sounds intriguing. The Ukrainian Navy posted this. It says, "We invite you," and this is to the general public, "to serve in the naval forces of the armed forces of Ukraine. Let's protect Ukraine together." And they left a phone number, 097-041-1755. So I don't know if you consider this worthy of the nest or not, but I think it sounds like a great idea. If I were young, I'd think about it. At 70, I can't exactly do anything, but if I were young, I would consider it. But anyway, if you want to put this in the nest, I did tag you with it, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Karen. That's very interesting. Actually, quite a lot of the brigades and various different forces are doing this, so it's quite interesting, really. So I didn't realise the Navy was also doing the same, so thank you very much for that, Karen. And you just reminded me about something else regarding the Navy as well. So Dmytro Plenchuk has been speaking. He is the spokesman, the representative of the naval forces. So he's been talking about a couple of different things. The occupiers use the airspace of Crimea 24/7. Aviation has now replaced the surface ships. Officially in Crimea, all 5 airfields are operational, but 2 of them are almost not used. They have a low level of activity. However, the enemy does use the airspace of Crimea 24/7. Their aviation has replaced surface ships. A wide variety of aircraft can be seen in the air, which are only in their composition. These are all models of helicopters that exist in the Russian Black Sea Fleet, such as Ka-27, and the similar Mi-8 and Mi-24, which are used primarily for identifying the combat service drones, control the water area, said Dmytro Plenchuk, the representative. He added that one can also see a variety of enemy patrol aircraft in the air, ranging from the BE-12 to the Su family, including the Su-57. I thought that's quite interesting, and I've actually seen various images this morning being put out by, I think it's the Crimean Wind Channel, about various different aircraft in the airspace. There's a video with a Ka-52, and there's a couple of other videos with aircraft flying about. So I thought that was quite interesting, given what we know about the, well, struggling Black Sea Fleet. What do you think about that, John?
I was going to say, is there still a Black Sea fleet? But yeah, it's not much in the Black Sea. But yeah, interesting to hear. And thank you for sharing that, Karen. I would be joining up, but I sometimes get in a bit of a panic attack just taking a bath. So I don't think the Navy is the thing for me, really. But thank you very much.
I might be useful as a floating device. That's about it, John.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not very good at floating either. So who knows? But anyway, yeah, there it is. Thank you very much.
Okay, so shall we look at some of the regional news, see what's been going on there?
Yeah, I'll just share one little couple of things with you. Maybe one thing here. I do notice that Japan's justice minister has arrived in Ukraine. So just let me highlight that a little bit. And apparently, Japan and Ukraine have signed a memorandum of cooperation in the spheres of law and justice. So this guy's name is Yuji Koizumi. God, I wonder if he's related to, no, I don't think he is, previous prime minister. And they are apparently talking about judicial reform and the fight against corruption. They visited the Butcher Victims Memorial, which is kind of good to see. And also a coordination center for the victims and the witnesses of the massacre carried out in the town by Russian occupation forces in early 2022. And after that, they signed a memorandum of cooperation. So that will include anti-corruption efforts, judicial reform, and institutional capacity building, the Japanese embassy said. Japan has already committed over 12 billion worth of humanitarian, economic, and other assistance to Ukraine. And also under a security agreement signed in June, Tokyo pledged to provide Ukraine with an additional 4.5 billion in 2024 and to continue to support the country throughout the next 10 years. So this actually comes on the back of only a week ago when the Education and Science Minister also arrived in Kyiv to discuss cooperation in the cultural and education spheres. So, so yeah, I'm not quite sure. There's not a great deal of detail on exactly what areas of cooperation or the details on those areas of cooperation, but just thought I'd flag that up just to convince you that I am on top of what's going on here in Japan as well. Back to you, Tracy.
Thank you very much, John. I always appreciate you bringing us this news because I find it very interesting and I hope everybody else does too. And I think it's definitely very relevant, especially the moves that we've seen Japan make. I think the cooperation is going along very nicely and I'm always pleased to hear information and reports from your side of the pond, John. So thank you.
And $12 million too. It's nothing to be sneered at, is it? So Japan is maybe not, can't do other things that other countries are doing, but like we were just discussing with the whole kind of civil society and civil infrastructure thing, the money helps there too, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if everybody can get together and work like this in a coordinated manner, then that's going to work a lot better for Ukraine, isn't it? And, as you said, John, if countries can't give military things and whatnot, then they can give other things and other different types of aid. And Japan is doing a great deal in that regard, I think, helping with the energy infrastructure, focusing on certain regions in Ukraine and helping them as well. And as you said, that money is not to be sniffed at. So definitely, it's very good news. Military aid from the US, other things from other places where they can give. That sounds good to me.
Good coordinated effort. Yes, absolutely, Tracy. Absolutely. Good to see. I've kind of been hanging out a bit in some Japanese language spaces the last week or so. There is a whole group of absolute idiots who would make your blood boil, who are kind of all in on the Russian side of things, but it doesn't seem like there's very many of them. And then on the other side, I think we have a whole lot more people. And I think the default position really for most people is support for Ukraine and absolute horror at what Russia is doing in Ukraine. And of course, this is the sensible and human response to these things. There's the kind of absolute nut jobs who are all in for Russia. And then there is the kind of conspiracy theory, vaccines are rubbish, are the things really happening in Ukraine, kind of attention seekers who kind of get short shrift. I think support is pretty solid here. Back to you, Tracy.
Well, that's definitely good to hear. Thank you, John. Okay, so let's look at some of the regional news, shall we? We'll be having a frontline update in a little while, about 25 minutes. So there is a card in the nest. If you would like to go ahead and retweet that, we would very much appreciate that. That's the second card in the nest for you. And of course, don't forget the first one, which is the film fundraising for citizen gunfighters. We are trying to help Beneficial get this film made, or get the rest of this film made. Of course, he's got a lot of footage already. And this is a powerful journey into the heart of Ukraine's fight for survival. So it showcases regular people just basically dealing with everyday situations. And I think this is a really important thing. People make those human connections when we look at things like this. And I think that's what we have to keep doing. We have to use this to be able to cut through that propaganda. There are many benefits of helping Beneficial make this film. Some of those are that all of the people that are helping him make it are Ukrainian, so they are able to earn wages in a very difficult situation where, of course, you can imagine, especially camera work and things like that, it's really very limited right now and there's not much work around. So to be able to give people work is a really fantastic thing to do, to be able to give them something to support their families, to support themselves. And of course, just generally keeping busy as well really helps all of us, especially in difficult situations. And then over and above that, like I said, it's a powerful film. It shows everyday people just dealing with everyday situations whilst fighting a genocidal invasion at the same time. And as I said, the production crew is all Ukrainian, apart from, of course, Beneficial, but he doesn't get paid anyway. And if you've not seen Beneficial's last film, To the Zero Line, you can go across to thezeroline.com and watch that there. That's an incredible film. It's actually in parts. Ben put it into sections on the website. So if you don't have time to watch the whole thing all at once, you can watch that in segments, in little segments, and that's really useful, I think. Sometimes I think we take in more information when we watch these things separately like that, John. Maybe watch one or two and then absorb that information and process it, and then go back and watch the next one, for example. And also, I think it's a fantastic way to be able to share clips with people that either can't or don't want to, for whatever reason, are resistant to watching these things. It's a fantastic resource. It's all free. Ben has made it free. for this reason, so that it can be shared with as many people as possible. And as I said, you can send them clips to people. So even if you can't get them to watch the whole thing, maybe you can get them to watch 1 or 2 clips. Even if that's all they watch, that's of course, you know, helpful, but it may encourage them to watch the rest of it. And it may encourage them to want to see citizen gunfighters as well. You know, regular people picking up old rusty weapons and making innovative new ones, and all these incredible things that they do. And then, like I say it all the time, but I just cannot imagine having to deal with the everyday stresses that we all think about. I mean, just think about, I don't know, coming up to the end of the summer, for example, John, I think about things that many parents think about, you know, the whole shebang for getting school uniforms again and all that business, getting school supplies. I mean, not every child in Ukraine, of course, is in learning in an education facility. Many of them are doing distance learning. 600,000 children in Ukraine are doing distance learning, but many of them are also able to attend educational institutions. So just think about that. I mean, how do you even go about that, John? You know, dealing with running around grabbing all the supplies and the school uniforms and all just the general stresses and strains of everyday life, you know, having children, getting married, burying people, all the things that you have to deal with. How do you deal with these things every single day? And I think this is a powerful example that we need to use to cut through to people, to make those connections. I think when people make those human connections, you know, that's what makes us see that Ukrainians are just like us. You know, I mean, while we're not the same people, we're not the same nation, we're all the same people, we're all humans. And at the end of the day, for that humanity to come out, people need to make those human connections. And when we see people just doing incredible things and picking up and fighting like Ukrainians are in this film, making these things, you know, pulling together, it's really, really inspiring and it's really humbling. And I feel that it really does make a big difference, you know, when making those connections with people. I think it's really, really important. And, you know, even if it doesn't do any good, I mean, what's the harm in trying? We have to use every single tool we have now to be able to cut through the propaganda, to be able to reach as many people as possible, to be able to get as many people as possible involved in seeing why it's so incredibly important that we not just support Ukraine because it's the right thing to do, but also because we all have this bigger, wider fight for democracy. And the front line of that bigger fight for democracy is in Ukraine, and they are dealing with that on a kinetic level every single day. And we are privileged enough to sit where we are, not having to deal with that. You know, what do we have to do? We have to come here every day. We have to keep banging away on this drum. We retweet, we advocate, we contact our representatives. But really, when you compare it to everything Ukrainians are doing, it's absolutely nothing, is it? You know, many of us want to do more, but as long as we all keep doing everything that we can, that's what matters. And even if you can only get somebody involved in a way to get them retweeting and resharing, it doesn't matter. It's still getting that information out there. It's still plugging away. It's still making a difference. And we all have to keep doing that every single day in this community, because if not, we are going to lose this fight for democracy. And then we are going to lose Ukraine, and we are going to lose Ukrainians. And that would absolutely just be devastating. And then not only that, when you think about what Russia would do to Ukrainians, we know that they would forcibly mobilize them to fight against everybody else. And so that would mean more, how many more years of persecution and control and oppression and all the rest of the things that Russia does, the brutal torture, all of those things, condemning those people to live like that forever. This is why we need to make those human connections. I feel that's just my personal opinion, because I think once you do that and once you allow people to be able to do that, it's really surprising how that politics and all those other things that don't matter just slip away. When people see each other struggling or see each other doing incredible things whilst fighting this struggle, I think it makes a big difference, John. That's just my personal opinion. Everybody else can disagree, of course, but this is one thing that I'm really doing because I think it's really, really important.
And yeah, you have my complete agreement on that, Tracy. You talked about a few things there, which I think are important and worth highlighting. first of all, you talked about about Ukraine being the front line. It is absolutely the front line, and it is absolutely the front line. And if Ukraine does fall, like you said, then those Ukrainian people will be mobilized for the next part of the battering ram, heading west across Europe. Just sort of think about what happened when the Nazis took over in places like Austria and Hungary and into Romania and into Poland, and how they mobilized the people there to move on to the next stage. So yeah, it absolutely has to be stopped in Ukraine. You also talked about sort of spinning off from Citizen Gunfighters, which is our current fundraiser. You talked about sort of the importance of those people, as you said, with rusty AK-47s or whatever they had to hand to fight. That is absolutely true. That is a huge part of that. But at the same time, the way that civil society is supporting the people who are fighting on the front lines now. Just a couple of anecdotes from my engine students. I know that one of my engine students is currently a university student, and I don't think he has a great deal of money to throw around. It's pretty tough being a student at the best of times, but I know that he does find bits and pieces here and there, a few hryvnias here and there, which he throws in the box for drone procurement and those kind of things. Everybody's in on this. Also, I am talking to a mother of one child in Ukraine as well, and I know that at her school, where her child is going to school, they have kind of bake days where they make cakes and borscht and all kinds of other stuff, and then they kind of take it in and they kind of sell it, these bake sales, and the money that they raise goes to supply the front lines with equipment and other things. I also know that some of the food that they make is used in the same way. They kind of make food which is then sent off to units at the front line. Everybody is totally in on this. Everybody's focused on winning. And as you said, it's pretty tough. I mean, you've got all the other things going on around you, like as you said, the everyday stuff of getting your kids ready for school for the new term, the new year. Keeping your life ticking over when the electricity supply is not particularly reliable at some time. In some cases where you've got to get up in the morning and cook 3 meals while the electricity is still on. But they're all just getting on with it. And they know that the food is going to spoil in the fridge because the electricity is going to be off for a long time. So they've got to cook with the ingredients that they have. They've got to be careful what they're buying, but they're all focused on getting through this, providing everything that is needed for the soldiers at the front line while they just get on with their lives and try and generate as much tax revenues as they can for the government to prosecute the war. So it's a whole effort, and everybody's in on it. And as you said, what can we do? Retweeting, posting, bonking, trying to raise a bit of money here and there. It's pretty limited what we can do, but at the same time, it's extremely important because every time I mention the things that we do, there's kind of we don't really need it, but there's a lot of gratitude for even these small things that we're doing, and that's kind of really kind of affirming too. So we can't do a great deal, but what we can do, we should do, because it's all going to make a difference. And compared to what the Ukrainian people are having to go through at the moment, it's really not a great deal, is it, Tracy? Back to you.
No, it's not. It's a privilege, really, to be able to help the way that we can, you know, an honour and a privilege. And as you said, we don't need that gratitude at all. And it's really very humbling, actually, and a little bit embarrassing sometimes because, like many of us mention here, quite often, I think we all feel that we owe the Ukrainians a debt of gratitude that we can, well, never really repay, I think, John, given the sacrifices that they've had to make. So, yeah, I absolutely agree. It really is a privilege to be able to do anything that we can, as much as we can, all of us together. And we must take responsibility, every single one of us, for trying to get every single person that we speak to, whether it's in our social circles or even just the person at the bus stop. We must keep trying all the time to get as many people involved as we can in realizing why this is so very important. Not just because it's the right thing to do, but of course that's why it all started, and that is one of the main things. Humanity has to pull together, and we have to realise that this is a world community, and we have to all start, well, being a little bit less selfish in life, I think. I don't know about you, I'll speak about my own society, John, but many people have become very selfish, I've noticed, over the past, I don't know, a couple of decades, shall we say. This attitude that we say in the UK, stuff you, pal, I'm all right. Some people have this attitude that as long as them and their family are okay, they don't really care about the neighbours or the people on the next street or, you know, people that are struggling to come from other countries because they're persecuted. And that has to stop, I think, because we cannot just keep pushing these people out. And another thing as well, I think, all these people that are sucked into propaganda and conspiracy, we have to all start taking responsibility for that as well, including the less educated people. You know, it's like that saying that goes, it takes a village to raise a child. You and I both know, John, you couldn't get away with anything being naughty when you were a child, certainly not when I was a kid, because if your mum didn't catch you out, then the neighbour would, you know, and then they would deal with it. But there's none of that anymore. I don't know. I see people arguing over children's behaviour nowadays instead of pulling together. And I think all these things are making us more divided in our societies. And we need to pull together as humanity again and start taking responsibility for each other a little bit. I mean, you know, of course, you don't give everything away and you can't help everybody. But my nana always taught me when I was young that if you are in a position where you are able to help someone else, then that's a privilege, and you should consider that a privilege and, in part, a responsibility to help other people, because this is what keeps the world going around. This is how we get on together as human beings. And I think I'm going to stop waffling now, John, because James has joined us, and he's got his hand up.
I do indeed, and good morning, Tracy, and good morning, John. I hope you guys are doing well. Yeah, good waffling, though. So I just wanted to say a little bit from a thread I saw. Somebody posted it in the back channel, and I very much thought this was an important thread to have a look at. I'm just going to talk about a few points, but Alexandra Medvedchuk has been a guest on MriyaReport, and she is a Nobel Peace Prize winner, and she is tracking crimes against humanity and war crimes, and so she's doing, and she's working with a particular group whose name escapes me, but oh yeah, it's the head. She's the head of the Civil Liberties Ukraine, and so she does a lot of work. She really knows what's going on. Now she's writing about, and I apologize for the background noise. I hope that's not. Can you guys hear that background noise?
Yeah, it's okay though, James. Thank you.
Okay. Well, anyways, she is writing in this thread about the fact that Russians, not Putin, are the ones that are committing these atrocities. And she felt a need to remind again. Now, this is posted in our chat, or purple pill, or whatever you want to call it, down there. And right now I've got, I think there's 6 posts in there. Anyways, so won't be that hard to find right now if you want to look at it. And she says, once again, I have to remind of simple things. It is not Putin who kills, tortures, rapes civilians in Ukraine. Ordinary Russians do these atrocities. The constant attempt to shift the responsibility for this war solely to Putin looks somewhat strange, but when you work every day with war crimes and crimes against humanity committed by ordinary Russians, then these attempts look simply obscene. And I'll skip to some of the examples. What she's got is a collection of statements from people, mostly from Russia, and I won't go through all of them, but each one of them is fairly interesting. So I will start with the first one. Andre, 35 years old, Volgograd resident. A war ends when one side wins. Russia's defeat will mean national humiliation, which we cannot allow. Therefore, we must win. We no longer have a choice. Ukraine isn't looking for peace. They're just asking for more weapons and shelling Russian cities, which of course isn't happening. Too much blood has been spilled for us to just say, thanks everyone, time to go our separate ways. And let's see, another one from Yakutsk, Alexei, 24 years old. Let's see, I don't know this exact context. Medusa's question about why some readers support the war is actually wrongly put. I don't support the war, but I also don't want Russia to lose. If that happens, it will be worse for everybody. And there's no doubt the world we're used to will collapse and an even greater darkness will come. The war was a mistake, but losing it is unacceptable. And I'll do one more, and these are just the first three. Pavel from Germany, 30 years old. I don't support the war, but I decided to write a response because people who try to find justifications for the war are being equated with those who support it. I'm angry at both sides of the conflict. I'm angry at Russia because it started a stupid, bloodthirsty war that leads to senseless killing every day. I'm angry at the countries who support Ukraine because they are not insisting on an immediate cessation of hostilities, on an end to the senseless killing. Instead, they're supplying the country with weapons, understanding all the while that it's only increasing the number of victims. So these are just some examples of sort of, if you will, that probably that last guy is with AFD or somebody like that in Germany, but kind of not very common in the West. Yet, nonetheless, some people do feel this way, even in the United States. So I thought this was a good expression of some comments from within Russia. If if all this is true, and I think there's some reason to think this is the way that Russians citizens are thinking. And so it's a very interesting thread if you want to read through it. And what I conclude from it is that there'll be a lot more dead Russians before they wake up. Thank you for listening to that. And it really is interesting. And she does very good work. So thanks.
Thank you very much, James. That's much appreciated. I've popped that in the nest, actually. So if you want to see that, everybody, it's the second post in the nest now. So go and check that out. I think give it a retweet as well and have a look at that. Thank you very much, James. It's a very important reminder.
And it lays it out really, really clearly, doesn't it, James? The kind of with that second one that you read from what's his name, Sergey? No, not Sergey. The guy in Yakutsk. Sorry, Pavel, who I'm guessing might be a Russian resident in Germany. I don't know, but I'm angry at the countries that support Ukraine because they're not insisting on an immediate cessation of hostilities. Instead, they're supplying countries with weapons, understanding all the time that it's only increasing the number of victims, which is an absolutely extraordinary take on the situation when you've got an invader who's taken large areas of your country and is treating the people who are living there with in such a horrific and appalling way, but somehow it's all got to stop because too many people are dying. Why do you think they're fighting back, for God's sake? So that's the first thing that kind of made me a bit angry there. And this second idea of we can't lose because it's going to be really bad for us. And like you said, James, it's if anyone thinks it's just Putin, then they're in this kind of really twisted mindset that there's no backing down now. They've just got to keep going on with it, or the other side's got to capitulate. So it's just bizarre. Thank you, James, for sharing that. That's a really important thread. Back to you, James.
We can't handle humiliation. We must not be humiliated. No, and it's fragile because it need not be humiliating. We in the United States fought like crazy citizens to stop the Iraqi and Afghan invasions before they happened because we thought they were inappropriate. Yet they went in ahead, and we did not become a humiliated nation. We carried on after all of that, and I think that my suspicion is this is sort of their sole source of self-respect, is that they belong to a nation that conquers other, and otherwise they don't have much pride in their nation. They don't have anything that they can look to internally to be proud of and take satisfaction with, and probably in their own lives, life sucks because I'd say that materially speaking, at least, they just don't have the same things that we've got. So I don't think they have much of a substantial, healthy ego. It's based on the glory of winning conquests.
Thank you, James. Yeah, I think it reminds me of those people that you, usually are not don't meet very often in life. Those people that, they don't really feel good about themselves unless they're being derogatory towards someone else or belittling someone else. And that's kind of Russia, isn't it, as a general, as a whole nation. And I think that just proves the point, James, is that they're more concerned with their pride than they are with the realities of what's really going on, because it just makes no sense whatsoever, especially when you look at what recently happened in Kharkiv after those restrictions were lifted a little bit. And, that really helps the situation there. And there was less loss of life. And who was it on here? Somebody was saying on here yesterday, I forget who it was, but somebody was talking about the fact that the air alarms are reduced and the missile attacks have been reduced recently since things like that have happened. So that just proves that it's the complete opposite, isn't it? As everybody's saying, look what happens when you lift these restrictions and you give Ukraine the weapons that they need to be able to repel those Russian invaders. It causes less loss of lives. And just look at what's happened when Ukraine has been able to take down those Russian planes in Kherson, for example. Less glide bombs over the Kherson frontline civilian areas and the troops. So, this proves the point that you give more weapons, it saves more lives, not loses them. I mean, it may lose more Russian invaders' lives, but, they've got a choice. They can go home or they can surrender. And if they don't like those choices, well, they'll have to pick one. That's the way life works.
Exactly. This is something that they could end today, potentially, or tomorrow, and they could just say, "Hey, we're leaving. Just don't shoot us in the back on the way out, please." And I think that they would stop firing if they actually started to leave Ukraine. They won't, because they have too much ego invested in it, and that is not a good reason to go to war. Nor is conquering your neighbor for what? I mean, not because Ukraine attacked, not because Ukraine posed a threat. Just that is clearly not the case. They do not pose a threat, except for being a free, independent, and then improving state, because they're moving toward democracy and de-Russifying. In other words, getting rid of the corrupting influence of Russia. So, whoa, it got loud there. Anyways, so they have really nothing to complain about except their own behavior, and it's pretty disgusting set of beliefs. But it sounds like it's widely held beliefs in Russia. We'll never know exactly how much, because that's the nature of autocracies. Is you don't really hear the true word of the people. They have to lie, essentially. And if they do speak out, well, we know what happens. It's not good.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, James. Okay, so we'll be going into a frontline update any moment, everybody. So do us a favour and give us a retweet. Let everybody know. If you've got any questions or comments, please come up to the panel. If you have any military expertise whatsoever and you would like to give some analysis, please feel free to come and do that too. We would very much welcome it. And of course, if you want expert analysis from MriyaReport, you can get that every Tuesday and Thursday nights in bullet points with Chuck Farrer and Will Teal, and that is at 7 p.m. Eastern, like I said, every Tuesday and Thursday nights. So one thing to tell you all that's just dropped in before we go into the frontline update. So this is coming from the HUR, Defence Intelligence. So this is a response regarding so you may have heard of what's happened in Mali and the response of the government there regarding the GUR, the Ukrainian intelligence in Mali, and helping those people with the Wagner there. So the decision of the transitional government of the Republic of Mali to sever diplomatic relations with Ukraine is short-sighted and hasty. Given that Ukraine, as a victim of unprovoked full-scale armed aggression by the Russian Federation, is making every effort, with the support of the world community, to restore justice and respect for the international law, which is designed to protect all countries of the world, in particular African countries, from encroachments on their sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. Ukraine unconditionally adheres to the norms of international law, the inviolability of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of other countries, and resolutely rejects the accusations of the transitional government of Mali of alleged Ukraine's support of international terrorism. It is regrettable that the transitional government of the Republic of Mali decided to sever diplomatic relations with Ukraine without conducting a thorough study of the facts and circumstances of the incidents in North Mali and without providing any evidence of Ukraine's involvement in the said event. So just a response there. So I thought that was important to read. Although the GUR have posted that, it's actually from the Minister of Foreign Affairs is the statement. So those are the words of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So there we go. So are we ready for a frontline update then, I think, John?
No, I think we should do that, Tracy. Let's get started. You could see my cursor in the right place, I hope. And so let's go for it.
Well, you're in a better place than me, John, because I didn't even go to the file yet. Okie dokie. I can see your cursor now. So yes, let's start at the top with some Russian losses. So successfully demobilized are Lieutenant Colonel somebody, whatever his name is, Sadryov, a commander of the Special Forces of Group 78, a deputy battalion commander of the 9th Motorized Rifle Brigade, a captain of the, let me see, Shangri-La, whatever that means. I guess that's like either a call sign or the name of the unit that he's in. A Lieutenant Muchamichin Grigori and Lieutenant Markin Alexander. Oh dear, they have been successfully mobilised. Oh yes, and don't forget, one in full dress uniform, Captain Lavinov Vasily, whatever your name is, you are not a Russian invader anymore. So how about that for a start?
That's a decent start, Tracy. I'm intrigued by this first demobilization in full dress uniform. So not quite sure what he was pulling, but yeah, he's been successfully demobilized, and congratulations to him and the rest of them. And they can go back to where they were, and yeah, you know what I mean.
Return from whence you came, as the saying goes. Yes, so it was in full dress uniform, actually, as well, looking at the picture, which, of course, I haven't posted, because why would I? But I thought I should tell you all about these successful demobilizations. So I'm interested to find out exactly whereabouts they were, of course, but we have to wait for more information on that. But Shirlitz is very good at telling us about these things. So moving on, we had at least 2 ATACMS missiles hit the Rostov-on-Don submarine during an attack on Crimea on August the 2nd. Sevastopol and its surroundings were attacked by attackers. Apparently, 5 of them were allegedly shot down. Did you know that? Yeah, of course they were. I don't believe that for 1 minute. Do you, John?
Well, it didn't make a lot of difference in the end anyway, did it? Because however many they shot down, some got through and hit the target and sorted out whatever they were planning to sort out. So it's a bit academic, really, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's been going on. I've been looking at this information, of course, like many of us have, because we're like, did it get sunk? Is it still there? What's going on? So 2 missiles hit the Rostov-on-Don submarine, and that was moored in the 13th ship repair plant in Sevastopol. Another missiles hit the S-400 complex near the village of Flotskoye, and the 13th ship repair plant today is completely covered with camouflage nets. So it seems that it didn't really completely sink. So we're waiting to find out more pictures, I guess, and see what's happening now. So I've seen the pictures this morning of those camouflage nets stretched between 2 floating workshops installed on both sides of the submarine. So I don't know what they think they're attempting to do, but they're clearly either attempting to hide the damage. I can't see that they're really going to be trying to repair it. Can you, John? I mean, anything's possible with the Russians, but it would be rather foolish, wouldn't it? They couldn't repair it the first time.
Yeah, you've got to wonder about that, haven't you? Completely covered with camouflage nets. What are they trying to hide? Their embarrassment? I just don't get it. Maybe they're trying to bring some stuff out of it. I don't know. It's bizarre, isn't it? But it looks like it's certainly in a suboptimal condition now. Anyway, whatever.
But I wonder why the Navy and official Ukraine sources said yesterday that it had sank, and then today it hasn't. So it makes me wonder what's going on. Can they have raised it up so quickly? Is that even possible? I have no idea about anything like that. If the whiskey guy was around, maybe he could tell us. But it's certainly interesting, isn't it, John? So something's going on there with the camouflage nets. I think really, like you said, probably trying to hide their embarrassment.
Yeah, because they've said now that it hasn't been sunk, whereas the Ukrainians said it was sunk. So maybe they're just trying to sort of hide the evidence. Who knows? But as I said, it's not looking good for it anyway, one way or the other.
Maybe it's a different vessel and they're just trying to pretend that it's that one. That would be rather amusing, wouldn't it? That just occurred to me. Okay, so let's move on. So more information coming out about...
Looks like James has his hand up, I think. James has some comment on this, perhaps. Go ahead, James.
I did indeed. I thought that the location of it was very close. It probably in very shallow water, and so it may be the case that it is not so irretrievable. But I look forward to the same thing happening again if, in fact, they can raise it up. Which I think that with you go inside the craft, you fill it with balloons essentially, and you can float it and then tow it back into the harbor. And then fix it again, but rinse and repeat, I guess. This is the rinse part, I guess. And they'll do it again if that's what happens.
Third time lucky?
Third time lucky? Yeah. Well, it's doing twice unlucky for a certain country. Yeah, I mean, it could be that it's sort of sunk when the tide's up and it's not sunk when the tide's down. I don't know, but that's another possibility.
Yeah, I've got no idea what the tides are like there, to be perfectly honest, but that is a good point, John. Okay, so let's move on to Mozharovsk Airfield. So we've got more images coming out regarding this. I think I've shared them, actually. If you want to check my profile, there are lots more satellite images coming out now. So they're quite good to have a look at. You can see various different things. The ones that I've posted, actually, from a person, the account I follow, has been very helpful because it really explained everything. So I think that's fantastic. It really helps, I think, when people put little boxes around so you can see things much easier and explain the descriptions, because I don't know about you, John, but I'm not always good at working out these satellite footage things. Some of them are clear, some of them are not so easy to understand. but we've got some more clearer things coming out now and many more images. So an Su-34 fighter bomber was destroyed as a result of the fire damage in Morozovsk airfield, and that's in the Rostov region. 2 more Russian planes of the same type were damaged by debris. As the extent of the damage, don't know yet, but with something so highly technical, just one bit of shrapnel can cause that to be taken out for a while, as many people probably know. The enemy's aviation arsenal was completely destroyed from the secondary detonation. So if you didn't see those videos, they were fantastic. The munitions were going off well into the night. Large areas of burnt earth can be seen on the satellite images on the territory of the airfield and quite far around it as well, actually. And 4 technical buildings and 2 hangars at the airbase also suffered damage, and that was clearly visible from the space as well. So lots of interesting things to look at there, John.
Yeah, it looks like they really messed with that place. That was 2 nights, wasn't it? I think they had a go at it the one night where the magazine went off in such spectacular fashion, and I think they had another go at it the next night as well. And yeah, I don't think they're going to be doing a great deal out of there for a while, if only because they're going to have a lot of problems, like arming the jets that might be still operational out of there. If the magazine's been taken out in that way, then there's a whole lot of ordnance that's gone up, as we saw, and extremely satisfying to see. So yeah, I think that's a good night's work, isn't it?
Absolutely, and we hope to see more of it very soon. So,
sorry, just one further thought, Tracy. Just you were mentioning the guys who kind of put the boxes around things and say, this is this and that's that, and kind of make it all make sense. Like you, I mean, I just sort of see little blobs and smudges and things, and people say, oh, that's clearly, you know, such and such has happened here, and you can see the damage to such and such, and you think, oh, okay, well, fair enough. So it's good to have experts, isn't it, Tracy? That's what I was trying to get to. Experts are good people. They know what they're talking about, and they can decode this stuff for us and give us the information that we need. And those that tweet that you were referring to, that thread, I think it was, analyzing the damage of that site, that was extremely easy to understand. Very good. And thank goodness for people like that.
Yes, that was very good indeed. I really appreciated that when I saw it this morning. That's actually from, let me think now, that is from somebody that's in the volunteer army, the head of the Ukrainian volunteer army. He very kindly did that, so thank you to him. I think Nazars is his name, I have to check. But yeah, it's definitely very good. I'm just looking for it actually so that people post it to the top, but you can scroll down my profile and find that and have a look. And it's very useful indeed, that's for sure. And of course, President Zelensky is showing lots of videos, by the way, and more pictures today of F-16s in the sky of Ukraine. So I don't know, have you seen those, John? I think that's fantastic. And the Air Force commander, of course, has been sharing them as well.
You brought a little tear to my eye, Tracy, to see those F-16s with those tridents on the tail. Absolutely fantastic. Not quite sure what they're doing yet. Not quite sure how many there are. Did somebody mention 10? And I don't know what exactly they're going to be used for, and how that's going to change over the future, but it's bloody good to see them there, isn't it, at last, after all the discussions and when are they coming and what's going on, and they said this and they said that. It's just must be a wonderful morale boost for the people in Odessa to see them flying over the city like that as well.
Yeah, I bet it's a right roar. The sound of freedom, eh, John?
Exactly that, Tracy.
Okay, so let's move on then to the military situation a little bit. We've got a couple more booms for you. First of all, the armed forces of Ukraine destroyed an enemy warehouse with ammunition in the Kupiansk direction. And an explosion rang out in Volgograd, after which a substation caught fire. Oh dear, what a shame. The city has problems with electricity. But that wasn't the end of it, because there were more explosions after that. And, well, electricity sanctions were imposed on the second time for a day. Oh, what a shame. This time in a block in the central district of the city, and that was left without electricity. Well, I wonder what's going on there, John. So, moving on.
Indeed, Tracy. Yes, sorry, I was on another screen looking at something else. Yeah, absolutely. Just didn't want to be rude by not replying. Back to you, Tracy.
That's okay. Thank you, John. So, General Staff report from this morning, 8 a.m. Russia carried out 58 airstrikes against the positions of Ukrainian units and populated areas, using in particular 74 anti-aircraft guided missiles and carrying out 4,890 salvo attacks altogether. 97 of those from rocket salvo systems, and the aggressor also carried out airstrikes in particular in 16 frontline towns and villages. So a little bit of a change on the battlefield, some moving about. So reports from the 22nd Motorized Rifle Regiment from Luhansk region is being sent to the Kharkiv region. In addition, Russian forces are carrying out internal rotations and recruiting volunteer units, as well as foreign nationals from various places such as Middle East, Central Asia and Africa. A lot of them are coerced or tricked into combat. These could be senior students who are being blackmailed, for example, by saying that they will be sent to northern regions of the country. These also could be guest workers and have been, in some cases, who are deceived and then promised to be given Russian citizenship if they take part in the hostilities. So this is being reported, as I said, by the 22nd Motorized Rifle. So this is being reported by Staristev. According to him, these mercenaries, as a rule, do not receive big money, as we've heard on many occasions before, and they often do not even live to see the payment. And it's also noted, he said, that the number of suicides among the Russian military has increased. Actually, I am seeing more evidence of this as well. I've seen more and more of these videos coming out. Certainly over the last week, there seems to be more high cases of them. Of course, we can't say whether it's just that these videos are being shared more widely or whether there is an increase. It's difficult to say from the data, but certainly I'm seeing more of these videos than I've ever seen before. I used to see them here and there. Now they seem to be very frequent, pretty much every day. There are frequent cases of suicides reported, especially of wounded servicemen. Really, it's they understand that no one will pull them out from under the fire, that no one's going to help them, and that in many cases, even their own, colleagues, whatever you can call them, shoot them, which we've seen in evidence videos as well, when they don't want to carry them if they're injured, for example. So moving on to
and Tracy, just another part of that, if they are actually being evacuated by some minor miracle and any kind of ordnance drops around them, then first thing they do, drop the guy who's on the stretcher and run for it. So yeah, it's those are three actually quite interesting data points about the coercion of these Middle Eastern, Central Asian and African soldiers who are being basically hoodwinked into fighting by underhand means, and they're getting to the front line, which is not where they expected to be, and they're not getting paid at all anyway, because they're just getting thrown into meat assaults and they're dying. There's definitely an information campaign that needs to be run here in those kind of places on social media to give people the other perspective on this before they sort of decide that they're going to do that. Also, the increase in suicides, I think I've noticed that too. I mean, I don't really like to watch these things, but sometimes you do, don't you, Tracy? But there's quite a lot of those coming through, I think. And as I said, the guys running away and just leaving the people there to basically die because they're not going to, take a bullet for a comrade, are they? It's an odd situation, and I wonder how sustainable this is in the long term. We shall see how it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw one video as well this morning. You talk about that. Are you just reminding me then of Prince Heather's Flying Ivans? Because I saw one of those videos this morning where 2 munitions were dropped from a drone onto a Russian dugout, and he came out flying, that's for sure, right in the air.
Flying ovens, love it.
So I've put my Defence of Ukraine thread in the nest for you all to have a look at. I think some important videos here today, and the one that's first, I want everybody to go and watch, is one of the most dramatic episodes of the defence of Ukrainian positions in the Pokrovsk region. This is a group of fighters from the 68th Hunter Brigade held their direction as long as they could. When it became clear that the boys could get surrounded, Max Pro armoured vehicles were sent in after them. This is all happening under heavy shelling, by the way. It's about 5 minutes long, this video. It's not graphic. It's mostly seen from a distance. You can clearly see that this drone is watching them. And you can see that whatever it is, whether it's a drone or some kind of, military ammunition or something, I don't know. It looks like they have the possibility to shoot. So it looks to me like basically they're trying to give them covering fire. And it looks to me, I don't know, of course, I'm not a military expert, but just looking at the video and the way that it has the little square where you can target in, and you can see like a dial as the screen is moving around. So it looks to me like that's possibly a view from some kind of weapon, and maybe they're trying to give them covering fire, but it's quite a distance away. And I mean, it's incredible. They absolutely fly down. First of all, you're like, wait a minute, where are they going? What's going on? It's a little bit hard to work out if you're not like a military expert or something like that. And, you know, it really is incredible the way that they just go all the way down, fly down this road. One goes in one side, another one goes round the other side. They get the people out. It's absolutely incredible. All under fire the whole time, heavy shelling. Drivers reached the positions, took out the soldiers under bursts of shells and rockets, and everyone got out alive. And what you see in the video is not only the heroism of the soldiers, but also, I think, the loyalty and the honour of that frontline brotherhood. And I think that's just why I wanted to put that video there, because, you know, I think everybody should see these incredible things that they are doing. I mean, it's just absolutely staggering. I don't know if you've had a chance to watch that, John. You probably haven't, because I've only just told you about it. But I really do think everybody should see that, because we should see from their perspective what they're having to deal with. And looking at that, all I'm thinking is everything that our experts here in this space say. No other forces in NATO would attempt something like that without air cover. That's what I was thinking, John, when I was watching that video, without air support. So go ahead and check that.
Just watching that actually as you were talking, and you're damn right. And compare and contrast with the Russian stretcher bearers. That is immensely brave and extremely well executed. And as you say, without some kind of air cover on top of that, you've got to think that's a pretty hairy situation. And that is amazing. Thanks for sharing that, Tracy. That's amazing.
Oh, thank you, John. Yeah, I think we should all see these things, especially if you're not like, you know, I mean, if you're somebody in the military, you understand what's going on the battlefield, don't you? But everyday people like us, we don't understand that. And I think we should watch these things, especially if they're not graphic, and we should see the incredible heroism that they're having to do every single day, when they really shouldn't, because if they had this air support, it wouldn't be like that, would it? So that's why I thought everybody should see that. And as I said, it's just the loyalty and the courage, and you know, the loyalty and the honour to the brotherhood, really, just refusing to leave them there. I mean, they have to really go all the way down that long road. It's really quite far, and it looks to me like they're going pretty fast in that video. So the distance that they cover, of course, I can't work that out, but it looks a fair distance. I mean, the camera has to pull back a few different times and pan to the left and right, so you can see, you know, everything, because not everything fits in the frame because it's such a wide area. So I think everybody should look at that. So some more things.
Sorry, just one final thought, Tracy, as I was watching that. If you look at the sort of the final few seconds of that, you'll see that they're kind of basically, I would imagine, full throttle and just like getting out of there as fast as they can. And there's looks like artillery shells falling behind them. to the left of them, in front of them, and they just keep going because I guess that's what you can do. But you know, one of those shells could have landed on them at any time. So yeah, it's not necessarily sobering, but it's certainly something worth looking at. Definitely very good, Tracy. Thank you.
Yeah, you can see those explosions going off everywhere, can't you? And then all the different smoke. I think some of that smoke is smoke grenades, you know, to conceal the evacuation. But certainly you can see the explosions going off and things like that. Yeah. And I was thinking as I'm watching them and I'm looking, you know, as the camera's panning up and down, because you can see at one point, well, it clearly looks like they're making sure no Russians are coming from a distance, looking, you know, right up the road and across the fields and zooming in, etc., for that covering fire. And I kept thinking, oh my goodness, like the Russians are going to come any minute. It's like just, you know, I was literally on the edge of my seat and like almost biting my nails. And I knew that they got out. I knew that everybody was okay because, of course, I read the information first. But I just think really, you know, you see that it gives you a completely different perspective. And I just thought that's very impactful. So on to the next one in the thread. Who is this? Well, this is this incredible team again, the 79th Separate Amphibious Assault Brigade this time. So Russian armoured vehicles, well, they got a little tired and they stopped in the area of responsibility of the 79th. And then, of course, the drone pilots, well, they had to do something about it, didn't they? So they dropped right into the hatches. Now, I like to see these when there's such a direct drop. You know, I'm really amazed by these when I look at them, John, because to me and my very limited sight, it looks like when they drop these munitions, I always think, why have you dropped it there? That seems like it's miles away. It seems like it's not going to hit. And then every single time they hit. So I think it just shows the skill and the accuracy. I don't know if you've had that experience, John, when you look at them, it seems like the munition, when they drop it, it always seems like the drone is either to the left or to the right or too far away from, you know, it doesn't seem like it's really directly over the tank, for example. But every single time the munitions drop exactly where they're supposed to. So clearly I know nothing about dropping munitions onto things, John.
Well, neither do I, Tracy. But you remember very early on when they first started using drones, dropping these kind of munitions on tanks and stuff, and sort of trying to get them into the open hatches. And we saw the successes, you know, but do you remember how they were kind of inching forward and inching back and sort of going left and going right and trying to get the right place to do that? That just doesn't seem to happen anymore. And I'm wondering whether there's kind of something in the targeting, whether they've just got better at it and they've got a better feel for it, or whether they've got some kind of targeting that doesn't show up on the drone footage, sort of allowing for, I don't know, got wind sensors or something in there, because I'm sure the wind will have an effect on something that kind of big dropping from that kind of height. And yeah, they've obviously worked out how to do it. And like you said, it's like a hole in one every time, isn't it? Boom.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, they've had no choice, have they, John? They've had to get used to using these things and had to get used to, you know, making those adjustments. And, you know, that does strike me every single day when I watch these. And like the drones that fly into these small windows or into tanks or, you know, into hangars and things like that, the skill is just absolutely incredible. So, we have a lot to learn, certainly, in this regard, because, well, none of the people in our forces could do such things, that's for sure. So go and have a look at that thread. So that next one in the thread then is from the armed forces destroying the enemy warehouse with ammunition in the Kupiansk direction that I mentioned to you a moment ago. That's a pretty good explosion, so go and have a look at that. Drone work again, the drone flies straight in, no messing about, and that's an excellent video. After that, then there is a bombardment of a hidden Russian tank that was in the forest, but they got caught and they got found out. So that was very good indeed. And then we have the video from the Khortytsia group of troops in the east showing some of the things that they've done. I've listed also the enemy losses in the east for you on there, so you can see the amount of work that they are doing in that direction every single day. And that really is a staggering amount. Again, most of the enemy losses on there cover most of the general staff's numbers for the day. Also in the list we have special forces. This is the strike UAV of the Omega wings. So this is destroying an automatic mortar. So that's obviously very good because that can now no longer shoot at Ukrainians and kill them. And then, of course, dugouts are getting destroyed. There's like lots of things being done with this drone here in the next one in the thread. This is really shows the skill that you were talking about. This one here, John, it's not graphic. You don't see anything, any people. You just see the drone flying in and the accuracy of the drone as it goes through a very small hole to the entrance of the dugout. And then, of course, you see the explosion from afar. So those are the things that I like to see, those explosions. Next in the list we have from the 14th Separate Regiment of the, this is the zoo park. They've destroyed one of those. So this is fantastic because this is one of the Russians' radar stations that they really need. And thanks to the effective work of the operators of the 14th Separate Regiment, this mobile radar is no longer able to be used now, and that cannot help them adjust enemy fire. So go and have a look at that one because that really goes up with a right boom as well. And that is actually at night time. And I don't know about you, but I've really come to like seeing these videos at night when you see these nighttime explosions. And well, I just think they have a better effect. But there you go. So some of the videos today in the Defence of Ukraine thread. So anything to add, John, before we move on?
Only excellent. And lots of really great explosions there. And we all got to love these explosions, and that's what we want to see. So thanks for bringing them together in a single thread there, Tracy. Definitely recommend that.
Thank you, John. Okay, doke. So let's move on to what's going on then on the front line itself. So the 24th Brigade in the Pokrovsky direction are reporting that Zeleny is now in the greatest danger. Logistics there are extremely complicated, and the Russians are working on the tactic of trying to cut off various different roads and throwing more reserves at them and the defence forces. So in general, the situation is extremely difficult and Russians are advancing despite the incredible losses. So Russian assault operations north of Zeleny continue. In addition, the enemy has had tactical success near the east of the village and makes an attempt to bypass it. This manoeuvre endangers a grouping of defence forces, particularly on the eastern bank of the Vovcha River. Russia also continues to storm Zeleny from the west and is already on the outskirts of Serivka, storming Ivanivka and trying to bypass Lishchine from the south. The defence forces have reinforced this area, but of course there's no panacea for the enemy's power and advantage. And in previous days, a significant part of the attack was repulsed, but the enemy has pulled up fresh units from Osheretino on Saturday. The situation in the New York area is extremely difficult, and fire is continuing. There is also information that the enemy has crossed the border of the city of Toretsk. Here, one of the people in the 24th with the call sign Aiden points out that he wants to pay tribute to the guys from the infantry in the Toretsk direction. They are holding back such an influx. Shooting battles are worthy of respect, and especially since most of them are far from running around. Some prisoners that they have captured say that they underwent almost 6 months of training, and according to the standard of the former Wagner, which is a little concerning if you ask me, and the instructors who went through more than one military campaign. So I found that really interesting, John, because I think this is the first report, certainly, that I've heard of something like this, and Russians being better trained in any kind of way whatsoever. So I don't know if you've got anything you want to comment on there.
Yeah, that really stood out for me as well. This is from the people that they, some of them that they captured, presumably during these assaults, and that is a bit concerning, isn't it, Tracy? I don't know whether they're doing their training. I don't know whether they're kind of dividing up the people that they are mobilizing into two groups: the ones that they throw into, just basically sacrifice for intelligence and to sort of wear down as much as possible the Ukrainian forces, and then they come in with the better trained troops after. I don't know whether that's the plan. That's not included in any of the information that you pulled together here. But at the same time, it does feel a little concerning, and I guess we'll have to look out for more reports to see whether this is a trend or whether it's just happened to be the people who were kind of lying around there. What do you know anything else on this, Tracy, or is that just what you've got too?
Yeah, I'm not really sure yet, John. I'm waiting, hopefully, for more information coming out. And it's actually something that I was thinking about asking Chuck Farrer as well. Obviously, he may know more than I do, given his knowledge and experience, etc., and the contacts that he's got. But yeah, I was wondering, it's going to be one of two things, isn't it? It's either that there are some people that the Russians have left that have had more training and have had better training. How many of those are left in Ukraine? I, of course, have no idea. Whether it's just that because the Russians are moving forces around and they're pulling up forces from different areas. So whether it's just that these people were just amongst that lot anyway, or whether it's something that's more coordinated, I don't have enough information to be able to make that assessment yet, or make any decision regarding that. So certainly I will be looking for more information. I do remember Chuck Farrer saying on occasion that there are a few people, Russians, still in Ukraine that have had better training. Maybe it's that they've had training previously in previous times and it comes from before. Like I say, I don't know. It's difficult to say right now, but certainly that's something that is being pointed out by a couple of the brigades there. So I guess we wait and see whether it turns out to be a trend or whether it's just, a one-off.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks for that, Tracy. And you don't know, do you? There might be, Russia's a big country. They might be doing training in other places. Who knows exactly what's going on? But yeah, that might be a good thing to ask Chuck when he's on Tuesday night, Wednesday morning.
Yeah, I think it definitely would be a good question for him. If anybody knows the answer to that question, I think that is the person who will know the answer. What do you reckon? And if Chuck doesn't know, well, then I don't know who does. Somebody in Ukraine who probably can't tell us.
That's what I was going to say as well, Tracy. Yeah.
Great minds think alike.
There we go. That's what we are. Great minds, Tracy, you and I.
Maybe you are, John, but I'm certainly not.
Definitely not. Thank you, Tracy.
Okay, so General Staff reported this morning. No, wait, I went over that bit, didn't I? What am I doing now? I'm getting to the wrong place. I'm getting myself all mixed up, John. So I was coming to after the tribute that Aidan wanted to pay with the call sign Aidan. So General Staff did also report yesterday that the Pokrovsky direction was extremely difficult. 24 battles were fought just in the settlements of Vizhanka, Novo-Alexandrivka, Kalinove, Zelene, Sirodinivka, Yazbrodivka and Karolivka. 246 occupiers were neutralised in this direction at that time, and 89 of those irreversibly. I like how they put that. AD-38 howitzer, 2 armoured personnel carriers, 7 cars, an MTLB and 3 units of special equipment were also destroyed. In addition, a tank, 4 artillery systems, 6 vehicles, and 1 armoured personnel carrier. All in that, and that was reported by the General Staff, and that was yesterday. Actually, that was the late night report last night that I was looking at, and I found that unusual because they don't usually put, I don't know if you've noticed with the General Staff reports, usually you will get that part about the Pokrovsky direction. You don't usually get that extra detail about the eliminated invaders and all that equipment. That usually, of course, comes on the General Staff numbers for the day. So I thought that was kind of interesting. I don't really know what it means, if anything, but anyway, they put it in, so I thought I would put it in. So coming to this go on. Did you want to
point out? Yeah, just going to point out that 246 occupiers is about what, a fifth to a quarter of how many were lost yesterday, how many were liquidated yesterday. So it's pretty hot there, isn't it?
Well, yeah, because that's just in that Pokrovsky direction. So absolutely. And that's what I think, you know, it just shows that intensity in that direction there. They're really pushing hard, the Russians. And as that brigade said earlier, despite those incredible losses. So, but it's not all bad news. We will get to some better news in a moment. So this morning in the Liptsiv region, the fighting has calmed down a little, but the aviation of the Russians is still causing a lot of damage to frontline positions and troops. Most of the enemy's artillery works from the territory of the Russian Federation, which of course is convenient because they can use their own internal providers to transmit the targets. In response, the Ukrainians are very successfully flying into the enemy territory and destroying the houses in which the Russians are setting up their command posts. I've seen plenty of videos of this, which I've shared with you some of them. Directly in the areas of the front, the EW works very powerfully. It's charged immediately to the front after interceptions. This reduces the efficiency of their work exponentially because most drones are lost precisely because of that. So they don't know how to turn off the electronic devices, and that, of course, will invite KABs there next time, which is pretty worrying, really, I think. We've had a few reports of just how incredibly strong electronic warfare of the Russians is in some areas. And of course, I think they're trying to increase these things with these various Baltic jammers and all sorts of things that they're using all over the place, but not solely just in that area, of course. So Mirishnov reported this morning about the Pokrovsky direction, that the enemy throws a bunch of new units there and fresh reserves. So the prospect of the battles for Novorodivka is getting closer, and they are not ruling out that that can happen much faster than they think. But that is just a possibility, and that is just an opinion, to be clear. So that is looking like what the Russians are trying to do. But very often, as we've seen, they get stopped in their tracks by the Ukrainian armed forces, because this is the thing that we have to remember, and this is something that Chuck points out all the time. There's not really anything that the Russians can do that the Ukrainians don't know about. They've got such fantastic intelligence, you know, and they know what's going on. So it's just a case of the Ukrainians having what they need to deal with that, isn't it? That's the problem that we face, John, every single day.
Absolutely, Tracy. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, sorry, nothing else to add on that. Go ahead.
That's okay, no problem at all. So apparently, so I was looking at this morning, right? 100 separate mechanized brigades are inflicting heavy losses on the occupiers and firmly holding the defence lines. I thought that was quite interesting. I don't know about you, but that's the first time I've seen an amount like that specified. So I thought that's quite a lot, isn't it? 100 separate mechanized brigades.
Absolutely is inflicting heavy losses as well. So and holding the defensive lines, that's the important thing. But 100 separate mechanized brigades, that is quite a lot, isn't it, Tracy? And as you say, we don't really see figures like this very often. So that's kind of interesting too, isn't it? There's more sort of detail coming through in these reports than perhaps we usually get.
Yeah, well, there wasn't much information coming out yesterday, I noticed. So I think a lot of flurry of information has come out yesterday. From my impression, I guess they were too busy fighting and dealing with the Russians to be able to make any reports. Because yesterday, when the information wasn't coming out, I was thinking, well, this means one of two things, doesn't it? It's either some kind of counteroffensive or something's going on that we can't know about yet, or they're just bogged down with trying to deal with the Russians and fight them. I wasn't sure which until the information came out this morning, of course. But there are, unfortunately, advances for the Russians, as I said. So 100 metres here, 100 metres there. I'm not going to go into all the details. It's really irrelevant, I think. What we need to know is that Russians are advancing and Ukrainians need more equipment. That's basically the be-all and end-all of it, I think, isn't it? So advances in Zeleny, Lishchene, Novoselika first, Zalizhny, Chazik crossing the canal near the micro district. Also, heavy fighting is taking place in Zalizhny itself, near the Terikon, which is actually the last major obstacle to the full advance of Tourette's after 3 kilometres of green space. And the enemy has still not stopped advancing along the railway in the area of Zeleny, but the rate of the progress has fallen. So that's definitely good news. Let's hope that they're getting on top of that now, because this intensity cannot continue like this. The Russians just can't keep this up. Even I know that, and I'm not a military expert, of course. So moving on to the Kharkiv operational group.
Sorry,
Go
just
on.
to jump in, Tracy. I'm getting information in the back channel about the importance of whether you put a plural S on the end of something or you don't. I think the 100 separate mechanized brigades is actually referring to the 100th separate mechanized brigade. So it's a single brigade, not 100. So I think that kind of clarifies that a little bit. Thank you very much in the back channels for that information. Yeah, just to put that out there as a slight correction there.
Thank you very much, John. Much appreciated. And whoever that was in the background, much appreciated. When I was looking at that this morning, I was thinking is that what they mean? Surely that's what they mean. And then I thought, no, what? So thank you for that correction and apologies for me getting that wrong, everybody.
Not in the least, Tracy, not in the least.
This is why we have so many people around here to catch us when we fall, John.
Absolutely. Teamwork, Tracy, teamwork.
Indeed. So moving on to the Kharkiv operational group of troops. So they are reporting, of course, the situation is extremely difficult and tense. The enemy is trying to restore their lost positions and knock out the defence forces from occupied lines. In Vovchansk, the Russian occupiers evacuated casualties from the assault squad, which I think is pretty unusual, isn't it, right? This is something that we've seen happening a little bit more often recently. And I find this kind of really unusual, John, because they don't usually evacuate their people, do they, the Russians? And especially as we were talking earlier about the suicides and, well, dropping each other on stretchers when you're injured and just leaving you there, or even shooting your fellow Russian soldiers if they're injured. So I kind of find this intriguing, and I'm wondering why this is happening. Is this like specific people? Because I know from watching that SBU documentary that the only time that they evacuated people was when it was a high-level body. What they considered a high-level person, maybe Wagner or something. But anyway, I kind of find that very unusual that they are evacuating. So in the area of the settlement of Hebok, the enemy is organising cooperation between the 79th Motorised Rifle Regiment and the 155th Separate Brigade of the Marines, and is conducting mining of forest strips. During the day in this area, 11 combat clashes took place, and the occupiers also carried out 31 drone strikes, shelled the positions of defence forces of Ukraine 437 times. Since the beginning of the day, one combat clash has still been going on in the Vovchansk region, and the defence forces of Ukraine responded adequately to the actions of the enemy. They've been strengthening the defending units in threatening areas and continue to destroy the manpower, weapons and military equipment of the Russian invaders. The losses of the enemy, irreversible, as they put it, for the past day in this particular area amounted to 137 people, or invaders, if you would like to call them, because that's what they are. Also, in this direction, the enemy lost 33 units of weapons and military equipment, so APCs, artillery systems, cars, special equipment, drones, various different drones, and 48 enemy shelters destroyed specifically. In the Khortytsia group of troops in the eastern direction, the enemy launched 49 airstrikes here, 501 drone strikes, and over the past day fired 4,514 shots at the positions of troops in the eastern operational zone. During the day in this direction, 30 combat encounters took place with the enemy, and the enemy continues to shell the positions of defenders. In the current day alone, shellings have continued, airstrikes, anti-aircraft missiles and drones have already been recorded in this area. The losses for the eastern direction, 1,070 eliminated invaders, 6 tanks, 28 APCs, armoured personnel carriers, 49 guns and mortars, 1 heavy flamethrower system, that's those Salzbach things, 2 anti-tank means, 55 automotive equipment, 17 special equipment. That is absolutely staggering, right? 17 special equipment in that one direction there. 2 means of electronic warfare, 405 drones, 15 shelters, and 11 ammunition depots. The National Guard reported today that the air reconnaissance units of the 11th Brigade of the National Guard carried out 127 fire attacks on enemy and combat positions, specifically in the Kherson and Zaporizhia directions. Amongst the successful work was destruction of 13 observation posts, 2 units of APCs, armoured personnel vehicles, 2 warehouses of ammo, 8 communication antennas, 3 mortars, 3 guns, 12 places of stay, which I find kind of interesting, 1 PTKR and 7 UAVs of different types. This, to me, is an absolutely staggering amount of things that are being destroyed. When you just look at those areas alone, John, so you've got the Khortytsia group and the Kharkiv group there, and then, of course, the National Guard in Kherson and Zaporizhia. That's a staggering amount of enemy attrition on, well, invaders and equipment.
It is, isn't it, Tracy? Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, just looking through these lists out here, these are extraordinary amounts of equipment, aren't they? And I guess they're kind of fighting and sort of slowly falling back, but at the same time, they're just taking out so much of the enemy's equipment. I think it's getting tougher and tougher for the Russians to marshal forces, although they're still coming on at this point. And it's probably becoming harder and harder for them to equip them with the stuff that they need to support these attacks. So I guess the Ukrainians are fighting smart. It is much easier to defend, of course, than it is to go on the offense. But yeah, those are amazing numbers, and those are kind of reflected in the. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. These are kind of reflected in the daily numbers that we're seeing, aren't they? So yeah, this is a fascinating document you always put together, Tracy. Amazing.
Copying, pasting, that's all it is, John, but thank you very much. I appreciate that. It's the various brigades and units that I follow, commanders, National Guard, things like that, thanks to their information. So I cannot take credit for it, but I just do the copying and pasting around here, John.
You still have to do it though, Tracy. So yeah, there it is. Oyvind has joined us and has his hand up. Go ahead, Oyvind. Hi, welcome to the panel.
Thank you very much. I heard you mention that Ukraine are very good on on getting intelligence. Some of the intelligence is from satellites. And I look at statistics, orbital launches by year and country. And Russia is falling behind. So far this year, they have launched 8. United States have launched 84 or something. 84. They are really falling behind. And some of these communications satellites, they don't last forever. So they have to go up and place new ones. And Russia is falling behind. And if you go back to 1991, when it was the end of the Soviet Union, they launched 79 a year. Last year, Russia launched only 20. So it's part of the de-Eurasian situation they are in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivan. That's very interesting to know. I had no idea. And of course, Ukraine has their own satellite as well, don't they now? What do they call it? That ISI thing? Is it ISI, I think, or something like that, John? The one that they crowdfunded for.
Yeah, and from those figures that Oyvind just presented for us, they're slowly kind of losing their sight, aren't they? They're slowly going blind. It'll take a while, but yeah, I'm guessing that their rocket launch program is in a certain amount of trouble. Didn't they have problems out in Kazakhstan where they weren't paying their money to the Kazakhstanis so that they could no longer launch their satellites from there as well? So that's probably a part of it too. But yeah, interesting data there. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much. So almost done with the frontline update, everybody, and then we can move on to some other news. If you've got any questions or comments, please feel free to come up to the panel. We would love to hear from you. And you can, of course, change the topic as long as it's related to Ukraine, of course. So Ukraine took down 24 attack drones last night. They were detected and escorted by the radio engineering troops of the Air Force. I like it when they say that. They were detected and escorted. So as a result of the anti-aircraft battle, all the UAVs were shot down by the mobile fire groups of the defence forces, including electronic warfare. And these were shot down in the Kyiv, Vinnytsia, Kirovorad, Kharkiv, Sumy, Poltava, and Dnipropetrovsk regions. So just one more bit of information that I was looking at earlier. So we've got some more totals of numbers, and then I was looking at some information. Just let me find it now from that just came in actually regarding this area here. So this is talking about the enemy entering the city of Toretsk and latching onto the outskirts, continuing to advance slowly but steadily in small assault groups. They are beaten and destroyed, but the intensity is not letting up. Several of the units of the 32nd Mechanised Brigade are deeply engulfed from the flanks and suffer losses. Enemy attacks from several directions. The Russians are taking extremely heavy casualties, but bringing more reinforcements. So just more of the same, really. We just need to see them basically having more supplies to be able to deal with this, because this cannot continue, these incremental gains all the time. You know, this is what Russia does. They just don't care, do they? They will just keep throwing bodies and throwing people until they get what they want. And the only way to stop that is to do as we were talking earlier and give Ukraine all the ammunition they need to save lives, John. Not to waste more lives, but to save more lives.
That's right. And the sooner it's over, the better it is, not just for the Ukrainians, but for the Russians too. If we can pick up the pace and get this sorted out, then that means fewer people have to die. But at the same time, if they're not gonna give it up, then they're gonna keep fighting them. And as you said, the supplies is the thing that they need to do that. But really interesting frontline update there, Tracy. All that information that we've just presented to you might have been a little bit difficult to digest. I'm sure we'll be doing another one tomorrow night. Sorry, tomorrow afternoon, your time. And that will give you all the information you need, prime you to ask some really difficult questions of Chuck Ferrer when the evening comes around. But I see that my relief is here, I think, Tracy. Sir Shaggy is going to be taking over from me. So he's up on the panel now. All we need is the overlord in the background who's in control of the host phone to bring Shaggy up in my place. But I will say thank you to you, Tracy. I'll say thank you to everybody who's been listening. And I'll see you again, I think, tomorrow night. So thank you very much, and Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava, and thank you very much, John. Much appreciated. I enjoy these couple of hours with you in an afternoon, so go and enjoy a very good sleep because, of course, it's not afternoon for you. So much appreciated, John. So Shaggy will be coming up to join me, everybody. We will be doing the old switcheroo. So we'll be taking you away. Please come up and bring your comments, your questions, anything that you have to talk about. If you're not able to come up to the panel or you don't want to, that's fine. You can DM Sir Shaggy and I in the background. We will happily read out your questions, your comments, put them to the panel and see what we would all like to talk about. So whilst we do that, I will just tell you some more information that's coming in. Let me see now. So more reports coming in all day about what's going on, about troops being moved around in different directions. So as John was saying, come and get the expert analysis from people like Chuck Farrer. So the Cortesia group of troops has just posted again for the evening. 64 combat clashes took place during the day there in the eastern direction. So battles are continuing in Kharkiv, Kupiansk, Liman, Seversky direction, Kramatorsk. 15 attacks in the area of Toretsk and New York during the day, and the enemy dropped 10 guided aerial bombs onto Toretsk itself. In the Pokrovsky direction, 21 attacks. This is, of course, on top of the morning report that I already gave you. So just speaking to that intensity again of what's going on there on the battlefield. So, Sir Shaggy, are you situated in the seat next to me now? And welcome, hello.
No, I'm still in the down the bottom of the stairs. I'm waiting an invite, and then I will press that. So not there yet, but I can speak there.
Are you directing from the seat, the cheap seats, Sir Shaggy?
Hang on a second, I just got it. I'll be up in a second.
Okie dokie. So Sir Shaggy will come and join me. The lovely Joanna came up to join us as well, so maybe she will have some contributions. And if you've got any contributions, please feel free to come and bring them. It enriches the conversation around here if you come and join us. So please come and talk to us. If not, you will have to hear Sir Shaggy and I just rattling along together.
I'm here now. Joanna, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Sir Shaggy and Tracy. You talked about the satellite earlier, and I wanted to talk a little bit about it because I think it's important and I think it's absolutely amazing. So basically, it started somewhere in summer 2022 when the Pitula Foundation signed like a contract with ISI, the company, um, and during this, because of this agreement, Ukraine was able to receive satellite pictures from ISI, and practically they gave Ukraine access to the pictures from one satellite. But later on in 2023, it was crowdfunded. Actually, it was bought by Ukraine. So now they have their own satellite, but they continue to have access to other pictures if they need those. But why I wanted to speak about this, because eyesight technology is really, really amazing. It's the new technology is not like just pictures. You know, when something happened in Ukraine and like the strike in Morozovsk, and we are waiting for satellite photos, and for 1 day or 2 days, there are clouds and you cannot see exactly what is happening on the ground, or when the satellite passes, it's night. Well, ISI takes care of all this because they can form pictures through the clouds and during night, because it's a radar, it's synthetic aperture radar. Sorry for pronouncing it wrong. So it's very interesting technology. Basically, it does some kind of a triangulation with using radar pulses, and basically they can reconstruct an image on the ground or even a 3D structure. So it's used when it's not a war. Of course, it's used for landscaping, to generate 3D landscape models on ground and underground, undersea, to a certain depth, of course. And it's really an amazing technology. Sorry for speaking a little bit on all sides, but I just wanted to say that it's a great satellite. And usually we don't get like pictures from this. They are reserved for the military, of course. But what is important to note is that those images can be generated even if there is cloud coverage, even if the satellite passes through during the night. So that's what I like about this technology.
Thank you so much, Joanna. That's fantastic information. Much appreciated. I think it's pretty incredible, isn't it, what they did, really? I mean, just, the idea of doing something like that, but then going ahead and doing it, and Ukrainians donating to that the way that they did, it's pretty staggering. And really, when we look back, incredibly needed. And it's a good job that they had the foresight to do something like that, really. So, Shaggy, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I agree as well. I've just been trying to catch up on the news. I've been looking at economic news today. Listening to that, got a bit slightly distracted with it. So I was trying to catch up on your frontline report. I was particularly interested in the numbers around Vovochansk. Because I thought they were I thought they were higher in the east, around about 1,000 a day in the east, rather than 1,000 a day in Vovochansk. I thought they were an order of magnitude less there. So I was just double checking the figures that you put together, and yeah, they were right. I think it was 137 or something like that. Russian losses in where is it?
In Vovchansk itself.
Yeah, 137 there. Enemy losses in Vovochansk today, and it was over 1,000 in the eastern Kortistia. How do you say that? Oh,
I think Kortistia.
That's the one. Yeah. So yeah. So a lot more. So almost an order of magnitude difference there. 1,070. I'm just checking your numbers there. There we go. Yeah. So I just wanted to check that. I was looking at some other news as well. So yeah, the European Union approved some more sanctions. We talked about that one yet?
No, we did not. Let's talk about sanctions, Shaggy. I like embargoes, quite frankly.
Yeah, it'd be good if there was an embargo, but this is just a new sanctions package against Belarus, targeting individuals and organizations involved in repression and human rights violations. So this is according to a report from the Council of the European Union, dated today. So yeah, the list includes 28 people and 3 groups of people as well. So yeah, in total, so altogether now, there are EU restrictions against Belarus against 261 individuals and 37 organizations. So the groups of people today, they included prosecutors, judges who've passed some politically motivated sentences, a group of Lukashenko's associates, including the general director of Belta. I think it's either Belta or Beta. I don't know if that's a capital I or a small L. Might be a small L, actually. News agency, Irina Ukulovich, a TV presenter, Mikita Ratsiluski, and the former head of Lukashenko's press service, Dmitry Zuk, as well as 2 deputy heads of the main directorate for combating organized crime and corruption, Gubozik. So yeah, they're in Belarus. They're all in Belarus. So yeah, EU sanctions on them.
Well, it's about time, isn't it? That's good news, Sir Shaggy. Thank you. I want to see more people getting sanctioned in Belarus, and Belarus should be having a tougher time of it, I think.
Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of people in Belarus who are okay and do want freedom and democracy. They actually won the elections when they had their elections last, but obviously Lukashenko was like, no, not having any of those results, and he just and their leaders left the country, and there are Belarusians fighting in Ukraine on Ukraine's side. So these targeted sanctions are very good. Are very good. Did you also hear about the reported cholera outbreak in Crimea in three cities there?
Yes, I did, and they are really struggling for water and all sorts of things in Crimea now.
Yeah, it's to do with it's just sort of usual in Russia, or where Russia goes, sewage collection breakdown. So yeah, in effect, tsunamis and stuff like that. So it was noted. So this is from the presidential mission in Crimea. Ukraine Forum reports in Crimea, in Simferopol, Zankoy, and Feodosa. Hope we said those 3 correct. An outbreak of cholera is reported, which the administration there is trying to hide. It is noted that earlier there was information about the closure of beaches in Feodosa due to the sewage collector breakdown and sewage discharge into the sea. So yeah, if Crimeans, Ukrainian Crimeans obviously don't go in the sea around there, but Russians, if you're there, well, you can go floating around with the feces in the water, should we say, and that generally is not very good and can give you cholera. So yeah, 3 places in Crimea are not doing very well.
Well, they're just disgusting, aren't they, those Russians? I mean, just poor Ukrainians. They're going to have so much of a cleanup operation afterwards. It's going to take years. So in Belgorod Reservoir, there's apparently no water there left. So even after stopping the discharge of water into the river, the water level is rapidly decreasing. The southern and middle parts of the reservoir have dried up. And in Crimea, water reserves in local reservoirs has decreased by almost 16 million cubic meters over the past month. Oh dear, what a shame. At the rate of shallowing, there will soon be no usable volume of water left in the reservoir. And I was reading something yesterday, actually, as well, about all the crops and things like that failing because there's no water. So, oh dear, they'll just have to go home, won't they, Sir Shaggy? Make Crimea untenable. I am reminded each day more and more of what General Budanov and the Vice Admiral of the Navy said in that Battle for Snake Island documentary about we don't really need to force the Russians out militarily, because what do they do if they can't supply themselves, basically, with food and military equipment, Sir Shaggy? Well, they'll just have to leave, won't they?
Yeah, that would be good. I mean, you have to keep in mind, though, that it's not just Russians in Crimea. There's Crimeans, there's Ukrainian Crimeans there as well. So they're also going to be affected by this, and this is the little bit of quandary that goes through my mind. The Crimeans that we support, and they're under occupation there. Obviously, we don't want anything bad to happen to them, but we do want bad things to happen, obviously, to the Russians that are there, and any collaborators with the Russians out there as well. I'm not asked about them, to tell you the truth. Mary just raced up with her hand in the air. Mary.
Thanks, Shaggy. Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. I saw, I think it was like about a week ago, a video, and it was sad because it was a Crimean Tatar, and I believe she was a dentist or a doctor or something like that, and she was being cursed out by a Russian, who was basically saying how they're going to take, how they need to leave, how she needs to leave, and how the the Russians are going to take all of the land, and just being the belligerent whatever that they are, and basically saying that all the Crimeans just need to leave. It was just an absolutely dreadful video, and evidently this woman caters to the Crimean Tatar community that's there, and it's a sad situation that they're in. But anyways, just you're completely right, because they evidently do not have much, and it's been a campaign recently that they are going in and stealing their property. And I guess it's been going on, but I've just been hearing about it a lot more, where they are going in and raiding their homes and taking over their homes now for whatever, how Russia is. They make up charges, they make up reasons. So, anyways, thanks, guys. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone.
Hello, Mary. Good day, and thank you for mentioning that. You're both right. I don't disagree with you at all, and we have to always remember these things. And I'm always conscious of how many Ukrainians have been forced to the front line from temporarily occupied areas. When we look at those eliminated invaders, we call them, every single day. So I'm always conscious of that. So thank you for pointing that out to both of you. The only other thing that I would point to, I think, is that as difficult as the situation is, if that pressure is not put upon Crimea and upon Russians and unfortunately upon Ukrainians that are there, then they're never going to leave and it's never going to stop. And I would just hope, and of course it is maybe wishful thinking, I'm not trying to oversimplify or minimise what Ukrainians living there are having to deal with either, but this is the only way this stops, isn't it? If that pressure is not put upon Russians to force them to leave, then it's just going to continue. And I think the treatment that Russians, that Ukrainians will be getting from Russian forces in occupied areas, I would probably say is much worse than any pressure that they get from the pressure that Ukrainians are put on there to force Russian forces to leave. And I would just think that the more of the Russian forces that leave, the more that leaves those very limited resources for Ukrainians to be able to use. And of course, that is a massive oversimplification as well, again. So to say, I'm not trying to minimize that at all, but unfortunately it's the only way that this ends, isn't it? By that pressure continuing to be put on to Russian forces by Ukrainians in Crimea and in all of the areas that Russia's occupied right now. But thank you very much, Mary and Sir Shaggy. I think we should always point that out and always emphasize that.
Yeah, cheers, Tracy. Yeah, I know it's always in your mind as well. The people that are under occupation, need to try and help them somehow, but it's a tricky one, isn't it? How to help them without helping the occupiers that are there. And the occupiers that are there, as you say, are just going to go and try and nick wherever they can for themselves and the invaders that they brought in. And some of them have brought in their families and stuff like that, especially in Crimea, where it's been occupied for many years now. So yeah, the logistics, the military logistics, it hit those things. I was disappointed again to read another article about the railway that the Russians have built that goes into Mariupol. That's kind of really annoying me now. It's probably really annoying the Ukrainians as well. So yeah, that apparently shortens the. I'm just reading this from Euromaidan Press now. The apparently shortens the logistics route by 300 kilometers because they don't have to go over the Kerch Bridge. They can use that route now. So that needs to be, I think, from my point of view, and quite a few other keyboard warrior commentators. We think that should be a priority, but Ukraine will hit it when Ukraine wants to hit it. So I'll leave that to people like Budanov to decide, and Zelensky and the SVU and the partisans and all that kind of thing. But I'd like to see that that railway line. I think it goes from Rostov-on-Don into Mariupol. I'm not 100% sure where it goes from, but I know it goes into Mariupol. I'd like that interdicted. There we go. There's a word I learned over the past 2.5 years.
Very good, Sir Shaggy. So Atesh have been taking a visit to the coast of Sevastopol to check on the destruction of this submarine, the Rostov-on-Don. So this is quite interesting. They've posted some videos. Their agent discovered, I'm just going to read it out to you, what they've said. I'll post this actually for people to look at. So our agent discovered the arrival of a helicopter at the Cape Chersonis after reconnaissance. They recorded the disembarkation of important guests who apparently boarded the boat and then set off in the direction of Killen Bay. Their visit was to find those responsible for the destruction of the submarine and try to understand how to prevent future attacks. I don't see how going there is going to do that. I think they know how it was hit and how it was destroyed, and that was by Ukrainians. We continue to closely monitor the situation, said Atesh, so that new attacks cannot be avoided by the Russian occupation forces. What do you make of that, Sir Shaggy?
Sorry, Tracy, I wasn't listening. I was reading another article, so I don't have a view. Oh dear, sorry, I'm embarrassed.
That's okay, Sir Shaggy. No problem at all. We will wait to see more information from Atesh, I guess.
Damn it, I like Atesh as well. Okay, give me a quick overview then. What do they do this time?
Well, they've been scouting what's going on in Sevastopol with this Rostov-on-Don, going to see basically what's happening there. And they've provided some videos, which are kind of interesting. But what they're basically saying is that some important guests came from Russia in a helicopter. And they came to see, apparently, to find those responsible for the destruction of the submarine and try to understand how to prevent future attacks. I mean, I don't know why they need to go there to do that. Do you? And like I said, I think they know who destroyed it.
Yeah, and well, we know how they could prevent future attacks, don't they? By buggering off back to Russia. There we go. That's how they could prevent future attacks. Just leaving. But more on this, a little bit more on this. So I'm reading this from Euromaidan Press. Because the headline says Russia opens Mariupol railway, cutting logistic routes by 300 kilometers. And there's a bridge. I like bridges. Well, I like bridges being targeted. So apparently, it goes from Donetsk via Volnovakha. And I remember that because it used to be another train line that used to go to Volnovakha. I really wanted to hit. And I've had my eye on that. I haven't looked at the map for a while, but I've had my eye on that little bit of rail track for really quite some time. But it goes down to Mariupol, but it goes across a river. Actually, it goes across the river in several places, including a railway bridge near the village of Hranti. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hran. So Hranit. Nitne. Oh, you can try and say that. It's got, honestly, my dyslexia isn't very good. I'm going to put this in the back channels for you, so you can have a go at trying to pronounce that word. You have a quick look in the back channels, Tracy. You try and pronounce that. Harantni. Is that how you say it? That's definitely not how you say it, is it?
Maybe a silent R, Sir Shaggy.
Is it Hranitne? I have no idea how to say that. It doesn't compute in my head. I'm rubbish at Ukrainian place names unless they're really simple.
Sometimes, if you've just translated it, it can be a spelling mistake or a translation thing.
No, this is from directly from reading. That's how it's spelled in the Euromaidan Press article that I'm reading. And everything else looks okay, like MriyaReport. Oh, Dan's going to come up and explain how we pronounce this word. I'm hoping. Yeah, everything else it's a railroad bridge across the Kalmius River. I can say that. Kalmius River. So there we go.
Very good. Did Dan come up and join us?
I think he did. Dan.
Yeah, I just wanted to pop in and try my pronunciation. Parenki.
Say that again.
Parenki.
I need my microphone button on, don't I? Yeah, it's HRANITNE. Did you say a K in there or something?
I think it's probably a silent R, maybe.
Yeah.
I tell you what, let's ask the expert. I think I have somebody who may be able to answer the question, Sir Shaggy.
Is Pickled Flicker Fella coming up? I'm trying to get him up. Yeah, I was about to ask Google how to say that word, but I haven't actually quite got around to it yet. I think I'll rely on Pickled Flicker Fella.
Oh my goodness, I'm going to get a spanking.
It might be Tine on the end, Tine, Tine. Pickled Flicker Fella is having a right good old laugh now at all of us whilst he's trying to come up to the panel.
Come on. Oh, he's not come up. He's dropped back down again. Come on, Pickle. You need to save us. Anyway, so yeah. Anyway, it's a rail bridge, and if Ukraine managed to obviously do something wonderful to that rail bridge, I blow it up, or the partisans, well, that would stop the that would stop that rail line completely. So that'd be very good. And we got loads of people. We got Ben trying to come up. We got Pickle Flicker Fella trying to say that one. I've had a glass of wine. Actually, I got a little bit of wine next to me, but I'll leave that there because it's still only 4:30 in the afternoon. And that's a bit early for me. So Pickle Flicker Fella, how you say that place?
You guys are awesome. I love it. Can you spell it to me one more time, just slowly? I'll write it down so I have it in front of me. I have like a memory of a goldfish, so I apologize.
I can do that. So HRANITNE.
Granitne.
I said it was a Rene on the end. I didn't get the first part right though.
Granitne. So it's from it's originated from word granite, like a rock, granite rock. So it's probably some kind of quarry or something down there. But yeah, granitne.
So now it makes complete sense, Pickled Flicker Fella. Thank you, because of course a G is pronounced with a H sound in Ukraine. So it makes perfect sense now, Sir Shaggy.
Oh yeah, it does now. Granitne. Oh, I can say it now. Now, see, I'm quite good at this repeat thing. So if somebody says it, I can just repeat it back. But me trying to read that out, I just don't know where the stresses are or anything. And it's just letters that shouldn't be next to each other, like H and R. I can't think of a word in English where H and R are next to each other. Anyway, yeah. So thank you very much, Pickle Flicker Fella. Sorry for demolishing that word initially, but I think I might got it right now. Heretne. Anyway, I'll practice it.
Okay, so do you want to talk about, let me see, this is quite interesting here. So from the Ministry of Defence, a tower module for the American-made M113 APC armoured personnel carrier has been codified and put into operation by the Ministry of Defence. Work is also ongoing at Ukrainian enterprises to increase the level of firepower and protect APCs of various modifications from attacks by enemy UAVs. The new armoured turret of domestic development can be installed on the M113 of all modifications. The design provides protection for the turret gunner from small arms bullets and large caliber machine guns. It also protects him from ammunition fragments. We will remind you that for firing at ground and air targets, 12.7mm Browning machine guns are installed on the turret of the M113 tracked armoured personnel carriers. Optionally, it can also be equipped with an MK19 automatic grenade launcher or an M47 Dragon or even BGM 71 TOW anti-tank systems. And I actually know what those things are, believe it or not. So practice makes perfect around here. Currently, about 20 models of foreign-made APCs have been put into operation with units of the Defence Forces of Ukraine. In particular, the LAV TVC, I don't know what that is, an FV432, well, just loads of numbers, so there's not much point me reading out all of those, but a couple of the names, Striker, Spartan, and other things that I recognise. So that's definitely good news. More protection and more firepower, that sounds like to me, Sir Shaggy.
Yeah, sounds excellent. Haran Itne. There we go. I've been saying that while you've been talking about that. I've been practicing that word. Haran Itne. There we go. Oh, brilliant. I'm getting clapping. I'm getting claps. This is good. This is good. So, yeah, like that. Haran Itne. Haran Itne. There we go. I get there in the end.
Well, at least I got the Itne bit right on the end, and it wasn't a silent R.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to take. I mean, I hope I remember it tomorrow. So yeah, we're on tomorrow, aren't I? So ask me to say it again tomorrow, and I get an orange. I'll give myself an orange if I get it right again tomorrow.
I'll buy you a melon, Sir Shaggy, a watermelon.
Okay, thank you. Glad you clarified. Thank you very much. I do like a watermelon, although I do prefer the other ones, the Gallia ones. But I will go for a watermelon. It's just all those little seeds. Just I don't know. Do you eat the seeds? I don't eat the seeds.
Nah, that's what spoons are for.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, but I do like that water. I actually love watermelon juice. That's what I like about it. I remember it was watermelon. Was it yesterday or the day before? It was more watermelon day.
The day before, I think, but quite recently.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I remember seeing finding that picture of all the watermelons on that train. That stuck in my head. Lots and lots and lots of watermelons. Yeah. I don't. Let me find some more news. So over to you, Tracy.
Let's go to Dan with his hand up. Go ahead, Dan.
I don't eat watermelon, but if you give them watermelon with seeds, Sir Shaggy, you can turn it into a contest. Here in the States, we do watermelon spitting contest to see how far you can go. So you can do a little Olympics with the watermelon seed.
That's a good idea. I like that. You can actually get them between your fingers and your finger and your thumb as well, and try and squirt them out as well and see how far you can get. I remember doing that quite a few times. So let's go to pickled flicker fella, and then Ben.
All right, I'm gonna try to type watermelon to Ukraine. Quick pop quiz. Let's see who knows. Ukrainian city that's famous for its watermelons.
Well, I'd say a region, Kherson.
Yeah, region, of course, Tracy. You just know everything. Thank you.
Not quite, but thank you, pickled flicker fella. I appreciate the compliment.
Oh, I knew it was Kherson. I knew it was Kherson. Okay, Tracy. Oh, you're gonna get this anyway. So, what's Zaporizhia famous for? What's its vegetable?
Cherries.
Yeah, exactly. I only learned that the other day, actually. So yeah, there we go. Okay, then. Come on, tell us some other oblasts then, and what their foods are, or do you only know those two? Because I only actually know. I'll confess, I only know those two.
Yeah, me too.
Pickle Flicker Fella. You tell us, are there any other Ukrainian oblasts which have a fruit or a vegetable that they're associated with?
Yes, but I don't remember the top of my head. I have to go back and look at it. But I tell you what, there's another very important consumable, at least in my life, that a Ukrainian region or city particularly is famous for. It actually helps me to speak English in the morning, by the way. So if you try to pronounce some of those Ukrainian words, you might want to do the same practice that I do. I typically get a big sip of coffee first thing I wake up and just gargle with it. And it helps me to wake up and start, getting my tongue untwisted speaking English language. Might work the same thing for Ukrainian, but of course I'm talking about Lviv. Lviv has an incredible, I think it's like capital of coffee, at least for Ukraine for sure. But they have amazing variety of coffees, which is super delicious.
This is the first thing that I'm doing when I go there, Pickled Flicker Fella. I'm going to go get a cup of coffee and I'm going to take a picture and show you all. I cannot wait to try coffee in Ukraine, Sir Shaggy.
Yeah, I'm okay, and I'm actually pretty happy that Pickle Flicker Fella doesn't know what the other areas fruit or vegetable is. Makes me feel a bit better because I don't know either. I'm gonna have to Google that one.
Well, is it Odessa where all those, I forget now, I think is it Odessa where those Japanese trees are? Those Japanese blossom trees?
That's cherry blossom. That'd be cherry blossom, wouldn't it?
I don't think they are. I mean, there could be cherry blossom ones, I don't know, but I know there is a region, I forget if it's Odessa now, where there's quite a lot of those Japanese trees specifically. I'll have to double check.
I think you're right, Tracy. I remember when I was visiting Odessa, somebody was telling me vaguely the story about them, and I think they were originally supposed to be different color when they were ordered, but I could be wrong on this. But that sounds right. And also, I think Crimea is famous for its wineries, right? So I would imagine Crimea probably has a lot of kind of grape farms and whatever those things are called. But I heard that's it's a very nice region just because of the mountains terrain or hilly terrain, I guess, and how they plant those things. They have some phenomenal wine there as well. So.
Thank you very much. That's very interesting. I love learning about these different things. So, Sir Shaggy, have you been buying ingredients to make some, well, I don't know, things for Tracy's tea time? Like, Veronica?
Not yet. No, my shop, company shop that I go to is open tomorrow. Isn't open today, and I've been on holiday. Today was my first day back in work, but I haven't been to the shops yet. But I'll pop in there tomorrow.
So I'm looking at something now. I'm just trying to work out what this is actually. So there's a large-scale fire in the Kharkiv region, but I was just looking at the military administration to see if there were any reports from there about any hits or anything. It seems to be a Ukrainian turbine building enterprise, and it's a massive fire. It doesn't look good, so I'm just trying to work out what's happening there. Are you seeing anything about that, Sir Shaggy?
No, at the moment. I'm researching fruit at the moment, see if I can find any more regions in Ukraine and see what their fruit is, or vegetable. That's what I'm on at the moment. But I'm thinking they must have more than just cherry and watermelon. There's got to be. I mean, there's got to be. I mean, they have loads of things, don't they? They have plums and pears and apples and stuff. So I wonder if different, maybe regions kind of maybe further to the west have got like apples and stuff like that as their kind of regional fruit that they're famous for. So I'm trying to find this out.
Well, things grow abundantly in Ukraine in many different regions, don't they? But yeah, I'd be interested to know. That's all I came across is the watermelons and cherries. So yeah, let's see if we can find any more specific things that are really in each area. I mean, Melitopol and the cherries, I see lots of symbols in Melitopol involving the cherries. So I quite like it, really.
All right, cool, bananas. Well, listen, in a second, I'm just going to do something from Ben. So I'm going to create a post from Beneficial, another still from the film. I'm just going to create a post now, and then Ben can talk about it. But Ben, are you there? Maybe you want to say hello first of all?
Shaggy, hello. I always want to say hello to you and Tracy, but I'll tell you something. I so enjoy the you and Tracy, or Tracy and you, updating us on what's going on. It's both informative and I don't really want to say enjoyable because there's so many terrible things that you talk about, but it is enjoyable, at least for me. And so to interrupt or to interrupt this great thing that you do every day for a sales pitch for a film, I feel a little bit guilty, but I appreciate it, and I'll try to make the most of the time that for a worthy cause, I will say. So thank you.
You're welcome. You take over, Tracy. I am creating a post. And
All
once
right.
I've done that, I'll tweet it out, and then I'll put it in the nest, and then let you know when it's done. I'll be a minute or two.
All right.
No
So
problem, Sir Shaggy. Thank you very much. And thank you, Ben. Don't apologise about interrupting. It's a very important topic, so please carry on.
Well, what Shaggy's putting up is a still photograph from the film, or AKA a screenshot of children. Obviously they're very little children, and the point about it is that the Russian national project is to eliminate the next generation of Ukrainians, either by deporting them, killing them, reprogramming them with their, with indoctrination. And so there's a whole campaign really against children. What we say, oh, it's so terrible, and it is terrible. They attack a children's hospital in Kyiv. Well, this is all part of a big project. If you take the pieces and if you look at them individually, it's one bad thing after another. But when you put it all together, there's a method to this madness that they have. It's to destroy the entire next generation one way or another. So that, because what the ultimate goal is to end all things Ukraine, the land, the language, the religion, the heritage, and all that. And to do that, part of what they're doing, I mean, it's not even like a theoretical thing, right? They're actually doing it, and we see it. But all the pieces are not put together. We talk about individual atrocities, but this is really the goal. And so the film goes into that. So I mentioned Citizen Gunfighters as a title because it's about the citizens, ordinary people picking up arms in order to fight the aggressor. But what are this, and what the children's about is this is what they're fighting for. And in this case, it's for the religion and all the other things I mentioned. But everybody can identify with bad things happening to kids, and bad things are happening to kids. So I put up that rather benign photo, which in an ordinary circumstance, if you were in Perth, Australia, or London, or Los Angeles, or Stockholm, anywhere in the world, it would be a lovely picture of a class of children with their teacher. But this is Ukraine. And what's underlying that picture is really a lot of terrible, terrible things. But the good thing about it is that life goes on, and that there's every attempt the Ukrainians are making to have a normal life for their kids, for their children, so that they grow up as children and to have a good childhood. And as all of this is raging, and so that's what that picture represents for the film. we go into on these parts of the film. It's we filmed already a program for, well, first of all, there are the atrocities, stealing children, putting them up for adoption. Some come back, and that's in the film too. And then another aspect is for kids who are surviving or kids who have been exposed to war. Ukraine has various programs in the country for treatment for them, for PTSD, for example. And so we filmed in a summer camp where where the kids thought they were going to summer camp, but what they were having was PTSD treatment. And that's what, and you see that, and you see that, you see the kids, and they really change for the better so that they're not screwed up later in life, and, or impaired later in life. And so there's this whole element that have to do with children. I've so far talked about soldiers, and the stuff I put up has to do with, guys with guns and tablets and drones. But this is the other side that the film touches on. And so that's why Shaggy put that up. I don't know if it's up yet. Shaggy, how's it going?
Yeah, it's up there. It's up in the nest. Tested it. People are liking it and retweeting it already as well, including Tracy. So yeah, it's up there. I've sent you a link as well.
Well, thank you. And so that's what that picture represents. And with the whole children part, it's very sensitive, obviously, and it's very sensitive subject. And I think we do, and we will do, because we still have filming to do, and try to be very sensitive to the topic, and not be exploitive at all, but also very emotional, because it really is, intellectually you can say yes, like when you hear that like the hospital's been bombed, yeah, that's terrible, and people say that's terrible, but what I want in the film is for people to really feel, both horror and how terrible things are, and when a kid is repatriated and comes back, how wonderful it is for that child and the family. So that's what that is about. And then, and then this is the fundraising part. Help us make this film. We've filmed some of it, and there's more to do. And if you go to MriyaReport.org, if you've been waiting to do it, this is a good day to do it. Every day is a good day to do it. But I think Tracy will agree with me that this is a good day to do it. Please, Tracy, agree with me. And 100.
Absolutely.
And thank you for that. 100 and 100%. And so and we've been raising funds for a week, and I've been told that it's doing well, but we could do better. So it's your chance. And then the last thing on this note, by standing up at this time and putting in $25 or more, your name will be in the credits of the film on the screen, and the film will be free forever, just like To the Zero Line, which is our first film on the war. And we'll put it up on YouTube or someplace, wherever it'll be forever, kind of thing, whatever forever is, in an archives, so that years from now people can look back and see this period in history and see who stood up at this time to help when they really needed the help. So thanks for this floor, Shaggy. Thanks, Tracy. If you don't have any questions, maybe you do. I'll be very happy to hear more about more terrible things told in a wonderful way.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Ben. And I've just tested out. So in that post as well, there is a link to the Zero Line, and I just tested it. It does work. Apparently, I'm visitor number 256,065. There we go. There's a little number thing on there. So that's good. So if you haven't watched To the Zero Line yet, then click the link in that post and give it a watch when Tracy and I are on co-hosting. So yeah, you can also watch it in little segments as well. So do that. That's how I watched it. Tracy.
Thank you very much, Sir Shaggy, and thank you so much for that, Ben. It's actually really great to know that these children are getting the support like that. I mean, of course, you know, that's what you expect, and that's what we've come to see of Ukraine, but it's really great to be able to get the feedback and to know that they have got these camps, albeit, you know, limited, but of course, Ukraine needs a lot more support in that regard as well. You know, so many children are going to need this rehabilitation, and we're also happy when they come home. But then you have to think that's just the start of the next step in the journey, isn't it? Even if they're returned, as you said, Ben, many of them have got PTSD, or even worse in some occasions, the torture that they've been through, for example, the brainwashing.
Yeah, in the first film, we have a lot on children because, you know, and you know it. Both, you know, there's a girl who survived a missile attack, and her entire family was killed, and she was the sole survivor. And but she has serious injury with shrapnel in her brain that the doctors have given her multiple operations for. And then there's Christmas, because Christmas, they want to make a normal Christmas, even though it's an abnormal time. But this film goes into the whole concept of which we don't go into as much. It's about the people and the situation. This one, the aspect, when you put all of the children parts together, you realize, holy shit, they're trying to wipe them all out. And you can do a bucha and wipe out. You know, they can do a bucha and wipe out a neighborhood or a town, but then with children that survive, what do you do if you're Russia? What are you going to do if you want to wipe out Ukraine, the future of Ukraine, so that there is no more heritage of Ukraine? Well, you wipe out the possibility for the kids, and that's an element that's in this film. As far as the other elements. And so, yeah, Tracy. And so Ukraine on the other side of it is protecting their children, just like a mother who holds her children to her breast. And but some come back, wounded or injured, or suffer trauma just being in the city and being an internally displaced person. All those children need help. And in one form or another, so that they can, as you know, in the first film, they have Christmas with St. Nicholas. You know, with St. Nicholas is Santa Claus, aka Santa Claus, because they want the kids to grow up normal. So there's this huge struggle, and they have schools now. You know, they have schools doing regular schoolwork for kids. So there's this huge struggle between the Russians. And this is not a battlefield struggle per se. This is a struggle for the possibility of having a young generation grow up, and that's going on as well as the battlefield, and that's what we go into in the film. That the Russians are doing all these things to thwart the next generation, the children, from becoming having a Ukrainian heritage and nation, and the Ukrainians at the same time are both protecting it and trying to perpetrating it. Perpetrating is the wrong word, and fostering it. So that, and this battle is going on, and it's not really spoken of, and we do that in this film. So thanks, Tracy, for the question.
Thank you very much, Ben. Yeah, so if you want to help with this, everybody, and why would you not, go ahead and click on that link and make a donation if you are able to. And if you're not able to make a donation, please do consider sharing this information, talking about it. It's really, really important right now that, you know, we do everything that we can as a community here in MriyaReport and as a world community to help get the word out, to help break through that propaganda, to help people understand, just everyday people people like you and I in the street, in our circles, who are not fully engaged with everything like we are, who do not really understand yet the level of what's happening, that this is a genocide, as Ben was saying, that Russia is trying to wipe out Ukraine and the future of Ukraine and Ukrainians, the culture, the history, because they don't want anything of that to be left. Russia wants to eliminate all Ukrainians, including the children, and they want to eliminate all the culture and history as well, so that there's nothing left for anybody to know about Ukrainians, because as far as Ukraine is concerned, Russia doesn't believe that they exist. We, of course, know that that's an absolute load of stuff and nonsense, and Ukraine is a beautiful nation full of wonderful people, and this is why we are trying to help them, because it's the right thing to do, and because this is what people should do. And this is why I think this film is incredibly important in cutting through that. It's that human aspect. I was talking about this earlier, Ben. I think when people make those human connections and just those things that we all take for granted every day, those normal stresses and strains in our lives that we have to deal with every day, that we get annoyed about, and then just magnify that on top of, you know, everything else, you're dealing with a genocidal invasion as well. I was just talking about normal things earlier. I'm, as a parent, thinking of coming towards the end of the summer, and I was talking about just one random thing of getting school uniforms and things like that. And this is the struggle that the ordinary Ukrainians are having every day to live their lives and to love and to have marriages and births and all these things whilst fighting this genocidal invasion at the same time and trying to heal their own children. You know, we all talk about that the media doesn't talk about these things enough. This is our chance here to be able to change that, to be able to make a difference, and to be able to help people make those human connections, because all that politics and all those other things, all that falls away when people just see each other like this and see the struggles that they're dealing with and just realize, just like Ben said then, and I'm going to quote you, Ben, so I can say this, holy shit, they are really trying to wipe out the whole of Ukraine and the future of Ukraine, including the children. Ben?
Well, you said it so. Oh, sorry about that. You said it so well, Tracy. I don't think I can add anything to that. It is something that is not real. It hasn't really been put together in people's minds yet. They see it as individual attacks on a hospital or one outrage after another. But when you look at it as a national project of the Russians, and that's what this really is, it makes perfect sense from their standpoint. And so we really need to stand up and see what, and having seen what really the goal is, it goes way beyond destroying cities, or building or taking Crimea. The ultimate goal, and that's why the Russians are not going to give up. I mean, I'm sorry, that's why the Ukrainians are not going to give up, because they know that this is what's at stake. And the people outside who think that it's about a land war, about pieces of land, don't understand what the Ukrainians know. And, yesterday, I can't pronounce her name, the Ukrainian high jumper who won the high jump. It's so great she won the gold. But it's great she won the gold, and it's great she won the gold because people are paying attention to what she's saying. When you win the gold, they stick a microphone in your face, and what she's been saying, and I think I'll try to get it into the film. And one of the things she said is that Ukrainians never quit. And we're not going. I mean, this is what she said this on to the media, and it was broadcast around the world. And we're fighting a war, and we're not going to quit until we win everything. It was something to that effect. But the point being is that even her, even at that moment of glory for her, she made a real point of saying that Ukraine is in for the fight. And so to think that there'll be some sort of say that the will of Ukrainian families, let's say men and women, are going to be broken, it's just not even going to happen, because they know the kids are at stake. And if you're a mother or father, or grandmother or grandfather, all you do in life really is take care of your kids, and that's what. And it doesn't matter who you know who. What, there is no compromise when it comes to your children, and that's how the people of Ukraine feel. So I've said enough on that whole thing. Yeah, you and Shaggy do such a great job of informing us of everything to do that happens in the last few days. And so I'm so happy you gave me the floor, and I'm so happy to listen to you and Shag.
Well, thank you very much, Ben. That's a very big compliment, and I appreciate that. And, you know, we could not do what we do here without people like you and everybody else in this community too. So right back at you, Ben, and thank you for everything that you do. Okay, so Shaggy, anything to add before we go to James?
Yeah, just one thing before we go to James. So I'm actually reading this. This is going to complement what we were talking about as well. So Alana Zelenska, President Zelensky's wife, gave an interview to Independent TV, which is a newspaper in the UK. So I just tweeted that out actually, and she's basically saying, oh, I'll quote her actually. Ukrainian children have been robbed of their childhood. There are huge problems with education. The number of starkly, she says, children are losing the will to live. So she's basically talking about the Ukrainian kids who've been taken by Russia and been taken into Russia. In this report, it says that at least 19,500 kids have been abducted to Russian territory. Elena Zelenska said this estimate is woefully low. She's received reports, and Kyiv have received reports that Russia has cleared out whole orphanages. So far, Ukraine has only managed to bring home 380 of these kids from Russian territory. So there's 3 posts on this that came across my wire. So I'm just creating a little thread for that as well. So that'll complement what we're talking about. But yeah, let's go to should we go back to Ben first and then James?
Shag, that's a ghost hand. Thanks.
Are you ghost handing again? All right then, James.
Hi, Ben. Hi, everybody. Shaggy, and yes, hello, Tracy, or Iwana, pardon me. Oh, I'm sorry, Tracy it is. Oh my gosh, I was on the wrong row. Anyway, 2 things. One, a quick question, Ben, to you about the process. Let's say that I don't want anything of my account name in there. I wanted to use some other pseudonym to be introduced in credits. Has that been worked out a way to assure that it won't get confused with an order for appropriating money that would potentially tie up donations and not, make them uneasily rendered into quick assistance? So that's question 1. And then comment, the process of genocide has been so much discussed. And I know the definition of it, which means, those 5 things plus intent. But the real understanding, the reason that we'll probably never see 45 million people killed or anything like that is that's not what it takes. It takes the removal of the culture and personality, so to speak, of Ukrainians, for example. That has to be removed, and in its place, you get inculcated into a 2-part system. And the people that usually want to break out of that system are the ones who are at the bad end of that relationship between the power structure and the common person who gets used. And rather than, I think this is my projection or guesstimate, not projection, is that they're looking at the best thing they can do is become part of the power structure rather than becoming a citizen of a free nation, right? and that's what we've got. But I don't think that common citizens in Russia feel that way. So you don't see them. People don't have to die to be genocided if they and their kids are subsequently taken on the character and actions of Russians. That's part of the genocide process. That's what I wanted to say. Thanks.
Yeah, oh, sorry. To answer the second question first, yeah, that's what is going on with deporting the children, indoctrinating them to Russian society, even sending some, the older ones when they turn 18 or who God knows what age to fight for Russia against Ukraine. It's all terrible, and it's all part of a plan. It's all part of a system to destroy the next generation, which also includes rape, because as I mentioned before, rape as a weapon is used in war, in genocidal campaigns, because women who are raped tend not to have children, or you greatly reduce the number of children for a lot of reasons. And so it's very these people, the Russian people, know what they're doing, and they're probably better at this than they are at being an army. And that's why the army, the citizen gunfighters, need to succeed, so that this campaign is put to an end. And as you say, as I've said before, and you've said, and Tracy has said, and we all say here, that many people in the West haven't really framed what's going on properly, in terms of what really is happening. And that's what we do on MriyaReport. But the film, and understanding genocide is one thing that talks about it in sort of like a global way. And then in our film, that everybody in MriyaReport is really part of, hopes to bring the entire concept to people who don't necessarily think this way now, but can be persuaded. So the first question about screen credit, I don't get when someone donates to MriyaReport for the film, it's on MriyaReport's website, and I don't get the information itself. We don't get the information. It's all kept at MriyaReport, just like any other donation. And we get what we get are the first name, last name, and the amount, so we know what credit they get. So as far as the name, we have to fix up that box a little bit, because in the thank you it says that you can give anonymously, but we need to fix it up so that it's a little bit more clear that you can give, but not. But if you choose not to have a screen credit, you don't need to have a screen credit. But we do not get. I don't get any way of contacting people, email addresses or anything else. MriyaReport gets all of that data. Does that answer your question, James?
No, but I directed it to the wrong person. I see that this is really a question for MriyaReport, and how will they? Because you'll need to get this data from them since they are collecting the money. So I think the question about using a pseudonym, whatever you want to call it, that doing bonking as, I guess you could say, name, that kind of thing. How should we write it so that it does not get confused with a directive for allocating money, which they do not want to see? It really jams up the works when people accidentally direct their money to something specific that we're not spending on now.
I don't know the answer to all that, James.
That's why I said I directed the question to the wrong person. Sorry, Ben.
Okay, it is an interesting question. I don't even understand the question 100%. So it's definitely the wrong person, but I'm interested in the answer. We're working out that, the how to inform people better of this, because we will not put up inappropriate names. So if someone says, let's say Vladimir Putin, he will not get a thank you. So all right. So thank you, James. You get a thank you always.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Joanna.
Thank you, Tracy. So you were talking about genocide and about Russians' intention to erase Ukrainian identity, and I just wanted to stress upon this fact because we have seen what is happening in the occupied territories. Beside the illegal annexation of those territories to Russia, and Zakharova right now, she's saying, yeah, negotiations, but we cannot give up territory. Like that territory is theirs, but of course it isn't. So we have seen what is happening there. First, the people are forced to get Russian passports because otherwise they do not have access to, medical care or education or things like this. And this is denying the Ukrainian identity. Education, they are denying the right of people to use the Ukrainian language. Education is in Russian. They replace the textbooks. They start the classes with the Russian anthem, and people are punished for not singing the Russian anthem. And it's very, very dangerous. And I want to share this with you because it's rather shameful. It's from my experience. It's rather shameful, but brainwashing can work. It can work. Um, in my family, when I was little, they didn't talk politics because they were afraid, because we had the security forces, Securitate in Romania, and people were listened to. People were telling on each other. It was really a very difficult environment. So in my family, in the house, they were avoiding political talk. So I wasn't aware of what is happening until I was like probably 11 or 12. And in the school system, we had like this thing called pioneers. That's what was called. It was kind of like a club, but of course everybody should be in that club. So you were like automatically put in that club, and there was a red scarf and some insignia with the communist symbols and things like this. And there were events like patriotic poetry or things like a parade or things like this. And I was proud. I was proud to be in that system. I was happy to do that. I was thinking that this is nice, this is valuable, this is beautiful. This community feeling, this nice insignia that you can get for, doing something, doing a good deed or telling a poem. And how nice is our communist country, how beautiful it is, and how everybody else is an enemy of our country, but we are still here and resisting and doing nice stuff. Of course, this ended when I began to figure out for myself that it was all a lie, but for a while I was proud of it. And it's kind of shameful to admit this, but for a while I was proud of it. And this is another context. It wasn't the country at war, but I mean, the Russians know how to do this. They know how to brainwash people, and they know how to turn people against their families, and they know how to work with kids in order to just make Russian citizens out of them. And it's urgent. It's urgent to do something. It's urgent to save those people. In occupied territories, this is happening. And last thing I will say, in Mariupol, after Russians conquered the city, practically destroyed it completely. So it was a city with 80% of the buildings affected by the war, either destroyed completely or damaged, without electricity, without water, without food, without anything. Of course, without TV, because you cannot have TV without electricity. And one of the first things that Russians did was to bring in vans with TV screens on them and with loudspeakers and telling propaganda, propaganda lines, telling you are now Russians, this is a Russian city, everything will be okay, we will take care of you, and so on and so forth. And I remember this in contrast with the lines of people waiting just to receive a piece of bread or something from the Russians, because they didn't have anything to eat, and the Russians were portraying themselves in saviors, giving just a piece of bread to those people that they destroyed. They destroyed their cities, their city, which Mariupol was a beautiful city before the war. Just search it on Google. You will find out it was a vibrant, beautiful Black Sea city. So they destroyed that city. They destroyed the lives of the citizens, and the first thing they came with was propaganda and a piece of bread, just to portray them as the saviors. So this is happening: genocide of, cultural genocide, genocide of Ukrainian identity in the occupied territories. This is happening now, and that's why Ukrainians have no other choice. They have to fight. They have to fight to bring those people back. They have to fight for their country, their identity, their right to live a free life.
Thank you very much, Ioana, and thank you so much for sharing those insights and that information and your experiences. And I don't think you have anything to be embarrassed about at all. I think it's very brave that you share that as well. So thank you. It gives us all an insight that many of us cannot understand and have not experienced that. So it's really important that we hear from people like you. And Russia is very powerful at their brainwashing. They've been at it, since forever, really, certainly for decades anyway. And reading that book, Active Measures, by Thomas Rid, that's the first time I learned there about Russia's disinformation experts, disinformation engineers, actually, that's what they called them. And, brainwashing is an extremely powerful thing. And Russia has been brainwashing, half the world for a very long time. And this is what we're all starting to wake up to now. Of course, not people like yourself, Ioana, who unfortunately from your experiences already are very well aware of these things, but people like myself, other people who know less than me, just everyday people, they're not fully aware of this. And this is what we need to get across to them, is that level of brainwashing and controlling, turning people against each other, just as you were saying then, whole families, and causing those divides. It's absolutely disgusting. It has to stop, and we have to empower people with the tools and the knowledge to be able to understand these things themselves the way that we all can. Years ago, when I was younger, it was quite common that we accepted in the UK that brainwashing was a big problem. And when we looked at things like cults, that they would be called then, such things like that. And there were services and supports out there. I don't know about any other country, and I don't know if you remember these things, Shaggy, but certainly at my age, I can remember many years ago, there were support networks to help people be rehabilitated after they'd been brainwashed by various different people, cults, these types of things. It's really coercive control as well, isn't it? And this is the problem. Russia is studying the human psychology, and that's what they are getting their disinformation propaganda engineers to work on. They're working on basic human psychology. And something else that I noticed from that book by Thomas Rid, when they were talking about, and he's done a great deal of research. So I think if you've not read that book, you should get it. You can get the audio book. Actually, I listened to it by the audiobook version, and it's really great if you get the audiobook, because you can go through it in various chapters, and it's really easy to be able to skip back, if you want to hear something again, or you want to just process the information a little bit more. And it's really easy to go back and find those relevant places in those chapters that you heard that information. So I think it's really, really important that we all get through the level of brainwashing that's going on in terms of these children, especially. The tragedy is just going to go on for such a long time if we don't, as a world community, get together and keep fighting this, keep trying to raise awareness, keep doing all the things that we are, so it's just, I think really when Oh, I don't know. I mean, I just think I wonder sometimes if people in certain societies don't really understand. You know, it's like the conspiracy theorists. We let them go off and we don't educate these people anymore. We don't take responsibility as a world community. And if people are being brainwashed to this level and coercively controlled, then we need to get together and do something about it. Russia is doing this all across the world now, and they're increasing their intensity with this and trying to brainwash more communities in order to be able to get them to believe that they shouldn't be supporting Ukrainians. These psychological operations are going on all the time. So it's multifaceted, as well as Russia torturing people in Ukraine, brainwashing children, turning families against each other. They're also doing this with their propaganda around the world. And we see this in communities. We see this with them stoking up trouble. You know, it's just, we have to get it through to everyone, Sir Shaggy. I don't think people understand the level of what Russia is doing in terms of the genocide and the brainwashing, all of it. I just don't think people understand. I think many people in the street just see it like Ben was talking about, you know, individual attacks on hospitals, individual things like Bucha, not collectively putting everything together and really seeing the staggering big picture. Go ahead, James. Did you want to add anything, Sir Shaggy, first? I apologise.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's because it's a very emotional subject, and it's a very difficult subject for people to get their head around fully. I mean, I think there's only a very small percentage of people who can get their head around it fully. For me, it's a difficult subject to start looking into because it's just so horrible. I don't understand. I mean, yes. It's partly because I'm from the west of Europe. It's like Joanna, for instance. She grew up in that area, in that kind of era where there was more of it than where I grew up in. So I wasn't. I don't have that experience. I definitely don't have the experience if I haven't gone through it in Ukraine. And some people shy away from it. I'll count myself on in that category as well. It's a little bit shameful, but I just can't cope with too much of the detail of that. I'm aware of it in a broad sense, and I do get uncomfortable and push my boundaries and try and understand it more and more. But I reach my limit a lot quicker than other people, maybe like Prince Heather and Gina and maybe Joanna and other people can look into it. It's one of those things. I mean, I'm a bit squeamish, so and that just makes me, yeah, I kind of try and concentrate on other areas where I can help. Otherwise, I just get discombobulated, as you can probably hear with my voice now. But yeah, back to you, Tracy.
Shaggy, you do a fantastic job, and you come here every day and you do the work that you do here. So that's what makes a difference. So thank you so much for doing that, because, you know, that's harder to do if you find these things more difficult to talk about. So I have huge respect to you for that. So thank you very much. Let's go to James and then to Ben.
I also have difficulty with some of the genocide topics that come up. They're all disturbing. But I came up to say, just because it sounds like a conspiracy doesn't mean it isn't. There are, in fact, conspiracies that go on, and those are simply criminal activities that are hidden, you know, between people. So that is sort of the basic definition of a conspiracy. So we should get out of our mind that these are far out, impossible things. It just sounds so movie-ish. You know what I'm saying? Spy movie in this case, or you know what I mean? It sounds crazy, but it's there. And I think the trick is, how do we introduce it to people such that they can take it in without being getting that initial reaction to conspiracy theories?
Well, we have to do more to help people in their mental health. That's what I would say, because, you know, people get sucked into these things when they don't have the help and support that they need. But anyway, let's not go there. I was just meaning, James, that some people, you know, that get sucked into conspiracy theories in general, and those type of people that believe that everything's a conspiracy theory. I wasn't meaning that this is a conspiracy. So thank you for pointing that out, because if I made it seem that way, I apologise. I didn't mean to confuse the situation. Go ahead, Ben.
Hi, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right. Yeah, I think what Iona said, it is, and her experience with it means a lot, because these are the countries, that have had to. Someone's mic is open, I think. Mr. James Healy, I think your mic is open. Thank you. I love that I could say that to a co-host. Since I've been guilty of it myself.
He's just a speaker at the moment, just your regular speaker.
I know, but to me, he's always a co-host, especially if he makes a mistake like that. What I was saying is that, and that's why I think Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, Finland, they're on the they have a border that they are thinking about, that it could get breached in this, but they really feel it in their bones. It's more than just military. It's like what Iona is saying. I'm sure, Iona, I'm kind of curious to hear from you. Can you imagine your country reverting back to the system that you talked about now that your country has been free? How do people in Romania, how do they feel about preserving freedom versus regressing into the other direction that Russia is attempting to do with Ukraine? I don't know if you want to answer that question, Iona, but I figured I'd ask you.
Yeah, so for myself, absolutely not. And I think I'm speaking for the vast majority of Romanians. Of course, we don't want back. We are still seeing, and people are still posting, comparison pictures from before, 89 and afterwards, how the supermarkets were before, how the clothes were before, how the buses were, the buildings, and the life in general. It was there is no comparison between it. So from me personally, and probably the vast majority of Romanians, absolutely not. There is a small percentage of Romanians that is fading right now, because usually it's old people that have like communist nostalgia. Life was easier then. The state gave you a job, the state gave you a house. But these are people that went along with the system. And also we have to remind that this happened in their youth. So they were young then. And when you're young, you are remembering when you got to be old, you are remembering the youth years with some kind of nostalgia. But this is like probably 4 or 5% of the people. And I might be exaggerating this, but for the vast majority, everybody is very happy with democracy, with the fact that Romania is in EU, with NATO. The approval rate is over the top, and no way, no way we are going back. And that's one of the reasons that we are supporting Ukraine, and Romanian people are supporting Ukraine. For example, there was a 80% approval rate for giving the Patriot system to Ukraine, even if Romania had just 2 operational at that time. So imagine that, a country that is really near the conflict with just 2 Patriot operational system is deciding to give one to Ukraine. And also, we said yes for the F-16s to be, serviced here, and for the Ukrainian pilots to be trained here despite the menaces from Russia. And we do this because we know that it's just a trick of the history that makes Ukraine being in that position now, and not us. It could have been us. It could have been us. But anyway, it could be
Joanna, we lost your audio. It's gone all muffled.
Yeah, and now it's better?
Much better.
Yeah, so my last point was that it could have been us instead of Ukraine. It's just a trick of the history that Ukraine is invaded by Russia now and not us. It could have been us. Moldova could be in the same position tomorrow, actually, because Moldova is not in NATO. If Russians choose so, they can do whatever they want. So we understand this. We understand that how lucky we are that it's not us. and how much we have to support Ukraine because we know what comes with the Russians. We know that Russian mir actually is disaster, really disaster, and totally erasure of anything that you stand for. So yeah.
Thank you very much for sharing that, Joanna. So, how do we fight this and how do we make sure that doesn't continue to keep happening? Well, let's help Beneficial make a film and get this information out there. That's one of the things that we can do. So, click on the post in the nest if you've not already made a donation, and think about making a donation. Really, if you are in a position now where you're sitting listening to this and you are privileged enough to be able to afford to make a donation, I think you should consider going ahead and doing so. I don't want to put undue pressure on anybody, of course, because everybody can help in different ways. If you don't want to make a donation or you can't make a donation, you can retweet, reshare, and talk about this. That's one of the really important ways that you can have a big impact, help get the word out, and help get this film being made. Like I say, even if you're just sharing the information and you're not making a donation, that's helping too. That's a really important part of what we all do here together. And really, all the things that we do wouldn't work unless everybody played their part. So it is incredibly important. But I do think you should consider making a donation if you are able to. We all sit in privileged positions. What's going on in the world right now, we're in a very dangerous place. And we're not on the front line like Ukrainians. And we're not having our children stolen away from us. And we're not having to be living in places where we're brainwashed by Russian forces. And that's just a few of the things. So if you can make a donation and you can give away a little bit of your hard-earned cash, share a bit of your money, then I personally think that's a privilege and an honour to be able to do so. And like I say, we sit in a very, very lucky position. As Joanna said, it's just a trick of history. And, you know, if we don't all do everything that we can, then it will be a trick of history that just keeps continuing and continuing and continuing, because this is the world's chance now to put a stop to this once and for all. So let's help our friends in Ukraine by helping Beneficial make this very important movie, docufilm, whatever you want to call it. It's important information about the ordinary people in Ukraine who are dealing with a genocidal invader, trying to completely eliminate them. So get your hard-earned cash out, everybody, and consider sharing it. Right, Sir Shaggy?
Yeah, definitely. I did it the other day. I'll probably do another one as well. So I'll do one for my real name, and I'll do one for Sir Shaggy fella as well, because I like to see that scrolling down the screen. But yeah, if you can, make the donation, and yeah, as Tracy says, if you can't, or if you can, then yeah, give it a retweet as well. And maybe retweet the I'm putting these stills up every time Ben comes up. I'm going to try and drag a still out of him, although he's been very good at giving me them lately, stills and little film clips. I'm going to create a little folder and bookmark them. I haven't done that yet, and then put them in there so they're all there. And if you can share those as well, that'd be wonderful.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I want to see SBU fella up there in the credits. I think that would look pretty good indeed.
Excellent. Right, so talking about SBU, or rather SSU. What's SSU, Tracy?
Security Service of Ukraine.
Yeah, because because 4 new items. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 new items just whizzed past my my collation services. So I don't know if you've heard about these. So SSU neutralizes large-scale FSB agent network operating in 6 regions of Ukraine. There's a video. Apparently.
That's my takedown of the week, Sir Shaggy. We are on already.
Aha. And the next one was SSU serves notice of suspicion to Chief Customs Officer in DNR, who ensures transfer of Russian tanks to Ukraine. Did you know about that one?
Of course, Sir Shaggy. Which channel do you think I read first in the morning when I wake up?
God damn it, it's the same one. It's just come through now, though. Literally, it was 15 minutes ago. These are timed at 17:16, and it's only 17:33. So you must have an inside track on these. Right,
I have
SSU.
priority notifications direct from the SBU channel.
Geez, SSU National Police detained sabotage group that set fire to Rukrili Nitsa facilities near border on instructions of Russian intelligence. Oh, even I knew about that one, actually. I'm getting old news. I'll shut up, Tracy.
That's okay. It's no problem, Sir Shaggy. I love that you want to talk about the SBU. The more people that talk about the SBU, the better, as far as I'm concerned, because they do incredible work and they are taking people down. And I was super pleased to get up this morning and see that the first one of the day was a very good candidate for takedown of the week. So check out my profile, Sir Shaggy, and you will find a few people flat on the floor, which is good news.
Frankly, Tracy, because these only came across my wire and were dated, were timed 20 minutes ago, I thought I'd beat you to it. Obviously, I didn't. Ah, well.
Nice try. Better luck next time. Go ahead, Dan.
Don't feel bad, Shaggy. We think she's one of them. She's a secret agent.
Pretty sure she's one of them.
Yeah, her real name is Emma Peel.
Penelope, I call her Penelope Pitstop, but don't tell her that.
Yeah, that's more like it. Or Aunt Sally. Of course, only you know who Aunt Sally is, Sir Shaggy.
Does that make me Wurzel? Does that make me Wurzel? I think it might be. I got me Shaggy fella head on today.
Do you know why he's called Wurzel?
I actually have no idea. Go on.
Because he's got a mangle wurzel beetroot for his head.
Is there a type of beetroot called a wurzel? I didn't know there was a type of beetroot called a wurzel beetroot. Wurzel gummidge we're talking about. Everybody who's listening who's scratching their heads wonder what we're talking about.
Yeah, some kids program where he's basically like a straw man, wasn't he? Like a scarecrow, but he had a great big fat beetroot as his head. And I used to watch this as a child. I used to absolutely love this program, and I had no idea until I started doing the Tracy's Tea Time and researching the history of borscht. And then we did a little bit on the beetroot as well, a little bit on the history of the beetroot, which I found very interesting and the reason we did that is because it was around for much sooner than when it was actually used in the borscht. It wasn't until about the 15th century that it started to be used. And so it wasn't until researching that little bit about the beetroot that I even found that out. So how funny is that, Sir Shaggy? All that time, I never knew he had a beetroot for his head, a very specific beetroot, a very large one.
Yeah, and it confused me because, I mean, he hasn't got a red face or anything. It just looks like a turnip, doesn't he? But it's not red. But apparently you can get beetroot with shine red.
Well, I used to think it was a turnip, so that is exactly it. But yeah, it's an upside down beetroot.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. This is from the first episode of this TV series in the UK was 1979. So we are going back a little bit. I think we're showing our age here, Tracy.
Indeed, let's get away from that then and talk more about the SBU, shall we? Because did you know about the commander of the Air Regiment of the Russian Federation, who commanded the strikes on the energy system of Ukraine with KH-101s, has been served suspicion too?
Excellent, excellent. As you know, this serve suspicion thing still confuses me a little bit, but it is what it is.
It's just one step in a legal process, that's all. Just different to ours.
All right, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, well, anyway, so I'm still reading about this this group, which was called the Group of 4 residents in Odessa and Chernihiv regions who were looking for the easy money. We did talk about this yesterday, didn't we? Yeah, I'll shut up about that. I'm just reading about it again.
No problem. So something else I can tell you, Russian and their spying. So I was just reading this earlier on. So the Times is reporting that the Russian special services are trying to spy on the Interflex operation. So this is the training of Ukrainian military in the UK, with, of course, a combination of different partner countries, allies supporting the training. So what they're saying is that agents of the Russian Federation tried to get information with the help of drones that flew over military bases in the UK, as well as trying to get information from British instructors. After the cases, the British MOD took serious measures to protect the facilities and the personnel. Apparently in October of last year, a guide to threats of the field army was published, in which it mentioned attempt by the Russians to learn the details of the British support for Ukraine. In particular, it was stated that there are Russian special services resorting to various different methods of espionage under the training of Ukrainian soldiers. The document emphasised that instructors should be prepared for the threat of Russian surveillance, but according to the publication sources, the Ministry of Defence said that there is little evidence of the use of these drones for spying exercises. So that's kind of interesting, isn't it? I mean, it doesn't surprise me, really, given what we've heard of what's been going on, so Shaggy, with all the different spying and sabotage and everything else, that Russians are really employing lots of criminal groups from around the world to carry out these sabotage activities and things like that as well. So a combination of Russian special forces and criminal groups, basically.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, funnily enough, you should mention that. So I'm just reading a report from actually from today, 38 minutes ago. So Russia may be spying on British army bases, training Ukrainian troops. And this is from the UK Ministry of Defence. So they might be using. So the UK Ministry of Defence warned that Russian spies may be using drones to monitor British military bases where Ukrainian soldiers are undergoing training. Sources: The Times, as reported in European Pravda. A handbook distributed to British military personnel indicates that Russian intelligence have shown a significant interest in Operation Interflex, the training program run by the UK and its allies for Ukrainian soldiers. As I just said, Russia may be using drones to monitor military bases in the UK, as well as seeking out military instructors online or in real life and attempting to obtain information from them. Quote, there are credible espionage and subversion threats associated with the training of AFU in the UK. TTPs, tactical techniques and procedures, include the use of remotely piloted aircraft systems, RPAS, never heard of those before, physical reconnaissance, virtual and physical approaches to training providers, and interest from investigative journalists. The UK Ministry of Defence told the Times that there was little evidence that drones have been used to spy on Interflex exercises. But they're keeping an eye on it. So there we go. That's from within the UK. So yeah, they're trying to get information from anywhere, basically, Tracy.
Yeah, absolutely. I noticed how the Ministry of Defence have played it down, though, but I don't quite believe them somehow. Do you?
No, I mean that's kind of what they're going to do, just to kind of keep the public calm and all that. But in the background, they'll be. Well, I'm pretty sure that around those bases, security will be pretty tight. The people that go in and out of those bases will be well aware, and security needs to be tight there. And I'm thinking it will be tight. But yeah, be vigilant.
Yeah, you know that idiot Boris Johnson, right, in the pandemic went and used a lot of government money to make one of these ridiculous rooms, press rooms, whatever. You know, do you remember, Sir Shaggy, where they presented from every single day in the pandemic, during COVID? And then, of course, since then, this press office room, whatever you want to call it, has never been used. And Boris Johnson was very specific. He wanted it modelled on the US press briefing room, which, of course, they went ahead and did. and it's never been used since then. So why are we not having our politicians speaking from there every single night, giving public service announcements about all these things that are going on? You know, I'm not up for panicking and causing chaos either, but I do believe we need to be informing people more, and they should be taking responsibility for doing that, especially as we have a public service broadcaster in this country as well, which the government should be taking part in that role and doing something more. Certainly, I know the UK is putting lots of things, lots of plans they've got going on with various different allies regarding propaganda. And the King made a speech, didn't he, recently? And they're supposed to be legislating in Parliament about that. But I do not think that our government is telling everybody enough about what's going on. Do you, Sir Shaggy?
I think their communication could be a lot better. I mean, we've got a new government now. It does seem to be a bit better than the last one. But it's still early and it's still summer and it's all in recess and all that kind of stuff. So we'll see going forward. But yeah, communication could be a lot better. I mean, I came up, I must have been last year now, maybe even the year before. I wanted some of these kind of like fireside chats that Roosevelt used to do. Both I wanted Biden to do them, and I also wanted them done in the. I think it'd be quite good if leaders kind of just did that. One, to keep Ukraine front and center in the news, or at least on the telly, a bit like a party political broadcast, but not a party political broadcast, just an information broadcast, and also to pass on information as well directly from the government to us, rather than having to be filtered through some dodgy media organization, because they always put their little spin on things as well. One thing I have been surprised with, which I'm going to wash my mouth out with soap and water in a minute saying this, but the Daily Mail and the Sun, especially that latter one, and of course I don't like them, but they've been quite good actually in their, or very good in their support of Ukraine. I've never, ever thought I'd say that. I don't think I've ever said anything positive about the Sun before in my life. But they've been pretty good, but some of the other newspapers really not so much. Even the Independent seemed a bit rubbish, although I have just, funnily enough, just tweeted out that interview, which is on the Independent, with Mrs. Zelenska. So that surprised me when I saw that popping over my timeline. So yeah, communication could be improved. There are some bits of good information, but yeah, it could be improved. And this is where things like Ben's docufilms come in, and other people's as well. So yeah, very good. Over to you, Tracy.
Thank you, Sir Shaggy. Yeah, I was just going to say that about the Sun there. Interestingly, Chris Windley and I had a conversation about this, and he was looking into this a little while ago because we found that quite interesting as well. And he made some comparisons to various stories in the media and news media, etc. And actually, that was really surprising to learn that the Sun is doing better, because we class that here, as you know, as a tabloid. It's a bit of a, I don't know, some people say, low rent. You know, they like to dramatize things, don't they, sometimes? And so I was quite surprised at that. But I do feel that both the Daily Mail and the Sun are really just telling it like it is, and I think that is exactly what we need. We don't need all this different, you know, slants putting on everything. I think people just need the information, and then they can make the decisions themselves. What do you think, Sir Shaggy?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think I know why it is. They're both populist newspapers, so they'll print stories which are popular, which are going to trigger and which the UK public wants to hear about. And most of the UK public, as well as MPs in Parliament and in government everywhere, are supporters of Ukraine. So both the Tories and Labour and the Lib Dems and a lot of people in the UK are very supportive of Ukraine. So basically, they know that writing stories about Ukraine is going to sell newspapers because the UK public is interested in that. If it wasn't interested in that, and even if it wasn't interested in that, I'd be really pissed off. But if it wasn't interested in that, they wouldn't print it. But because they are, and it's gonna help sell newspapers, then that's why they do it. So their populism in this case has worked out quite well.
Very good point, Sir Shaggy. Thank you. Okay, let's go to Dan and then James.
I'll be quick. Shaggy, Sir Shaggy, I would like to see a fireside chat. Only the fireside, I want to see the chat in the background, not a fireplace. I want to see a refinery burning or an airfield or a military base and use that as the backdrop. I'm not making light of anything, but that's what I want to see. I like to bring reality to the world, and that's reality, not the masterpiece theater thing. But yeah, I like the fireside chat, but I want to see that. Refineries, airfields, and military bases in Russia.
Yeah, that'd be quite good actually. So you get like I don't know, Biden sat there in the background. You got a Russian oil refinery being burnt down. Quite like that. Speaking of which, just a very quickie. So even though all this is going on and oil refineries in Russia are getting targeted by Ukraine, oil prices are down to about $72 a barrel. So yeah, not really affecting oil prices that much. But let's go to James.
Well, it is, but only in a good way.
Yeah, it's not affected. It doesn't hit oil refineries, in my view, and a lot of people's view. It doesn't really affect global oil prices. It affects refining capacity and oil prices, in petrol prices and stuff like that in Russia, but not global oil prices. Anyway, James.
Hey, I just wanted to double down on your comments about the politicians speaking out. And there's a recent tweet about the number of press conferences that have been held, and that's from the communications chief people, not from the president himself. He has a separate outlet for that, of course. So he does special things. He sometimes goes to those, but they have used it more. The Biden administration, pardon me, has used the press things more than any other administration ever. So they're really, really reaching out, and the press picks up stories as they like, right? So we don't hear everything from them, but it's always there at whitehouse.gov, and it's quite a resource sometimes. You can find out about things that you're like, wow, did we really do this? Okay. So just wanted to double down. It's such an important function. And of course, the State Department, state.gov, is another great source. And if you like, defense.gov also has a press secretary. And so you can learn a lot of bits from that too. So thanks.
Thank you, James. So, would you like to hear about some more information regarding drones, Sir Shaggy? More drones for Ukraine.
Oh, go on.
So, did you hear about Slovakia now? So, basically, they invested 3.5 million in a plant in Slovakia. So, the Ukrainian company Skyton, known for its AC-3 Raybird 3 reconnaissance systems, has now expanded its activities to Slovakia. The company received an order for more than 75 intelligence systems from the armed forces of Ukraine. So production at the new plant is to begin, and they can produce 25 systems. So that's pretty good, isn't it? 25 systems a year, but they plan to quadruple the capacity after the investment is completed. So that's pretty good, right?
Yeah, that's good. Any ideas on what kind of drones they are? Are they kind of like reconnaissance jobbies or bomb droppy ones, or kind of what? Or we don't know yet.
So the Raybird systems have been in service with the armed forces of Ukraine since 2018. They are promising drones. Each one is a $1.2 million system, including 3 drones, a portable ground control station, an antenna system, a launcher, a camera, and radars. The drones can stay in the air for over 28 hours and cover a distance of up to 2,500 kilometres and climb to a height of 4,500 metres. That's pretty staggering for a drone.
Yeah, I've just got to the website now. So Skyton, I think, is the company that makes them. So yeah, as you basically said, it's a small tactical unmanned aerial system. blah, 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 blah. Yeah, 18 to 28 hours, 2,500 kilometers is the range. That's a lot. Can fly up to 4.5 kilometers high, and data link up to 120 kilometers away. Can carry a payload of up to 5 kilograms. Payload options include video, photography, SAR. I'm not quite sure what that is. Oh, and laser target designators. That's actually quite handy. That is actually quite handy, because I did read the other day that there are some Ukrainian drones now which include laser guided bomblets, beginners with a B, the bomblets, BF-07s or something like that. Anyway, so I wonder if they could use this second drone to be the laser target designator for that drone with the with laser bombs. That'd be quite cool. As I thought maybe somebody on the ground would be doing that, but perhaps drones could do it. That'd be great. I like that. I'm gonna have to look into that.
Yeah, I love drones and I love following this drone innovation. I think it's pretty amazing. And I especially like keeping up with Fedorov, of course, Mikhailo Fedorov. He's the Minister for Digital Transformation. He gives some really fantastic information when it comes to drones and things like that. So I'm always checking his channel. So you'll find information there about all the latest things. And something else that I was just looking at a moment ago, so just let me go back to it now. So Russians apparently, there's been some assessments going on about some of the missiles that were used on the 31st of July. So North Korean missiles, again, the Defense Express has been writing about this, talking about the rocket that flew to Bielorussia, but actually fell on the territory of Kyiv. So they're saying that it's a KN-23 was found. So basically more evidence of Russia using these North Korean missiles, but no surprises there, I guess. Just more confirmation.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I'm just thinking of Magyar, the guy who does his mother drones and drops lots of bombs on people. I'm just thinking of him getting hold of, or him and his team getting hold of these new laser designated drones with his laser bomblets. He's going to have a field day, isn't he?
Do you have his channel, Sir Shaggy? If not, I will have to share that with you, of course.
Okay, no, I haven't. You're going to have to.
Well, of course, absolutely, I will do that. But I'm just looking at more military information that's coming in now, actually, as well. So 3rd Assault Brigade have been kicking butt, it looks like, again. So they've taken out some destruction of equipment this week. So ground drones of the occupiers in the Kharkiv region that have been destroyed by the 3rd Assault Brigade. So I think I've actually posted this, posted an image of this and translated it to English as well. So the new summaries of the losses of the occupiers for the past week in the Kharkiv region, thanks to the 3rd Assault Brigade. They struck more than a dozen enemy guns, self-propelled guns and mortars. Among them was the 2C1 Carnation, designed to eliminate military batteries and defence points. It was successfully hit and disabled. The MT-12 Rapier and mortars of 120 and 82 millimeter caliber were also destroyed. Several units of the same weapon completely destroyed, along with a D-30 howitzer. More than 300 Russians were subject to demilitarization, as they put it, and 200 of them, no, that's 200 occupiers by 300 and another. So basically they're talking about injuries. Sometimes it's confusing when they put it like that, they talk about the 200s and the 300s, the injuries and the dead, especially when they put it together with the amount of numbers that of the people that there actually are. I have to read it 2 times sometimes, Sir Shaggy. But basically they're saying 125 were disposed of, as they put it. The fighters of the brigade, go on.
Yeah. I mean, if there's 200 200s, that's a little bit confusing. Or 300 300s, that's a bit confusing.
Exactly.
Or 200 300.
Or
Or
100,
200 300s.
100, 200, 300s. Sorry, we're getting silly now, or I am anyway. It's that time of day, Sir Shaggy.
Yeah, there's 500s as well. There's a list of them. I had a list of them somewhere. I think 500s are lost. I think it was missing in action. I'll have to double check that one there.
Yeah, I think I remember. Was it Chuck talking about that the other night? Somebody was talking about that. I can't remember who it was.
I'm in the land of nod when Chuck comes on. I'm afraid he comes on at midnight, I think, and I'm well in bed and snoozing by then.
Well, it depends what time of day it is for me. Sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not. It's just the way it works, Shaggy. But enough about me. Let's find some other news to tell people about, I think. Are you seeing anything else?
Yeah. So I'm liking the word received in this. So Ukraine receives 3.9 billion, a 3.9 billion grant from the US via the World Bank. So yeah, Ukraine receives 3.9 billion non-repayable grant from the US through the World Bank, targeting salary support and social aid. So it's part of the larger, which is exactly double, so they got half of it, 7.8 billion direct aid package for Ukraine in 2024. So this is from Euromaidan Press. So I heard about this one. I heard about this the other day, or maybe it was a week ago, that it had been agreed. But this article is saying is Ukraine has now received it. This is been announced by Ukrainian Prime Minister Denis Shmyhal. Yeah. So it's for this funding is designated for priority budget expenditure, including salaries for teachers, staff of the state emergency services, and other public employees, as well as aid for displaced persons, low-income families, and people with disabilities. So that's quite good. But what's a little bit of more information? Yeah. So since the full-scale invasion, February 2022, direct budget support from the United States. Not quite sure if that's through the World Bank or direct from the United States, has reached 29 billion. Yeah. So as well. So basically, in a 60 billion package, most of it is for military stuff, but some of it is direct budgetary assistance. Although this one goes through the World Bank, so won't be part of that, I think.
Thank you very much. So yesterday I spoke about a fake Reserve Plus app being created by Russia, of course. Now the Ministry of Defence has discovered 3 of these fake Reserve Plus apps. So a warning going out there now again today from the Deputy Minister of Defence, Katerina Chernohenko. I've posted this actually. There's a video with some subtitles in it as well. She's speaking there. These applications can be used by Russians to conduct IPSOs and collect personal data of Ukrainians, of course. Reserve Plus is downloaded only from the official link with the name mod.gov.ua. That's also there in the post that I made, so you can check out that link if you want to, or if you prefer, which is quite okay, just go and type that into your browser. You don't have to click on that link there. That's probably the best way to be on the safe side. No matter who it is that posts those links, just type it into your browser. It's one tiny thing that you can do, and it really does help to protect yourself. So there is a link to the application on the government website, in the App Store and the Google Play Market. We strongly advise you not to follow the links that imitate this name, and be careful when checking the website. When downloading the application, please check that the developer is the Ministry of Defence of Ukraine, and she's talking about that there. So a pretty important warning, I think, because this is the second day in a row now. As I said, they discovered one of those fake applications yesterday, 2 more today now.
Excellent, good stuff. I'm reading about some contracts. So this is from the Defence Procurement Agency. Might be a bit of an error in there. So anyway, He says that 70% of the contracts concluded by the Defence Procurement Agency engage domestic manufacturers, so Ukrainian manufacturers. This is the head of Procurement Policy Department of the Defence Ministry of Ukraine, Hlib Kanavisky, adding the agency has contracted 102 domestic suppliers, 45% of which are drone manufacturers. He goes on to say, as for the number of contracts, unfortunately, I can't give detailed information, which is odd because he said that 70% of the contracts are for domestic manufacturers, and he's given 102 contracts to domestic manufacturers. So you can work out basically how many contracts he's given out from those two figures. So he needs to get his OPSEC sorted out, in my view. Anyway, so he's concluded 70% of contracts with domestic manufacturers, 30% with importers, obviously, because well, 100 take 70 is 30. So that's quite good. So half of them are drone manufacturers, which kind of is unsurprising. So there you go. They're speaking to 180 Ukrainian suppliers, 110 who supply clothes, 45 who supply food, and another 25 companies for fuel and lubricants. So yeah, it's all good. I like Ukraine trying to buy domestically, obviously first. One, because logistically it is obviously easier. Two, the money stays in the economy. Well, just it stays in country, and anything they can't make just yet, then they'll contract out, and hopefully those companies will say, you know what, we'd like to build a factory in Ukraine. Thank you very much. And therefore, hopefully, there'll be more stuff being made in Ukraine. That's it for me, Tracy.
Yeah, so he was talking. So the Deputy Minister of Defence, another one, because there's several of them, was talking a little bit ago about the procurement of the defence industry. There's that interview that I was talking about on YouTube. His name is Dmytro Klemenkov. So if you search for that on YouTube, you may find it. But yeah, he was talking about drones specifically. He didn't give a percentage a while ago. He said almost 100% of the drones were being made by Ukrainian manufacturers. So that's kind of interesting. And as you said, with those different amounts there, I think it's you've got to be really careful when we try adding up these figures, because they give different reportings from different points of view, I think, Sir Shaggy, and things are kind of all done together through the same procurement system, but purchased separately as well through different features. For example, you've got the drones that come through the Brave One cluster, and then you've got other ones that don't come through there. So I know what you mean about it seems a little bit confusing with the figures, but yeah, it's not very good, is it, that you can work that out very quickly? So, and to be honest, a lot of what I'm finding that surprising that he's been so secretive about that, because much of this is public information, you know.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that Brave One, that Brave One channel where they're developing stuff, that's actually the channel that's developed those laser guided bomblets that can be dropped from drones these days. I remember I couldn't remember what it was called, Brave One, until you just said it on there. I remember reading that. So yeah, it is all a lot of it is public. I think I read yesterday as well. There was contracts worth about 100. What was it? It was 112, 117 million dollars had been given out. So that may link into these. But yeah, it is a little bit confusing. I don't mind that it's that confusing. I don't really need to know exact numbers and stuff like that. Obviously, for OPSEC reason, the general gist I get is that Ukraine are trying to produce as much as they can in country with their own manufacturers, first of all, for the reasons I said before, and those numbers are increasing, and other companies are, as we hear, building factories and doing some things in country as well, if they can, and that's increasing as well. So as long as that keeps increasing, that'd be great.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a massive overhaul of the complete system going on as well, especially when you talk about the defence procurement specifically. Well, there's two agencies now. So you've got the defence procurement in terms of military equipment, ammunition, those types of things. And then you've got the DOT or the state rear operator, if you want the full name, and they procure other things that supplies for the armed forces like food, and rear purchases, hence the name state rear operator. So they're reporting on various different things, and I think what you're talking about came from them regarding that that amount there that you were looking at. So I was just trying to find the information, but what I can find it in a moment. But I'll go to this first because I think this is important. So the leaders of the Defence Management Transformation Project of the Ministry of Defence have now received the first results of its implementation at their final meeting. So this is looking at some of the results of the overhaul. And they've been talking to foreign advisors as well, in particular from the US, Canada, UK and Lithuania for their help in implementing this project. The first Deputy Minister of Defence of Ukraine, Ivan Havryluk, noted that the war requires quick adaptation to attract the necessary resources, and for its quality planning, this is necessary. We are working to prevent the enemy from exploiting its advantages in resources. For this, we are switching to our own long-term resource forecasting and planning. In order to win, we must clearly understand what resources we have, what we have now, how we need to use them most effectively. It is in particular about how to successfully combine the armed forces of Ukraine, a considerable number of samples of weapons and military equipment that have been received from foreign partners, and also about the need to establish an automated accounting of the weapons. So he's also talking about the planning of the programming, budgeting, implementation. So this will allow them to get more confidence with international partners. So he said the process of planning and programming will allow partnership agreements and achieving interoperability with NATO. Among the results so far are the architecture of the defence programmes, the capabilities and types, the separate branches of military, the model of the planning, programming, budgeting, implementation, etc. And a model of the defence management system was also formed. So just some information about the overall results there, which I find kind of interesting. And that just reminds me of another thing, actually, I've got to have time to dig into it yet, is NABU released some reports and results about the work that they've been doing to fight corruption. So I've got to dig into those and see the results of those, because I didn't expect to get any reports about the progress of that anti-corruption efforts so early in the year. So I don't know, maybe it's like a quarter report or half yearly report or something, I don't know, but it's certainly interesting. So I have to dig into that, Sir Shaggy.
Yeah, I think they do it. I think it was quarterly, but that may be another report. I'm not 100% sure on that. Sorry.
Yeah, I just didn't think we would get any this early in the year. I thought they would maybe wait till the end of the year or something, get like a whole year's results. But I don't know, maybe part of it is because of the transparency thing, which is pretty important.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, maybe it's just a standard report. Yeah, I mean, another little bit of news, obviously, a bit sideways from that. So yeah, there's apparently Botswana has joined the Peace Summit communique. Well, this will be. Let me have a look. Who's over in Africa at the moment? What's his name? Oh, what's his name? There's a Ukrainian cabinet minister over in Botswana. I can't remember his name. Kalubra, with a K.
Kaleba.
That's the one. Got a Y in it as well. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, he's over there at the moment, isn't he? So yeah, Republic of Botswana signed up to the joint communique of the Peace Summit. This is from Volodymyr Zelensky, actually. So that's good. That's just crossed my wire.
Yeah, he's on a tour, isn't he, of various different places. So the foreign minister, Dmitry Kuleba, or Dmytro Kuleba.
Yeah, that's him. Not happy with Antigua and Barbuda, Zambia, and the Organization of American States, because they revoked their signatures, the buggers. So I'll have to have a word with those.
Have you seen what Shoe Leather Shoigu said?
Hang on, where's me sticky? I got a sticky mic. No, I heard he's in Tehran at the moment, though. I don't know if that's a rumor or whether he's actually there. But what did he say?
Well, just more of what we really know. He's just giving his support, isn't he, for them? So, Shoe Leather Shoigu talking nonsense again and offering the support to Iran. So it says, Shoigu announced Russia's full cooperation in dealing with the current regional issues at a meeting with the Chief of Staff of Iran's armed forces. They're really
All
just
right.
confirming what we already know, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, I did see some reports of some military transport planes going from. We talked Zizu, some military transport planes going from Russia to Iran. Not sure exactly what they're carrying. We both hope they'd fall. That would be the best place for them to land. Yes, yeah. It's kind of it's a hot spot around there at the moment. Yeah, it's been interesting. So we'll see how that develops, actually. But yeah, beginning. I kind of try because my brain's only so big or small, depending on your point of view. I like to concentrate on things which kind of more directly affect Ukraine.
Is that me told, Sir Shaggy?
Do that diplomatically.
Very diplomatically indeed.
Carry on then. Yeah, you need to talk about something Ukrainian now.
Well, let me talk about my most favourite numbers of the day then, and they are the demining numbers, of course, because this is Ukrainian lives saved. I really enjoy looking at these figures because the demining teams today, let's see the area that they've covered, 107.82 hectares of land cleared and examined, and 144 explosive items neutralised. 144 lives saved, Sir Shaggy. Yes, I have to add the caveat, one mine may not kill one person, but one mine could and very often does kill two people. So I like to go straight down the middle with those incredible sappers, saving 144 lives at least that we can quantify today in Ukraine. Of course, it's a lot more than that we know really, but at least we can quantify these numbers here. And I like to look at those because there are so many horrible things we have to look at. I like to celebrate these lives that have been protected and saved. So how about that then? Will that do better, Sir Shaggy?
That will definitely do. It segues into something I forgot to talk about the other day. So I'm trying to contact. Well, I'm in contact with a sapper who's in Ukraine, a deminer who's in Ukraine. He wasn't able to join us the other day. That's why I didn't mention it because he was a bit busy and got a bit delayed doing various things. Because I wanted him to come up and talk to us a little bit about the demining work he did. Kind of just if he could pop up, he might be listening now, but whenever. Because and the other thing I was going to ask him about actually when he does come up, I don't know if you know about this as well. There's apparently some kind of demining certificate or course or kind of how would I describe it? Standard. There's a standard now. I need to find a post in Ukraine for deminers, which is internationally recognized. So if you become a deminer in Ukraine now and you follow this course, it's a standard and it will be recognized internationally. Have you heard about this, Tracy? Am I making sense?
Yeah, it's been going on for ages in one form or another with the State Emergency Service, and you've got the headquarters for, what is it, the Coordinating Headquarters for Mine Action, I think it's called. And actually they post about this. They show the pictures when people get the various classifications. So they do talk about this, and it's something that, well, I'm just trying to think now. It's certainly, as far as I've been following the state special transport service anyway, it's something that I've always known that they've been doing, but they have certainly picked up pace. There are many more people doing this training now, and they do report on it. But yeah, it is an internationally recognised course that they go on, and they get all sorts of different skills. So it's pretty extensive, really.
I found it. So I found the article I read. So this is from the 2nd of August. So it basically the National Qualifications Agency has approved the professional standard operator of the detection of explosive objects in brackets deminer developed by Sheriff Demining LSC in cooperation with the Ministry of Economy, and they considered suggestions from the key sector stakeholders. So, in quotes, until now, we have not had a professional standard for deminers. Operators had to independently train specialists for humanitarian demining using their own developed programs. Having a professional standard that meets the international requirements, which is the IMAS, the International Mine Action Standards, creates uniform rules for everyone.
Did we lose Sir Shaggy or just me? Dan, can you hear Sir Shaggy?
No, I lost him. I'm slicing a tomato. Yeah, I lost him.
Sorry, we lost you, Sir Shaggy. I don't know what happened to your audio. Maybe he can't hear me. I'll have to send him a message in the background at the same time. That's very annoying, isn't it? I was listening to that then. So I will have to pick up where Sir Shaggy left off, I guess. So what was he saying then? Something about the 2nd of August. So I'm just looking here at the Special Transport Service. So they've shown lots of lovely pictures of this actually as well. And they're talking about this professional certification. So we'll see if Sir Shaggy will be able to come back and join us and continue with the article. And if not, I shall continue telling you about things. Okay, so I think we're having a few technical problems, everybody. My buttons keep disappearing, so hopefully everybody can still hear me. And I'm going to keep talking just in case anyway, because I don't like no dead air. So we will continue on as we inevitably do around here, and go ahead and give us a retweet and tell everybody what we're talking about. Come up and raise a topic if you don't like what Sir Shaggy and I were talking about. James is coming back up to join us now. So this is how we work around here. Look at that fantastic community. Mary, my lovely, you are putting your hand up too. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Hey, Tracy. Yep, I can hear you, but I did lose Shaggy, so I don't know what was up with that. But now I know, I'm not sure if you guys have talked about this, but I know there was a bunch of controversy over when Ilya Yashin and Kara, I'm terrible with the names, but when they got released and they did the press conference in Germany and they said, that they thought that the sanctions and all of that, did you see, I guess they released new statements where they kind of went back on those statements where they kind of like are now saying, where was it? I'm trying to find Kara Mirza. Where is his latest statement? There was an immediate uproar from Ukrainians who claimed that his priority on walking free was to soften Russia's punishment for waging war. I need more information, he admits. I realize that February 2022 changed a lot. The responsibility for what the Putin regime is doing there is shared by Russian society, a large part of which chose to close their eyes to to the abuses and repression, he argues. So I guess there's now like where they're kind of walking back their original statements. And Dennis Zarkova, he posted like a long thread on this. So anyways, just a topic that I thought people might be interested in, because there was a whole bunch of controversy over how like they were released, and then they were saying how like one of the first things they said was how like we should lighten the sanctions and all that kind of stuff. So
Thank you, Mary. Yeah, do you think that they've changed the tune because, well, they didn't expect to get so much kickback from what they said? I think that's just my personal opinion, of course.
I don't know. I mean, because Mirza, I mean, I do believe he's I mean, he's been poisoned twice. Like, and I know he was, I mean, if you look at pictures of him before he went into prison versus how he looks now, he did not do well in prison. I believe he truly does think that there is hope for Russia. I believe that he truly believes that Russian society can change. Like, I don't think he's a Navalny type of figure. And Dr. Nick has talked quite a bit about him too. So I don't know, like, so it could be, but then I kind of think that maybe just you don't know how much information, because all of these figures have been in prison for most of the war. So you don't know how much information they got while they were in prison. So it could just be like they made these comments when they first got out of prison, and then like they kind of then got more information once they were released of like, no, well, this is all that's been on Telegram by these air quotes innocent Russians. And so they're kind of like, oh shit, like, oh, excuse me. Oh, guess I gotta donate to the swear jar. But so I don't know. I'm kind of torn. It could be both. Two things can be true at once, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, all right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mary. So, Shaggy, where did you go? Down to the cheap seats?
Yeah, I just, yeah, I don't know what happened. I was talking, I was reading it all out, and then I came back and I pressed the mic button and it wouldn't work, and then realized my app had frozen. So I have no idea how much of that you found. And thanks a lot, co-host Zapper. I'm now up now, so I'm back here. With regards to these, to Mirza and these released Russians, I'll give them the well, instead of giving them the benefit of the doubt, I doubt first before they get any benefit from me. And that's how I deal with Russians. And he didn't come out of the blocks very well, did he? So I'm still doubting it. I'm double down on the doubt now. There's very little benefit I'm going to give him. He's definitely not on the message that I'm on. So yeah, quite frankly, I don't mind if he goes back on a plane and goes to Russia. A couple of them want to go back to Russia. Send them. I'm not happy with them. I don't care why they're saying what they're saying. I just want them to shut up. They're actually doing no good whatsoever. So that's me. I know that people might have a bit of a more nuanced view or whatever, but that's my black and white view. Tracy.
Yeah.
You're talking to yourself, Tracy. Microphone button.
I am talking to myself. Maybe you didn't want to hear what I said anyway, because I'm kind of with you, Shaggy. The only people that I trust that come out of Ukrainian prisons, come out of Russian prisons, should I say, are Ukrainian prisoners of war. I don't trust any of the others. Maybe that's a very cynical view to have. But I think, like you said, it's always better to be careful and have the doubt first before the benefits. Exactly. But that's just my very humble opinion.
Yeah, well, I think we're both Gen Xers, I've got a feeling, and apparently Gen Xers are cynical. So there we go, that sums me up. James.
Did you call on me? I'm sorry.
I did. I can see your hand in the air. Have you got a ghost hand?
Yes, I'm sorry. Water running. Anyway, no. Yes, ditto kind of what you said, Shaggy. And my take on this is that there are audiences in the world that want to hear each one of these. There's us who would like the walk back, except we know that they're double talking. And there are those people that want to hear that Russia needs relief. They want that there is a part of the world audience, and there is certainly the people back in Russia that like to hear that. So this gives them an opportunity to talk to both sides. And the big question is, and I think that on the internet, at least on Twitter, we saw quite a bit of pushback on what was said, and that's why they're especially making this walk back tour. And this is not the only walk back tour that I have seen lately. Quite a number of times, one of our candidates for president has had to walk back his statements about this will be the last time you'll have to vote, and many other controversial and ugly statements like that. So this is, and again, there are people that want to hear that on both sides. So, and I imagine that anybody that falls in with certain protest groups that have arisen in the last 8 months, then they probably like to hear that Russia and not the West, not that capitalist West, are the innocent victims of war.
Yeah, just to comment on that walk back phrase. I don't actually think it's walking back. I just think they're giving two individual speeches for two different audiences, and it is on purpose. It's purposeful. And to say they're walking it back is to give them the benefit of the doubt again. No, I think it's, yeah, as I said, two statements for two different audiences, and yeah. So they'll probably walk back again or walk somewhere else again tomorrow and give another slightly different nuanced speech for some other group, depending on who they want to talk to, whether it's the Europeans or the Russians or the Americans or whoever, and they'll just tailor their speech to that particular audience, and they'll just cover everyone. So yeah, basically manipulation, unless they can prove that they're not doing it, which they aren't doing a very good job at the moment. I just doubt them. Until they prove otherwise, rather than I'm not falling for it, basically.
Yes, take that propaganda for a long walk off Short Bridge. The propaganda, I mean, to be clear.
Yeah, or window, wherever. Bridge will do that.
So let's talk about some other things then, Sir Shaggy. Who's been winning medals today? Have you seen?
Well, I the only one I've seen, well, I didn't see any today, but I heard about the high jumper, obviously doing the high jump. So the high jumper, I think there was a hammer thrower as well, and that's the only ones I heard about recently. I can't hear you, Tracy. You got your microphone button off again.
Parallel bars, Sir Shaggy.
Okay,
Silver
all right.
medal.
Oh, I hadn't heard about that one. Tell us, sorry.
So 20-year-old Ilya Kovtun won the silver on the parallel bars.
Oh, well done. Well done, well done, well done. I'm going to have to do some Googling for that. I haven't seen anything about the Olympics today. Absolutely Zaporizhzhia all. So nothing. So I have to do some research into that.
Well, whilst you do that, I will take the opportunity to talk about two athletes that are unfortunately no longer able to be here, thank you to Russia's brutal genocidal invasion. So if that's okay, I'm going to go ahead and do that, because this is something that I've been doing, reading these names out each day, because there is a website actually dedicated to them called Sport Angels. which I've shared a few times, and I will share that again so that everybody else can see that if they want. So it's, you know, a requiem to the people that were murdered, to the athletes that were murdered by Russia and their genocidal invasion. So I think, let me see, I have to work out where I got into the list now of each people that we were reading out. So what day are we on of the Olympics now, Sir Shaggy? Do you know?
Yeah, Monday.
Very funny. What number day?
I have no idea. Monday. That's about as good as I can do.
So if my internet would work, maybe I would be able to load this site up, but it's deciding to not work because why? Well, sun flares. So let me see if I can just find this.
While you're trying to find that, let's go to Mary.
6 or 7, I think.
Are you there, Mary?
Oh, I was speaking to a muted mic. It's contagious, Tracy. It's 2 weeks, right? So this is the last week. I think we're on the second week. So what is it? The 7th day, the 6th day? I don't know. I haven't been watching it. I'm boycotting it. I'm just following the Ukrainian athletes online.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not boycotting it because I was going to watch the Ukrainian athletes as they competed, but I actually haven't much. In fact, I haven't seen virtually any of it. But I have seen the highlights on Twitter and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, I thought I'll try and support them, but I haven't actually had the time. I've been co-hosting quite a lot the last week, and then sleeping and doing stuff like that. Tracy, are you back yet? Was if
You
you
have,
are,
Shaggy. It's been nice to hear your voice again.
oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. I hope Tracy hasn't turned into a ghost or something because I can't see any little red button next to her name, and I can't see a blue one either. Yeah, go, Mary.
Well, if she has, I actually found the rest of, not to bring it back up, because I know you're a Gen Xer, which I actually am too. I'm just on the other side of the Gen X, but I actually found the rest of his interview that he did, the Kara Mirza, and it is a little interesting. It's evidently he did an interview with BBC, and it was released yesterday. And the last of it, if you want me to read it, because he does say very clearly that Putin can't be allowed to win this war. Ukraine must win, and there should be more support from Western countries so that happens.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I agree with that bit. Yeah, but it's like this 80-20 ratio. They'll say, "Well, carry on."
Oh, and I was going to say but he does say that a large part of which chose to, this is where he's saying how Russian society, a large part of which chose to close their eyes to the abuses and repression, he argues. But let's not forget the responsibility of those Western countries who for years preferred to deal with Vladimir Putin and do business knowing full well who he was and what he represented, which he's not wrong. Everyone wanted their cheap oil.
I agree, but that's a little bit. Oh, look over there. And okay, it's a valid. Not saying it's not a valid point, but as a Russian, you should concentrate on Russian things, in my view. So rather than trying to say, oh, it's not all Russian. I mean, I wonder. Well, he's not going to know. Nobody's going to know. But when he says it's not all Russian people support it, well, yeah, we know that already. But what percentage of Russian people actually physically support it, and what percentage of Russian people just go along with it because, well, what can I do? Type of thing. A hell of a lot. So the impression I get from him is he's trying to whitewash the majority of the Russian people and saying it's not really their fault. And I disagree with that. That's the impression I got. So yeah.
I don't know. I've seen him, and he's been in quite a few. Do you ever watch Frontline documentaries?
I think I've seen a couple of them. Yeah, I'm not in the States, so I've only seen a couple on YouTube.
Okay. Yeah, there's a few Frontline documentaries that talk about Russia. There was one where it talked about where they started like going after the press and stuff, and he was in that. It was before he was arrested, and a couple other ones, and maybe that's why maybe I have like this thing because I saw him previously, and he was very outspoken then, like about how Russia needed to change and how like all of that. But so I don't know. I just think, but evidently he's not allowed to travel to Russia. Evidently he's not allowed to travel. I guess people are like, we're not going to rescue you again, so you're not allowed to go there.
Yeah, well, if he starts doing things like fundraising for Ukrainian charities, he'll go up a notch in my estimations. And if he doesn't, when he can, because obviously he can be maybe paid to giving these speeches and stuff like that. And if he donates that money to Ukrainian charities, then okay, he'll go up a little notch on my notchstick. Until he does things like that physically kind of help. If it's just words, well, words can be just cheap, can't they? Okay, words can be powerful as well, but I'd like to see something a lot stronger than just blah 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 from him, and whitewashing, which really pissed me off. Tracy, are you back yet?
Tell me, Sir Shaggy, am I back?
You are.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And thank you, everybody. So, two things. Mary, you just reminded me, thank you so much, to talk about the documentary that Pickled Flicker Fella and I and Terry Fella will be reviewing this week. So if you would all like to watch it, the Nefo TV-.club that Pickled Flicker Fella manages, the website there where he collates all these docufilms that we review every Wednesday in MriyaReport. That's down for the week, so he's doing some maintenance on that, some improvements and expanding the features on there for everybody. You will be pleased to know he's doing a fantastic job of that. If you're not following Pickled Flickerfella, you should be. You can follow him at Flickerfella. If you go across to his profile, you will see at the top of his profile, it's nefo-tv.club. That's the website I'm talking about. But as I say, it's down for this week because maintenance is going on. So I'm going to post a link to what we're going to be reviewing this week. So it's called, just let me find it again. It's called Darwin's War, I think it's called. So it's about drones. So it's really interesting. Darwin's War inside the secret bunker of Ukraine's FPV drone pilots. So this is pretty incredible. It's a little bit of a longer documentary, but I really recommend that you all go and watch it. And we would love it if you would come up and discuss this with us. So this happens every Wednesday at MriyaReport, 11:30 a.m. Eastern, which is 4:30 p.m. UK and 6:30 p.m. Kyiv, of course. So I will post that for everybody to have a look at. And also the Sport Angels website. I'll pop that in the nest for everybody to have a look at that. And then if you want to go ahead and retweet that and check out that, you can see all those athletes are listed on there. So that's quite a significant website. And I've just got up to the point where I can get to the right person. So I don't need to know what day that we're on because I can remember the people that I've read out each day. So today I'm going to tell you about two of these athletes. So one is Artur Halstian. Defending Ukraine from Russian invaders, the Ukrainian athlete and defender was killed. He was born on the 9th of July, 1994, in Kyiv region. After finishing school, he entered the National University of Physical Education and Sports of Ukraine, and after that he started working as a fitness coach at a local sports centre. He also played for a football team of Kozin Village. In addition to football, he was fond of boxing and he trained at the Cossack Club in Kyiv, and there he won. He won the championship among the students and helped young athletes learn their boxing skills. He had so many plans, a wedding, a career, but definitely not a war. The full-scale invasion in February 2022 forced him to change everything he had planned for his future. From the first days of the offensive, Artur and his father voluntarily defended Ukraine. They defended the airfield in Vasilikiv in May 2023. He was then sent to Bakhmut. Due to his activities, he received the call sign Coach. During one of the combat missions, he sustained hypothermia to his legs and was not able to immediately go to hospital. After spending 2 weeks in hospital eventually, he then refused further rehabilitation and returned to his comrades. Despite serving on the front line, he never forgot about sports. He always found time for it and also coached his comrades. On the 24th of January 2024, 29-year-old Artur Halstian was performing a combat mission near Klishkivka in Donetsk. This, unfortunately, became his last. And that leads me on to the next fallen hero and defender, Vasil Smolyevsky. He was a football coach and he was killed in the Zaporizhia region. He was born on the 13th of May, 1987, and he was extremely fond of football. He played for various different teams and he studied the football department of the National University of Physical Education. During the peaceful pre-war period, he worked as a football coach at Boryspil Children's and Youth Sports School. He started a family, became a father, and had a daughter. But the occupiers did not allow him to live in peace in his country and with his family. After the start of the full-scale invasion in 2022, he also voluntarily joined the armed forces of Ukraine. He consciously chose a very difficult path, that of a defender. He served as a grenade launcher operator, and during his service, he suffered concussions several times, but every single time he returned to the heart of the battle. However, on the 31st of August 2023, 36-year-old Vasil Smolyevsky was killed in a mortar battle in the Zaporizhia region. At home, the hero's mother, wife, and daughter were waiting for him. In May 2024, he was awarded the Order for Courage III, posthumously, of course, for his personal courage in defending the state sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. And thank you very much, everybody, for waiting whilst I do that.
Yeah, thanks very much, Tracy. It kind of got me quite a lot when he just read out their dates of birth, actually. That guy was 1994. Blimey, 20 years old. So yeah, that's very sobering. I was just going through the Ukrainian Olympic table just to have a look. They won 2 golds, 2 silver, and 7 bronze in artistic gymnastics, athletics, fencing, and shooting. Pretty sure there would have been more if the full-scale invasion hadn't occurred, and those athletes, I think it was 487. Well, at least 487. That's what was a tribute in front of the Houses of Parliament in London. So yeah, if they'd have competed, maybe more medals for Ukraine. But at the moment, yeah, it's 2 golds, 3 silver, and 7 bronze so far. Over to you, Tracy.
Thank you very much. It's definitely good to know that the medals have started rolling in, isn't it? So fantastic news there. And of course, who started us off on that? Oh, well, it would only be the SBU, of course. I have to keep mentioning that, Sir Shaggy.
Would that be the 50-meter rifle?
No, of course not.
Only joking. Only joking. Would it be the hammer throw?
I'll throw a hammer at you, Sir Shaggy. How about that?
All right then. Well, try, but unless you're an Olympic hammer thrower, you're not going to reach me from where you are. Well, I hope. Anyway, you crack on. I got to get rid of a cat who's just crawled all over me.
Okie dokie. You go deal with the cat, and I will find some other things to tell everybody about. Oh, so what else is going on? What's this that I'm looking at here? On the eve of the Navy of the Russian Roman, I'm not sure I want to read this out. Let me see what they say. No, we don't want to read that out. We're not interested in what shoe leathers say. We don't want to talk about what they've got to say. Sorry, I'm being a little bit facetious, of course. So let me tell you what else has been going on in terms of the state agencies, shall I? So interesting information coming from there. So Palantir Technologies is helping to implement a comprehensive school offline policy. This is something that I was talking about the other day that I found really interesting. And this is a staged process that they're going through with the Ministry of Digital Transformation and, of course, the Ministry of Education, looking at ways that they can help support this programme, getting children back into school as much as possible, of course, and then the distance learning, creating those programmes for the distance learning, not just for children in Ukraine, but also outside of Ukraine. There are 400,000 children outside of Ukraine that are doing distance learning. So, of course, it's really important for them as well. So, goodness me, I don't know if you heard those noisy bikes then. I apologise if you did. I don't know why they have to have motorbikes that sound like hairdryers, Sir Shaggy.
Yeah, well, yeah, I do prefer seagulls to motorbikes, actually. I like the seagulls when I hear them flying at you.
It's not so bad if it's a 4-stroke, but them 2-strokes are just a little bit too noisy, if you ask me.
I still quite like them. Yeah, the noise, the noisiness. I just got my cat. You can't hear my. Hopefully, you can't hear my cat purring away.
Oh, by the way, you just reminded me to thank a listener yesterday for a lovely message that they sent me. Was it yesterday or the day before? I cannot remember. So I'm always feeling bad about the seagulls squawking in the background and it's affecting the sound. And somebody sent me a beautiful message to say that they don't hear seagulls where they are in the US, and it reminded them of spending holidays in Jersey. So I thought that was really nice. Right, really lovely message, and I was really pleased to hear that it reminded somebody of happy times on holidays.
Just reminds me of a video of the seagull walking into a newsagent stealing a bag of crisps. So that's kind of what I wonder if they're doing that to yours.
That was in Greg's.
It was very funny. Sticks in my mind, that one.
Yes, you may like the sound of seagulls, but trust me, you do not want to be eating near them, in case you didn't know.
Yeah, they'll definitely share your food as quickly as possible if you allow them.
Yeah, steal your food, that's for sure. So let's get away from seagulls and let's talk about some more interesting things. Anything else caught your eye that you want to mention, Sir Shaggy, or shall I carry on?
Well, yeah, you carry on in a second. So, I mean, there was this from the President Zelensky's office. So the government is currently preparing several technical solutions to help schools operate offline where security allows. So obviously, this is probably to do with electricity situation. It's only just come across. I've only just come across it, but so I'm going to give it a read, and then so I may be able to talk about that after you've talked about your thing, Tracy.
So this is the programme that I was talking about the other day. It's something that's been implemented by the Minister of Digital Transformation and the Education, of course, as well. They're having the help with Palantir, so that they're basically looking at it's a 4-stage programme. So shelters for underground schools, that's one of the things that they're looking at. There's 4 different steps in the process. Distance learning and improving the programming for 300,000 students as well. There are a total of 600,000 students in Ukraine. that are doing distance learning, and 400,000, like I said, outside of Ukraine, across various different countries. So, like I said, it's a 4-stage process that they're looking at now. One of these steps is to do with school buses and transportation, making that safer, busing children to and from various places where they have, well, they're building underground schools. 10 of those are happening in Zaporizhia. There's 5 of them that they are putting into the beginning stages of that now. One of them, at least, the groundbreaking happened, well, a couple of weeks ago now. In fact, Ivan Fedorov was reporting on that quite recently. So it's quite a detailed plan of lots of different stages. So I don't know which bit you've been looking at, Sir Shaggy, or if you're talking about the whole thing.
Yeah, I think it was the same report. It was just a general overview, bit like you described, actually.
Yeah, so if you look, if anybody wants to see that in detail, if you go onto the website for the Ministry of Digital Transformation in Ukraine, you will find that detailed proposal and all those stages there on the website.
Okay, I'll give that a little look. Oh, go on, Tracy.
Sorry, notifications getting in the way. Okay, so I don't know if you wanted to, if you're going to have a look at that now, Sir Shaggy, but I'm just going to tell everybody one more thing before we go on to Untal Fella, who's got his hand up. So entrepreneurs have already issued more than 170,000 permit documents online at the ecosystem. So in total, over the past 12 months, this is a platform that's been created by the Ministry of Environment and Protection of Natural Resources. So this platform was used 870,000 times, both to search for information about the state of the environment and to obtain relevant information in the field. More than 107,000 individuals and legal entities have registered and have their own accounts now. 21 different services are available. I'm really interested in all these resources and websites that they're creating. You know, I think it's absolutely fascinating. Among the most popular services are logging of tickets, waste declaration, certification on the origins of timber and lumber. This is all, in part, it's to do with the aligning of the EU environment laws. That's something that's going on as well. And also creating new services. So strategic environmental assessments of state planning, agreement on the provision of services for holding public discussions, state accounting of objects, state registration, and state registration of facilities as well as installations. As a reminder, the ecosystem is a national online platform with convenient digital services for businesses, as well as with official information on the state of the environment from 30 open registers. So that's kind of interesting. Everybody's always asking about information regarding the environment. So I think that's a pretty interesting resource to share, that dashboard.
Yeah, excellent. I like that. It's very transparent. Should we go to Untel?
Absolutely. Welcome, Untal Fella.
Hello, everybody. How are you, Tracy? Sir Shaggy, very nice to have you here in my ear with my headset. Just right off the bat, quick reminder to everybody, we are transmitting live on YouTube. It's another option just in case sometimes the signal gets a little iffy and muted. You get some dead air, you know, technical difficulties. You always have that secondary channel, YouTube, as your backup to, you know, continue listening and, you know, sharing here with MriyaReport. I bring a couple of news items very quickly as a parentheses and as a sort of information. Bangladesh apparently has had a very sudden change of government, sort of a revolution, and the international community is happy. It's one of the most populous countries in the world, also as far as population. The meme that's coming out, particularly in Spanish and from the Venezuelan opposition, is that if Bangladesh did it, we can do it. And now everybody's looking at the Russians. They stark differences of people and the level of power that they hold to be able to influence their own government. This is a big change. There have been some protests, and in the midst of also the struggle of Venezuela for fair, free elections, there's been a lot of solidarity back and forth between both nations. I guess Google Translate is doing its job, and Telegram channels for Venezuelan opposition and just Venezuelan Spanish in general are filled with messages and news coming out of Bangladesh and signs of solidarity between peoples, which I thought was awesome. And in some Telegram instances of footage and pictures that have been taken because of the repression that's been going on in Venezuela, I've seen a couple of spottings of Ukrainian flags in graffiti in the streets of Caracas towards the center of the city. I thought it was interesting, made me smile. I thought I would bring that also up to you guys. I thought you would enjoy that. That sort of links between around the world between people that seek the same type of freedom, basically. So yeah. Thank you very much for passing me the talking stick.
Thank you very much, Untal. Much appreciated. So I've posted that website if you all would like to go and have a look at that. It's the Ecosystem, the national online platform, and it's not just used by Ukrainians. Apparently, the Minister of Environment has said that there's a lot of usage from the residents of Germany, Indonesia, Poland, USA, Netherlands, France, Great Britain, the UK, of course, Hungary and China, interestingly. Or maybe not so interestingly. But there we go. I've just posted that if you would all like to have a look at that. And that just takes us to the time around when you and I have to vacate these very comfortable chairs, Sir Shaggy.
Yeah. I don't see our relief yet, so maybe they're polishing off their dinner still. So yeah, I'm quite looking forward to my dinner actually. That'd be quite nice. But thanks Untel for bringing us that. I did hear that I think it was the Bangladeshi Prime Minister had legged it, left the country. I think she left it. It was a she. I think she left the country. I'm not quite. To be perfectly frank, I don't really know nearly anything about Bangladeshi politics or anything that was going on there until that came across the wire. So yeah, you definitely know more than me in that. Did you know anything, Tracy?
Not really, to be honest, no more than just the headlines. So I was really pleased that Untal fella was able to bring us that bit of information. I did see the videos with the protests, though, pretty impressive. Did you see those?
No, I was driving a van all day, so I don't get to watch videos while I'm driving. Pretty dangerous.
Well, yes, don't do that, Sir Shaggy. We want you to keep coming back.
Well, I'll try like a boomerang. Untel.
Safety first, of course. Yes. I can talk a little bit about Venezuela if you guys would like. I don't know if you're interested or we have sort of like an agenda going on of order of talk.
Yeah, crack on.
Okay, no problem. Basically, tensions are ratcheting it up. There's been more pressure on Lula and his position, his very timid position that he took regarding the elections and how valid these are. Maduro still has not produced absolutely anything remote to a proof, and instead has held very packed by design rallies to try to fill street basically with public officials, teachers, anybody who works for the government. Basically, if you want your job, you're getting on that bus and you're going protesting. And in some instances, in smaller areas around Venezuela, there have been absolutely no support. That were historically very Chavista, very red. Now they have soured and are not even the threat of losing their job for the government or for the state as a public official entices people to go out and support the Maduro regime. Um, Lula is feeling the pressure for his timid response and shielding his basically statements behind or packing his statements with those of Colombia and Mexico. To the timid reaction, this sort of events in Latin America are supposed to be a thing of the past. And people are starting to notice his sort of look the other way attitude, try to not, in the name of not interfering with internal affairs of another country. When it suits him, it's ironic how it sort of goes one way or the other, depending um, how convenient it is for him. And Maria Corina Machado, the leader of the opposition, made another statement, sort of urging the president of Brazil by ahead, thanking him for his efforts to seek the fair results of this election, or resolve to carry out new fair elections. Um, so, of course, this statement by Maria Corina is comes from a place that no one knows where she is. She, in the past 3 days, has been able to carry out a rally in full public view and pretty much the entire country behind her at once, and be able to disappear and go away from that march unscathed back into a clandestine sort of mode, because there have been the orders set already for her arrest, for Edmundo. He is the president elect, basically. The opposition very wittingly has sort of been more prepared this time to respond to the repression that is expected. However, in the measuring of violence, the government always wins. So the few state apparatus that are working right now are all working because they're under supervision of consultants or civilians. There are no more that agents of other nations, mainly Cuban and to some degree Iranian and Russian. Um, there has been presence of Wagner patches coming up in protest in forces that are standing side by side with state um, um, riot police. There's some video that was actually taken. Um, there's been also postings of the results of the election in the paper form on the walls of pretty much every major city in Venezuela. So the opposition readily was able to get as much proof as they could from the places that were not burned or tampered with, and take pictures and or get the basically results to be able to present some type of proof to their claim. They were prepared to disseminate this information, the information of the results. They knew that the body that is supposed to collect this information, tally it up, and come to a decision was corrupt. So they sort of took it upon themselves to do it themselves. And they were prepared to operate some sort of printing process and paste these results all over cities in Venezuela. Targeted repression is still going on. People are scared because they've been methodically identified because of their social media content, and they're going house to house with lists looking for people. So it's kind of scary right now. And the banging of the pots every single night does not stop.
Thank you so much.
We should highlight, sorry, apologies, Tracy, but we should highlight, Untal, maybe you can speak to this, that of course Lula is a hardly reformed, hardcore trade unionist communist who only, say, couldn't countenance supporting Maduro because the televised notices during the past 8 years of Venezuelans who once were looked up to in Brazil in the 1950s and 60s and 70s still. Don't forget, Oscar Niemeyer built fantastic buildings in Brasilia at a point in time when Venezuela, Caracas, had one of the most affluent, say, miles to, say, shop and walk about. It was one of the most civil societies permeated with wealth and lots of freedoms in civil society at that point in time, contrary to many other Caudillo states. And that's the interesting piece, because Lula had to be shut up by these televised images of people eating cats, eating dogs, hunting rats, because he was a Chavista. He was supportive of Chavez, and he did so, even make statements. And don't forget the model reception he gave to the Venezuelan orchestra, which mesmerized the British audience in London so much that they had this youth orchestra which traveled around as a propaganda tool all over the world. Yes, they did great music, but at the same time, people were, say, living already in the first or second stage of an authoritarian regime. So Lula is of course not really acting, even if the rest of the Brazilian elite finds him despicable, and the Brazilian military doesn't know what to do because they can't stick Bolsonaro and they can't stick Lula, and they can't stick it to the civilian population, and they shouldn't, and one would hope that they won't. But at the same time, Lula is running the country into the ground even further after the last populist idiot. So it's not much better. Brazil, with its 14 different regional economies, is having at least 6 of them on life support. That's not good news, whilst Venezuela is fighting for survival.
Well, there was a point that all this was facilitated with basically what happened is Chavez got to squandered and spread so much money around the continent at a time where he thought, the production and the oil was the dollars he was getting was gonna match up and be able to sway and pry open other markets.
Chavez got Russian support. Then he
Exactly.
got a lot of Iranian support as soon as the Obama administration went on a soft course towards the mullahs. The mullahs sent more of the Al-Quds force and agents over there. There's more than 300 naturalized, as they call it, citizens in the elite of the Venezuelan regime, who are all of Iranian descent. There is a Muslimification or Islamification campaign with mosques and the likes by our beloved mullahs there. And the Russians are there, the Cubans are there, albeit that they have lost a bit of influence, but they are sufficiently brutal, so that's why the Venezuelans employ them as torturers. And this is not stuff which comes from Israeli intelligence. Let me just make this very clear. This is stuff which we know, and in 2009 and 10, 11, we could already see it developing. But then again, we were on a reset, right, Guntang? Do you remember the big button? You remember this big button with
the big reset? Yes, with Hillary Clinton and Lavrov. You see how Venezuela came from Chavez putting all this money in all these institutions to supposedly push out, American hegemony in the region. And they supposedly shelled out a bunch of money to create all these institutions that are being needed. And now that the Western institutions have been sort of pushed out in their view, of course, they can't respond to anything. They can't do anything about it. It's all been like a circle jerk of we're all just basically making money of ripping people off or laundering money and being corrupted by the drug trade, right? It's that they all depend on that. Their corruption is where they have built, where they're standing on. And it's weird how because of the American Jews and all this conspiracy, anti-Semitic garbage, right? They laundered that so well into their speech that it became part of your starting point whenever you deal with anything in the
As you
region,
know, no Jews, no news. There must be
right?
something like an arcane, terrible conspiracy. Let's dig out the Russian trope of the elders of Zion and all the other shit. Of course,
Venezuela.
anti-Semitism is perfect for that. I know.
Venezuela built the Alba 1 cable that connects Cuba to the World Wide Web, fiber optic cable. It was built and financed by Chavez at the behest of Russia. Russia and China told them that if they wanted development money, serious development money, they would have to start with that cable, and they basically paid for it. The Alba 1 cable, it's a gift that at that time Fidel Castro got from Chavez. And Cuban intelligence has been present there since that deal was made. Don't forget also that in Venezuela, Chavez purged longtime generals and militaries and set up basically his own system of cronyism that to this day still includes individuals like Padrino. General Padrino is the head son in this general cadre of Venezuela. He's the real deal according to their standards, and he's the basically man behind Maduro. Maduro is basically just.
But he's the guy. He's the guy who revived FARC. The Colombians had literally eradicated FARC.
Yep.
And he revived them, resuscitated them, rebuilt them. He's been streaming money and drugs and capabilities, and of course a lot of Russian tech into the area, just in order to find a way to destabilize Colombia. Because if you have a neighbor successful and beautiful and working, that's the worst thing which can happen to you.
And the sad part is that Colombia is following the path and the recipe that Chavez laid out. Sort of the path and crumbs of his rhetoric are all being picked up by the current Colombian president. And he's pushing for the exact same thing that Chavez originally asked for, which was a brand new constitution. I need to, restart again, reset. Let's start all over again. But this time I get to write the rules and for myself, right? With no sort of real division of power or any type of institutional weight behind it, just a personalized ego behind I am the state. So we're back to full circle of a king, just with a different clown outfit.
Yeah, but then again, he won't get there, and Colombia is strong enough to resent not only him but also reject him.
I don't know. It's been successful. That's what everybody said. When the current president Petro was running for being the mayor of the main capital of Bogota, that's sort of like a pit stop on your way to a presidency. That's your big, and he carried that along, surprising everybody. And the populace is eating it up because it's a new generation of people that once again think that Che Guevara is cool and that hammer and sickle rocks and all this other garbage. So it's starting to work. It's starting to take effect, and people are being like heavily pushed towards that narrative, and very well targeted.
I would recommend before we dive too deeply into what is the say South American perspective of this and fighting of authoritarianism, there, have a read of what Mary Anastasia O'Grady has been writing and reporting in the last 9 to 12 months. You'll find a lot of good nuggets about the resilience of Colombia and what it has achieved and how it fights off exactly this tendency. But thank you very much for that. Very much appreciated for the update. David, good evening. How are you doing?
Good evening. Very well, thanks. Had a bit of a wet keyboard issue there, but back up to speed. How are you doing, Axel?
What do you mean a wet keyboard? Did you spill the beans? Did you snort the tea for loud laughing over the keyboard, or what happened?
Something like that. Something like that. Tea over the keyboard. Tea over the keyboard.
Whereas you saw that the North Korean missile being used to hit Kiev is yet another reason to laugh about the incompetence of the North Koreans to actually create some real sensible missiles, right?
Something like that.
Bloody tossers. I mean, these little undernourished ant-like midgets, these absolutely disdainful little folk of authoritarian following bastards, these absolutely masterful torturers of good people. And they're eating worms and drinking grass soup, they're civilians, so that they can send, at the behest of their dictator, cult-like elite, then those who are on average anywhere between 11 and 14 centimeters shorter than the South Koreans, Jesus, to work as construction soldiers to build football stadiums and infrastructure in Russia. Yucky. Oh gosh, no, of course we sent our football players to play the World Championship in Russia at a point in time when what was already going on, David?
Holodomor? I don't know. I don't follow soccer, so.
Football. It's football, David. It's very simple. Look at the little element with which they hit the ball. It's the foot. There's a ball, there's a foot. Football. Simple. Very easy. Not difficult. It's like the opposite of handball, which we also play very successful, or volleyball. Volley is where you volley with your hand and or with your arms for that matter. And handball is where you throw the ball with a hand into a goal, unless somebody actually stops it with his body. There you go. Again, not difficult. Works in English too.
Just historically inaccurate, but there you are. If you go to
It's damn stupid
if you go
discerning
to
effect education has on you, you know?
if you go to Australia or New Zealand, in a rugby state, they'll say footy. Let's go and play footy. And what they're talking about is either rugby league or rugby union. Rugby union most of the time. But anyway, it was all one game, right?
They're
So,
upside down anyway. David, are you trying to now tell me that our little friend Red Bill and his folks in Perth are now dictating how you speak English?
not at all.
Did you grow up in London, David?
Of course.
Yes, you did.
Of
Right.
course.
Do you
But
understand English? Yes, you do, better than anybody. So there
yeah, but
you go.
there's rugby
They're
football.
just Australians.
Rugby
They can't
football.
speak it properly anyway. What are you talking about? Come on, let's
Rug-
ridicule them a bit more.
Rugby football league. Well, yeah, well, we can go there as well.
All right, now we're very happy with all these wonderful linguistic and cultural differences. Because they give us so many opportunities to tease, chant, and scold people, and play ball. Quite literally. Okay, let's play ball here. Ukraine today, yet again, very, very heavy-duty losses of the Russians all across the last 7 days on average. Can they afford to do so? To an extent, they can, because they believe they can, and they still have bodies to burn. Does it make their military capability say shrink? Yes, it does over time. Does it matter? No, not necessarily. If you can't push them back heavily, if you can't break through the lines, if you can't eradicate the archers, then killing the arrows, respectively, just getting rid of the meat is not good enough.
No, and yet, despite, let's say, being in a shell starvation for 6 months, Russia's not taken any significant territory. I think we're seeing very critical situation in Donetsk right now, right? So especially around Pokrovsk and New York.
Yeah, this is what makes obviously people angry and unhappy and frustrated, because this gradual process of attrition, which the Russians achieved by this currently still, because the Ukrainians lack the defensive capabilities, respectively the counterattack capabilities which they need, for which evidently there's long-range missiles and air power to be accounted for, and a lot more Bradleys, as in hundreds and hundreds of Bradleys in addition. As long as they are lacking that, there's no counterpunching, quite literally, not at least successfully. And no, not every, you can't replace Bradleys with drones. No, little people, forget it. Children, go back to school, go back to uni, or get back into the fight. They are supplementary, they are complementary, they're important, but they're not decisive.
No, the lack of Bradleys is particularly disappointing because obviously there are lots of those available, and I don't know why they're not there. You know, we go back into the doom loop then, Maxwell. So I kind of, you know, it is what it is. I don't know. Do you want to comment on that at all, or should we move on to something else? But I think there's a stark contrast between, you know, looking at the war from a territorial gains perspective, and then a general strategic picture, which is that Russia's capabilities are degrading hour by hour, and Ukraine's capabilities are increasing hour by hour. And we've seen that in particular with Morozovsk air base being completely destroyed as far as I can see. Very good satellite data coming out of Morozovsk. I think there's one Su-34M and another one completely destroyed, another one taken out of action, and the entire magazine completely destroyed. Very significant damage there, and that's a long way from the front. And yeah, I think, as I said, you know, the capabilities on the Ukrainian side is increasing day by day. On the Russian side, you know, we're seeing huge losses, and in terms of equipment coming into theatre, we're not really seeing anything significant from their side at all, especially not any indication that China is really doing anything that significant in terms of munitions or equipment.
Yeah, and that's the key thing, the long-range drone attacks they've done, and a couple of missile attacks they also mustered in the past, have hit, have made a difference. But the difference they make is yet not sufficient. And that's the whole point. We are always circling around the same thing. And you can see this every day. So the achievements the Ukrainian armed forces are making, and we can see this, they report about the attacks on Pokrovsk 36 times within 24 hours. That's insane. But then again, it's also a consequence of the Russians really trying to find a way to bite through. And the Ukrainians, and this is also a matter of the armed forces, and there have been people who have been highly critical of General Syrski and his staff and the regional commanders in that regard. This will continue. There will always be criticism of commanders. But all of what we see now is what General Zaluzhny had lined out before, and President Zelensky didn't like, because he seemingly, for some odd reason, believed that he could otherwise politically lose sufficient support in Ukraine, or thought he could believe what the sweet little lies out of Sullivan to Yermak would mean. It's insane. It's a real issue of vanity and failure in politics, unfortunately. And that happens. It unfortunately happens during war. And sometimes the generals are the better man than you are. Sometimes the politicians aren't. But unfortunately, this was a serious mistake. Relinquishing and relieving Zaluzhny of control whilst it was in his remit evidently was a mistake. And General Syrski's failure to actually, in minute order, prepare for a more flexible defense and not eradicate lots and lots of highly qualified and trained troops and lose equipment left, right, and center to the Russians in insane efforts to defend things which don't matter. Yeah, well, that is the reintroduction of authoritarian, how should we say, the top-down rule which authoritarian regimes like the Soviet had ingrained in the militaries, and we thought to an extent, to a bigger extent than it's actually the case, had already been relinquished by the Ukrainian armed forces. We know that a number of ZSU troops and ZSU commanders are not, shall we say, quite happy with this, but hey, it is what it is. We can't change it. We can only observe it. We can look at it from the side, but we will not stop criticizing where we see shit.
So, from your perspective, Axel, what would you say is the main? I hesitate a little bit to cast too many aspersions on what Zelensky or Selsky or Zaluzhny were up to, because
Could you repeat that question that went to the side? I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, sorry, I was just saying that from your opinion, well, basically the question is, where would you see the main failings? So from my perspective, this would be, for example, lack of a wider mobilization. So I think they need more troops of all descriptions. And yesterday we were talking about pilots. Pilots are, I think, especially acute, and they should have started basically training pilots the minute, in big numbers, the minute something happened. You can completely understand why that didn't happen. But the fact that there was apparently a split between Zaluzhny and Zelensky over exactly this issue would seem to me to be kind of a key failing point. Although you'd have to say, this is a liberal democracy in development, and this is what happens. Like, as you said, there are characters involved, and it's a process, and it's not top down. And so, well, or maybe it was too top down because of previous history or whatever. But in any case, it was an imperfect process, and it resulted in that key failure, in my view, that there should have been a wider mobilization to enable more troops to be available. One of the other things is, obviously, I think holding on to Bakhmut for so long, that seemed to be what you were saying.
Yeah, it's one of the points, definitely. As much as Chuck highlighted this, as much as it was helpful to attrit, so to say, 3 times as many of the adversary's troops than you expected, it also cost you very, very important, well-trained people, and therefore it didn't really help.
And we see also, of course, failures on our side. The Bradley issue is the one that is really, sticks in my throat more than anything else. I mean, the delay in ATACMS coming, the delays in
it's not
F6.
just Bradleys. It's everything motorized, everything tracked and wheeled, other than main battle tanks, which also are far too few in between. Actually, what you would want to have is a full division setup. You would want to have a full setup of, for example, what our Marines have stored in pre-position stock in Norway, or what Thomas highlighted, the US Army harbors in the Netherlands, Germany, and northern Italy, and in Belgium. Those are the kind of assets you would want. You need a fully integrated division and all the equipment. It's not good enough to just have one or the other. You need all of it. And do we have it? Yes, we do. And we have it, as I said, in full division size, 5 full division size, or what is nowadays brigade combat teams and whatnot, all that kind of stuff. It doesn't matter. What you want is a fully fledged, heavy armored division in terms of equipment given to the Ukrainians, and right away.
Yeah, so I think we're completely in line on all of that. Per, you've had your hand up for a while, and I've seen it, and sorry we didn't come to you earlier. I haven't seen you up before, so yeah, maybe just make a quick introduction and ask you a question. Thanks for coming up. Per Reap.
Oh, that's me. I'm sorry. Okay, all right. Hey, I wonder if you guys could give me some brain cycles on this. I'm trying to figure out with Russians so easily accepting Kremlin propaganda. In Georgia, the situation in Georgia, the new law, went into effect, I guess, this weekend. And so the Russian community in the States, they just say, they're just repeating the Kremlin idea that, it's just a copy of the American law, the FARA law, FARA, Foreign Agent Registration Act, and they're done with it. And I'm saying, come on, our journalists have to have torn that argument apart. I haven't had the time to do it, but I did a quick chat GPT and it gave me some rather weak. You can't just say, okay, America's had their FARA law longer, it's more established, and we've only had 7 prosecutions under it. That's just weak. It's got to be,
as opposed to about 920 since Putin changed his stance in 2007, right? And yes, of course, you have to have a FARA law, but FARA laws are just essentially the continuation of what Great Britain had in the 1890s, in the run-up to the First World War, quite literally, when it treated those who were on the German side but living as, say, business people and the likes in Great Britain. So this is nothing new, but we cannot, shall we say, there's no way to equate the two. One is
well, you
to
and I can
pick up.
say that, but we gotta have more ammunition than that. We
What do
gotta
you
be
mean?
able.
What do you mean? Gotta have ammunition? I was just giving you ammunition. I was
Okay, I'm
reeling
sorry.
back
I'm
in
sorry.
it. No,
Okay,
it's
I know
okay.
you can
Don't
do it.
worry
I know
about it.
you can do it. Yeah.
I was trying to highlight that you can't. It's a false. There is no equality. There's no level playing field between an authoritarian regime like China or Russia, which likes to register everyone in order for them to be able to attack them or eradicate their base of being. So if you register, for example, if shall we say, some American political insider had registered under FARA but didn't on time, Paul Manafort, that is, he later did, but he failed to do it on time. His livelihood was not in danger in the US. He was able to work in a think tank. He was able to work in a hedge fund. He was able to conduct his business, have a trust fund, be partner in a law firm if he so liked. There were so many options to him available. That's different. If you're registered as a so-called foreign agent in Russia, you have to register with the police. You have to report to the police. If I'm not quite mistaken, actually weekly. You have to announce your travel. If you go from one oblast to another, you are not allowed to contact any kind of what they consider sensitive counterparts, meaning anything which is business. Conduct an interview, for example, with someone who is in Novosibirsk or in Chelyabinsk. You cannot just go like Evan did and talk to a source. You can't operate an NGO anymore because you can't be a director. You're not qualified to be a director. So as a consequence, what they're doing is they're squeezing out the capability of people to act as individuals in a business environment, and have their livelihood under attack. That is a difficulty. In an authoritarian system such as Russia, you also then are directly in the crosshairs of the tax authority. And if you don't know what the tax authority in Russia can do, look at Sergei Magnitsky and how he ended up in prison, because that happened because of a tax case which was fabricated. As a consequence, it's very, very difficult by any means to find equality in that. So if that's not enough ammunition, I don't know what is.
Well, it works for you and I who have spent a lot of time in Russia. It works for us who have spent 45 years, knowing what an authoritarian system is. I got to have more silver bullets and say that, okay, I can say, look, they don't use it the way we use it. They use it for harassment. They use it for as their it's their cheat sheet for quickly crushing out anybody they don't like. Okay, that works to a certain extent. I mean, they can. I mean, yeah. I mean, you and I know how horrible authoritarian governments are, but it's just this damn, I don't know. You know, every time you turn around, the Russian immigrants are just repeating this Kremlin propaganda. Oh, it's just like America Far.
Well, it's very simple. Then ask them one simple thing: do you believe that Russians should rape civilians in Ukraine?
Yeah.
Is that normal behavior?
Yeah.
Do you think that Russian soldiers should execute? I mean, first torture, amputate, and then execute Ukrainian soldiers they have taken prisoner? Do you think it is sensible for Russians to use chemical weapons and weapons of mass destruction, quite literally as in phosphor, on Ukrainian troops and civilians?
Oh, I know, but
ask them those questions, and if
Yeah.
they tell you that they are completely fine with it, there you have it. You don't need to
Well,
talk to them anymore.
a lot of them are. It's the Georgian law. The Georgian law. You know, Georgia wants to join EU. Georgia wants to get the
It's
tourism.
in its constitution. It's actually in its constitution. That's what Ivanishvili has a problem with. That's why he's trying to buy this time by, say, means of 1,000 cuts, and then he wants to find a way that by means of his rule and Georgian Dream's influence on the activities of any part in civil society which requires assistance and integration with the outside world, that they can deny them the capability to act. And by means of those thousands and thousands of cuts, therefore, go against the grain of the application against the EU. So the EU would say no. That's the only thing he needs to do in order to say, well, you know what, we applied for it, they denied us, we had it in the constitution, we've done everything we can, therefore we've been denied, let's turn back to Russia. That's the whole point. That's the elemental trick. It's nothing new.
Can I ask a question, Claire? Is it mainly the let's say Russian emigres that have yet to really realise where they are, or is it kind of the crypto bro libertarian?
No, I work with the immigrant community in Cincinnati area. I've been doing volunteer work for decades, and you know, I don't have time to go into the nuances of the Georgian law. But it's like you guys gotta stop thinking that way. I can't always turn them, you know. I try. Try by example, but yeah, I'm a little worried about Georgia. I'm really I've been to Tbilisi and good friends down there, and I'm thinking they're going to lose out on being able to hook up with the EU. And I mean, I am optimistic these days. I know that South Ossetia, the Russians have had to drain their troops out of there, which is a good thing. But I am a little bit losing hope for Georgia. You guys got any hope there for me? I mean,
no, it's a scary situation. Okay, so I mean, you know, you have South Ossetia still there as a Russian
it's a crappy situation, yeah.
And Abkhazia's been there for God knows how long, and no one's been able to do anything about that. And we've kind of watched Russia subvert the Georgian political system, and now we have a situation where Georgian Dream still is in, if you look at the polls, as far as I understand things, still in quite a strong position to be in government after October, which is really concerning. Even though, you know, there are greater numbers on the opposition side, it doesn't seem, at least I need an update, basically, because there were talks of registering a coalition which would bring most of the opposition under one umbrella in Georgia.
Gotcha.
I'm not sure whether that's happened or not. I don't know. I would have to kind of go off and do some reading about it. If that's not happened, then Georgia Dream's still in a strong position to retain governance after October. And I think that, you know, the game that Russia's playing in Georgia is exactly the same game they're playing everywhere else, basically, which is a massive disinformation campaign, subversion, push on any kind of cultural clefts that they can find, sore ports, if you like, which engender splits in society, and that's what they're exploiting. So, yeah, I'd say I've got my fingers crossed, but I wouldn't say I'm especially optimistic about the way that's going.
You're in the same boat I am. Okay. Well, that helps me a little bit. I'm just so sick of this. I mean, I studied back in the Soviet Union when it was a crap hole. And it's like, man, you guys do not want to go back to that deprivation, but God, you can't stop them. The only thing I can come and take out of this is that,
Oh, we can
what,
stop them. No. Don't worry. We can stop
no,
them. We
no,
know
I
how
mean,
to,
you know,
and
no,
we
we
will
can
stop them.
No, we can, Ukraine will stop them. I believe in that. I think Russia is going to, they are going to delete their army. They're going to delete their economic progress. It used to be when I went back, last time was 7 years ago. It was a cleaner, more functioning country, but all that's going to be reversed, and there's going to be just lines for crappy vodka and smelly cabbage and nothing else. It's going to just deteriorate back to that shithole that it was in 1984 when I was first a student there. I just don't see that unless something really big happened. The Russians said we're getting rid of these bastards in the Kremlin, but you don't have a lot of optimism for that either. But
nothing big has happened there since the Golden Horde left.
Yeah, I'm not optimistic. I do want to. What was the word you used earlier to deteriorate or detrete their army? I'd like to see that happen. And thank God the Ukrainians are knocking out about 1,100 Russian men a day. That's a good thing. As sick as that sounds, but yeah, it's
gonna.
I won't get to go there again in my lifetime, and don't really care if I don't go. It would have been nice if they had selected move towards democracy, but not too optimistic. But anyway, I just wanted to get some brain cycles out of you guys.
And all of these aspects take a much more assertive position on the West from the West, because there is no power projection in Georgia, at least not really, right? We kind of made the association agreement, but then we don't do anything really to support civil society, as far as I can see. And we
Right.
we should have a massive information warfare operation in Russia as well. I mean, not necessarily physically in Russia, but addressing, at the very least, the emigre community that's living in our societies. But we don't have that. And I really sympathise with your point about not being able to explain these things to people that are still living in that bubble, because people can come over and live in our societies and still exist in that bubble and not have anything really very much to do with reality, if you like. And that's a problem. I mean, it's a problem because it's a problem. I always put it like this, and this is kind of based on an apocryphal assertion that Eskimos have 100 words for snow, and they have 100 words for snow because they need 100 words for snow, right? Because you have certain kinds of snow that are good for some things and certain kinds of snow which are good for other things.
Hey, David, let me just ask you, is that pie in the sky, or what do you think would be keeping the West from having such a communications, such a program? By the way, are you in Britain? Are you in the States?
I don't tell anyone where I am on.
Oh, with that, I didn't. I was just in London, actually, reunion with a bunch of the students that I was in Moscow with 40 years ago, and I do see, at least from the BBC and some of the guys work for the BBC, I do see more of a willingness to be confrontational with the Kremlin than in the States. I don't know if that's cultural or what, But were you just saying that we should have that, but in your heart it's never going to happen?
The English know when to fight.
No, no.
They know exactly when to fight.
No, I think in Europe there is definitely there is definitely a desire to see these things, and even within let's say the wider NATO community, there is definitely movements in this direction, generally speaking. But it's kind of too little, too late, as with everything else, right? So in the NATO summit in whenever it was, June, I guess it was, right? There were sessions on information warfare, and Pekka Kalinami, who's a friend of the space, been on a number of times, active participant in the information warfare space, was there. A number of other people, people like Bellingcat and so forth. So that there are discussions about how to do this. Quite Peter Pomerantsev's latest book, which is How to Win an Information War, where he talks about the
good book.
What we did during the Second World War on this issue, and that's a very interesting analogy. But that's basically that's what we should be doing, but applied to today. When about a year into the war, there was a situation where let me have to think about exactly how the details are so that this all works out and makes sense. But I think basically what was happening was that China's got a massive one-child problem kind of hangover issue where they don't have enough ladies, and Russia has kind of the opposite problem. So this is kind of whether this is something that's good for that relationship or not, I don't know. But the point is that this is a really good cultural cleft that if we were using the same methods that Russia uses against us, we could push against, right? So the situation was that there were adverts running on Russian television from a Chinese dating agency, saying, come and marry a Chinese man and you'll be, wealthy and looked after and so on and so forth. Which you can imagine for somebody living in the back of beyond in Buryatia, might be an attractive.
Chita.
Yeah, might be plenty of places. might be an attractive proposition, right? So our information warfare equivalent on that level would be something like groups just trashing how Chinese men treat their women and things like this.
You're wicked.
Telegram channels with discussion groups of nominally Russian ladies who'd been through the experience and had a terrible time, that kind of thing. But we're not doing anything like that. We're not even.
And we don't really do anything like that. Our biggest achievement was CIA supposedly helped get copies of Dr. Zhivago into Russia in the 60s. We just don't do that anymore, do we? Or didn't even half-heartedly attempt it in the 60s and 70s. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the direction I think we need to really seriously be thinking about, because we are at war. I mean, the section's called World at War, it's not a joke or because we like W's or something. We are at world war. Whether we and one of the main problems is we've just not recognised this fact, and we're not doing anything about it. And the Ukraine's on the sharp end of this, but it's something it's across open societies versus.
We don't even have any. Do we even have any intellectuals besides Axel that are doing this on the public stage in America?
Insult.
Yes, there are.
Just an intellectual. That's terrible. Next time you're going to call me
public
smart.
intellectuals,
please don't
like
do that.
Axel.
No, there are of course many smart people around the world, and left, right, and center, quite literally. And they're all capable of seeing this, and they've been advocating this. And there's former generals, which, by the way, some of them I would quote definitely refer to as intellectuals in that regard. And you can find them, but this is relatively simple by now. It's not even difficult. If you think about that this is by now common sense. It is an accepted consensus position amongst those in the center of NATO states that this is the case. That should tell you everything.
There are a lot.
Yeah, I'm from this angle though, from the middle of the United States, from Cincinnati. I'm just not seeing it from my country. I'm just not seeing it here.
I don't think we're seeing it anywhere, to be honest. We do see it more in Europe than in the United States. I think that's for sure.
You do.
But
you do.
But you know, even within the United States, I think you see it. You know, there are intellectuals like Anne Applebaum, for example, who Timothy Snyder, another one, obvious kind of candidates who are saying these things. But if you're talking about the political sphere, I'm not really sure. I guess Pete Buttigieg would be somebody that might be along the lines of thinking in this kind of way.
Yeah, he could when he's not focused. If he gets too out of domestic focus, though, they'll crucify him. But he would be good on that. Yeah.
But you know, in the United Kingdom, you know, Tom Tugendhat, Keir Starmer himself is, you know, he's not bad so far, at least as far as we can tell. Kaja Kallas, of course, in Estonia. Roderick Kiesewetter in Germany is a big voice in this area. But
Kaya is in Brussels.
Oh, good.
Yeah, of course, but you know what I mean. Anyway, I mean, as I was saying, you know, there are a lot of voices, but they're not joined up yet, and there certainly isn't kind of an idea of an international platform. So one of the things that we've discussed quite a lot in the space is that part of the problem here is that, you know, and I'm not saying that, you know, that somehow we've provoked all of this. What I'm saying is that, you know, we have to look at it from a historical perspective. We've come through the period of neoconservatism, the adventures in, let's say, I've kind of jumped to.
You mean there was neoconservatism for about 6.5 years in the United States? There was no neoconservatism in Europe at all.
No, in the United States, I'm talking specifically about foreign policy and how the United States interacts with international community. So you know what I'm talking about, Axel. So specifically, you know, the post Kosovo situation, I would say Kosovo was a very successful intervention in reaction to failures with Srebrenica and the Yugoslav wars, and we didn't really take the lessons out of that, and we have not taken the lessons out of the end of the Second World War either. And
well, you used to have in the States these guys that were called hawks on Russia. Okay, so I came out of the universities in the early 80s, but the guy up at Harvard that has, oh God, Pfeiffer, I can't even, there were, you know, and they were always called hawks, you know, and everybody like, oh, you're too hard. It was like, no, these guys were, had cojones and were going to stand up to the Soviets. They weren't just pushovers. And then, you know, when I was a student, I'll tell you, I hung out with the Germans and the Brits because they were the ones, when you sat there and listened to the Soviet Friendship Society lecture you on all their socialist achievements. No, the German girls would sit up and say, you guys are full of crap. You dump all kinds of environmental poisons in the Baltic. You don't give a crap about the air. I mean, you watch the Brits stand up and tell them to get the hell out of here with your socialist shit. They would, oh, I'm sorry. I'm just not seeing.
German girls.
No, the who were students with me in Moscow.
I know, I get it. I was just making a joke because the German
I admire
girls
them.
in academia during the 1980s, when traveling east, were either hard communists or very, very, very strong.
Oh, there were both types. Oh,
democracy.
you're right. No, you're right. You're right. There were both types. Yeah, they were both types. Yeah, I admired the ones though that you know, because the American students were just like American journalists. They're anti-confrontational. I said that's not the right path. No. So watching the British and the German and the Spanish and the Italians students. They're saying, we're not going to put up with this propaganda out of you guys. And now here we are 40 years later, and I'm just not seeing it in the States. I'm hoping you guys, there's some coming out of the BBC and Deutsche Welle, but okay. You guys are wonderful. I appreciate your input on this. Absolutely. Thank you. I'm not any more optimistic, but at least I'm not thinking alone.
No,
All right.
good. I mean, I
You're very
I tend to be a little bit optimistic than we maybe we sound. You know, we do get down into the weeds, and you know, you have to look at it how it is. On the other hand, you know, there are reasons to be cheerful, right? So,
well, I'm cheerful that they're retreating their army or whatever it is. The word is that the Russian military is slowly but surely losing helicopters and bombers, and that's the and I mean, as gross as it sounds, 1,000, 1,100 men a day. Okay, if that's the one way they play the game, that's how we'll play the game. It's sad for what the Ukrainians have to suffer. I mean, God, those poor machine gunners. I hate to see that carnage, but they got to do it.
They're piling them up yay high.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
and Wendy, thanks for being patient. You're up.
All right. Cheers.
Thank you. Thanks, guys, for everything that you do. I have kind of a really basic strategic question. From everything you guys say and what I read, the Russians are gaining ground by putting in small assault groups and eventually getting them past the Ukrainians. With a lot of heavy losses, but nevertheless, they've been successful in that strategy from Bakhmut or maybe even Soledar to right now. So my question is, what is an effective response to that kind of a small assault group strategy? And what does Ukraine need or need to do in order to deal with that effectively? Thank you.
Oh, David, you can repeat what we said before.
Sorry, I was just I went for a quick walk.
The question is, how can the Ukrainians deal together with their allies? I would say insert into this with the continuous inches by inches approach, the small team or small combat team approach the Russians have been taking with their meat waves. So how can the Ukrainians deal with this? What would it take in order to push them back, quite literally? So now you can summarize what we said before at an earlier stage today.
Oh, actually, you're going to make me think. I would say just instinctively, without thinking too much about my. Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. Yeah, of course, Bradley's would be a great help. The first thing I would have said is air support. So close air support is something that they don't have really. They won't have more with the F-16s just yet. So that's what I would have said. But you're right that in terms of practicality, then basically the 1,000 or so Bradleys that they desperately need, they should have now.
Can I ask how these Bradleys would effectively deal with these small group assaults? Is it that they can chase them down? Excuse my ignorance. I don't know much about military strategy.
Heavily armed mobile armor units are better than a bunch of guys on motorcycles, no matter how numerous.
So the Bradleys are
protected.
effective.
The Bradleys are infantry fighting vehicles. They're highly mobile, They are extremely well armed. They have gunnery capacity, which no IFV, no infantry fighting vehicle on the other side can compete with. Technically, there's a couple of others on the western side which are equally good, but they're much more modern and they're currently not in use. And the key thing is availability from inventory and therefore donatable capacity, and that is US capacity for inventory. The Europeans would have to actually produce them first, which is why the Europeans are now helping the Ukrainians to produce one of the most, versatile, most modern IFVs in the world, the KF-41 from Germany, the Lynx from Rheinmetall in a joint production in Ukraine, but this will take time. Bradleys, however, are very versatile. They can be upgraded for different purposes. You can use them as signaling. You can use them with EW extensions beyond what they generally have. You can use them for more guarded and supported armored troop transport, more in an APC role or an armored APC role, and you can use them for mobile attack together with main battle tanks and advancing infantry under air cover. So the Bradleys are, by means of their mixture and their setup of both defensive capability and armor, as well as their attack capability, including missiles, they are extremely well situated and extremely helpful for what is essentially an otherwise unsupported infantry on the Ukrainian side. And that is what needs doing, and those need to get going there. In addition to that, you will need more APCs, armored personnel carriers, as troop carriers, because you just can't waste the Bradleys for all of this all the time. You will need a number of the Strikers the US has phased out because they are available and they're definitely good enough for the use in Ukraine. And so you just have to give old inventory and the Ukrainians will make hay of it.
But I think
Thank you.
the other thing that's missing from the equation of, let's say the framing of the question and the context is that these groups are only successful because Russian aviation is still able to launch the glide bombs on the Ukrainian fronts. And that is, I think, Axel, you have to correct me if I'm misunderstanding something here, but
No, that's absolutely true.
I think
the glide bombs are a key element of them shaping the battlefield.
so, to be explicit about it, to get the picture, the Russian aviation is able to get the sufficient distance to the front to be able to release glide bombs, and the glide bombs range between 250 to, I think, 3 tons is the biggest one. I'm not sure they've actually deployed the 3 ton.
No, they haven't, but they've deployed the 2,000 kilo one, so the 2-ton one.
Yeah, so that crude but very powerful weapons, which basically just blow holes in the front, and that's what they exploit with these small groups afterwards. And yeah, so as we were saying, Bradleys would help a lot. Pushing back the aviation a few hundred kilometers would help even more, probably. So those are the things that are needed, and those are the things that we've known they've needed for a while now. This is not news. It's something that we're just not delivering on for whatever reason.
This is not, as a friend of ours typically says, in order to abuse the English language and its old conventions. This is not rocket surgery, don't you know?
All right, took me a while to get that joke, but yeah, very good.
Great. Thank you very much. It's very helpful. Thanks for the explanation.
Our pleasure.
We need to get more guys here on the telly to talk about exactly the simple thing as to why this is not rocket surgery, because I think we need to make it very clear. And Wendy, thank you very much for coming up in that regard and asking the question, because it reminds us of one thing, that of course not all people can be constantly asked to know all these things and summarize them. We need to make sure that there's handy information, so to say, that what the previous questioner Per also asked for, the silver bullets. We need more ammunition for arguments, because otherwise you run out and you have obviously higher search cost than our group of people has, because we obviously have it at our fingertips. So thank you very much for coming up. Very much appreciated.
So I think one of the really interesting things yesterday that we were talking about with Thomas was the AS890, so the wedge tail AWACS capability, which Ukraine has been promised from Sweden, which may or may not be there already, but which is going to take some time to ramp up. And that, from my perspective, is really as significant as the F-16. I mean, you can argue with me, Axel, I don't know, but this is my take.
It's interdependent. One is better because of the other.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the ASC890 is going to be a game changer, because it networks the entire battle space, or the air picture, and I think this is something which we're, well, not us, but generally in the, let's say, the narrative in the media, well, certainly the narrative in the media, but even in the expert level media, you don't really see that much about. And I guess my question to you, Axel, is why do you think that's the case?
Because very few people understand combined arms. General media does not pay attention to it. It's too complex already for most of the militaries in the world. Very few of them actually are very good at it. At the moment in time, probably the United States of America, together with its British allies, is capable of doing so. The French and the Germans only, even when they work together with the Americans and Brits. I presume that within relatively short order, meaning 5 years from now, the Finns will have integrated themselves into it, and the Poles are definitely not yet in that position, but they're working very hard on it. Combined arms warfare, meaning including everything in the whole battlefield, a full theater combined defense or a counterattack, that's masterful. It's something which requires massive amount of integration of staff, of systems, processes. It needs resilience. It needs good equipment, maintenance, procurement, and it needs one thing. General von Sandrart, the German general who leads the multinational corps East and is responsible for the northeastern front of NATO, out of Stettin, together with his Polish, Lithuanian, Swedish, Finnish, American, and Italian colleagues over there in Stettin. And what he highlighted, all of these things are at our disposal. And as he said, I'm just paraphrasing what he said in his speech on the occasion of forming the Lithuanian brigade, meaning the German brigade in Lithuania, and making it resident there. He is not worried about the capability of the German Bundeswehr to fight against an enemy. Not at all. He's only, and then he went on, he's not worried about the capability of defending together with the Allies. Not at all. He's only worried about the rear. And that's our Achilles heel, and that's why we need to fight back against the Russian propaganda.
Just in terms of how long do you think it would take to bring these planes into service? You know, I would estimate a pilot for one of those is, let's say, somehow more available than for an F-16, for example. Maybe that's...
They need to be very good pilots. They need to be exceptionally good pilots.
Yeah.
You need a lot of stress resistance. You have much longer trips to go. Yes, it's a different profile. It's a different profile of what a pilot needs to do. These are exhausting trips they have to go through. They have to be exemplarily I mean, attentive and focused and disciplined, extremely good pilots, because if they get one thing wrong, all goes to shit. There goes the whole battlefield system and the whole integration. But the pilots are not necessarily the only thing. On the contrary, the pilots are nice to have, but the expert staff, the people who are capable to man the plane, act as a team under pressure, expertly manage the assets, work on the EW. This takes us typically 5 to 8 years to train these people.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was
So-
going with that. So the pilot's one thing, and yeah, you need a great pilot who's very resilient, very fit, and attentive, and what have you. But you have a whole crew of experts behind that don't just drop out of thin air. I mean, like as you said, EW expert. That's a significant amount of training, and you were saying 8 years. Given that this is a completely new capability, I'm assuming that those guys don't exist. So we're kind of back into the question.
No, they do exist, but they're not Ukrainian.
Yeah, which takes us back into the discussion about whether these people can be brought in from outside or not.
No, it's not can be brought in. Can is not the question. Should is not the question. Must and will.
Axel, I will totally agree with you, but I mean, what's the likelihood of there being any barrier to that happening?
There are barriers at the moment with the Biden administration and President Biden shielding Sullivan for his own purposes, and there are reasons to be terrified about what comes next, because Mr. Gordon will almost likely not be much different in that regard. And if the Trump administration were to come into place, on the other hand, we may have the same kind of conundrum as before, and a complete and utter disaster in terms of an erratic foreign policy with even worse outcomes. Who knows? That's not the issue. The key is these are Swedish planes. So we shouldn't care what fucking Sullivan says, or the unfuckable Sullivan. Sorry, the absolutely abhorrent Sullivan says. Did I just swear? Okay, fine. Yeah, €5. Swear jar. Thank you. Next, but still, it is completely irrelevant if Sweden still has principles, which I think it does. And yes, they want to be nice now in NATO. Yes, they're very grateful that they are in NATO. Yes. But if Sweden and Finland and the northeastern nations have any gumption and any principles, they send some Swedish experts, give them very, very nice, say, how should we call this? Foreign resident worker status in Ukraine, and that's it. End of story. Put them as civilian experts on military planes flown by Ukrainian pilots. That's it. Pay them well. Give them 200,000 euros. Doesn't matter. It's just money. Experts of that grade are extremely hard to build. You can't make them easily and quickly. So there you go.
So there was some talk, I know, on the French side that there would be, providing equipment and troops to go with the equipment, or train, the training to support the.
The French are considering to send troops to guard air bases. That's just bullshit. That's the French answer of dispatching French Foreign Legion, which they can always dispatch without having any kind of, say, real hassle and discussion. People need to understand what the French do with the French Foreign Legion and why they do it. There are certain things the French say you can trust that it makes sense and that it helps, and there are certain things which are evidently for show. Are you surprised?
Not at all.
No, the rhyme, the rhyming slang would have required for show. Are you surprised? And your answer should be no. In any event, we may see French experts training people in Ukraine. I would hope so. Absolutely hope so. We may see maintenance master chiefs retired from the French armed forces, the Air Force, who will be training Ukrainians. I would hope so. If they bamboozle them with their English, it will be disastrous. But fortunately, most of them actually have trained for NATO English. So there's a hope, at least, because nobody cares about French. Absolutely nobody cares about French. It's the worst thing which can happen if you have yet another foreign language introduced into a battlefield of a NATO force, and Ukraine is interacting and integrating with NATO forces. But having said this, so let everybody send their best people to assist, and let's make hay of this. And especially as long as Sullivan can't do anything, because when the French want to send their people, they'll send them. If the Swedes were to send their people, he will do so. The Finns already have their people there. There's at least more than one Finn in Estonia, and more than one Estonian in Kiev. Trust me. More than one in each case. And they're doing more than damage to the Russians.
So we started the segment tonight a little bit with Untal and talking about Venezuela, and I guess one of the things that I'm kind of interested in at the moment is the connections between how these things all join together. And I don't know, are you ready to move on to something slightly different?
And now to something completely different.
So the question is, how these things all link together. Okay, so we were talking with Tim earlier today about how organized crime plays a key role in, let's say, providing the foot soldiers for the KGB in this overall network of nefarious activity that they certainly appear to be conducting with some success, both in the United States and in Venezuela and in sub-Saharan Africa and in the Middle East and in the United Kingdom and in France and in Germany. What was I going to say? Sorry.
So what's the point? So yes, the Soviet Union and the Russians thereafter in their current form have used and abused and have been, so to say, interacting with the mafia since time immemorial.
Yeah, so
the Camorra already had interaction on small in the 1920s. That we know.
Yeah, so I mean, when I was working and studying in Ukraine and also working in Russia in the 90s, basically the situation was that, and this runs through the entire society basically. If you have a big enough business, you pay the KGB. If you a slightly smaller business, you pay the mafia. But basically, it's all part of the same system, and it all works on coercive control. So basically, if you don't pay, then that gives them the opportunity to exercise power over you. Or even if you do pay but do something that they don't like, then they exercise that power over you. That's a model.
Meaning you suffer the consequences in one or the other way.
Yes. Yeah, so it's a complete reinforcement of the top-down model. Even though, let's say from a Western perspective, I think the organized crime networks have been regarded as something kind of outside of the system. In Russia, they're something that's inside the system, and I mean, my point here is really that it's irrespective of whether it's Iran or China or Russia or the Kinahans or the Adams family doing the business. It's all one criminal enterprise, essentially, that works on the same principles. And
you could compare it more with essentially mycelium, you know. So there's intertwined networks of mushrooms growing under your forest. And whilst you look at your trees and you're happy with your trees, there's a symbiosis between all those elements, including the mushrooms with the trees, but to an extent, they drain and poison the trees. And to an extent, they're suffocating the trees. And to a bigger extent, they influence what grows on the ground. And there you have it. That's what it is. Many different mushrooms, all poisonous.
yes, that's a very good analogy, because that's kind of what I was struggling with. And you know, the reason I brought this up is partly because of what we were discussing with Per a bit earlier. How to explain this to somebody who's not had really any experience of it. So, you know, if you've kind of lived through it, then it's kind of second nature. But if you're explaining, for example, we were talking about the riots in the UK and how these were connected to Russia earlier. If you tell this to somebody out of the blue, and I'm actually quite encouraged that the mainstream media seems to have picked up on this in the UK, that there is this connection with Russia. But if you describe it to somebody who's got no experience of this at all, you know, they tend to look at you like you're completely crazy. And so, yeah, I was kind of interested in exploring how to make this kind of more crystal clear than it already is, if it is, if that makes sense.
And the interesting thing is, of course, that also in European nations, buying influence is so cheap. If you want to buy influence in the United States of America, and I think Simon Cooper made the point in his book recently, and in a few of the interviews he gave, buying influence in the United States is a heavy-duty effort. And it's not enough if you buy influence with one candidate, because there's limitations on what you can buy. But if it really matters, you have to participate in a super PAC, you have to donate tons of amounts of dollars. And in addition to that, even that doesn't get you anything. It only gets you something if you're really closely affiliated with a certain voting district and you have your congressman, and then you build your network with a senator and the likes, and then you actually, you know, create a network. It's tough, it's expensive, and since the days of Democrat Tammany Hall, it has been very, very hard. Now, compare that to Europe. The levels of contributions which can be made to politicians are very different, heterogeneous regime. But one thing is clear: the levels which can be contributed or are contributed to parties are small. But small potatoes get you access. And that's astonishing if you think about it. For a few thousand quid or for a few thousand euros in Germany, you get access to party officials. That's insane. And of course, fringe parties, now that doesn't work in the first past the post in the UK, but fringe parties, such as in Germany or in Austria or, for example, also in Belgium, but then again, especially in Sweden, fringe parties provide different access and different megaphones. That's the interesting part. So you can get a lot more bang for your buck, and those fringe parties are then generally aligned with your interests anyway. So the AfD and Bündnis Sarah Zarenknecht and all these people, they are already aligned with you. Therefore, providing just a little bit of money, not much, like say 10, 15,000 euros, do a lot. That doesn't mean that you can't get more, and if you pay more, but very little gets you a lot already.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really interesting that, you know, you've got these disparate groups that have a specific thing that they're kind of campaigning on, be it, you know, illegal immigration or I don't know, something else. Illegal
Well, illegal
immigration.
immigration is a topic in itself, but that's not a topic which that is a distractor. It is a so-called divisive discussion, because the arguments have to be made, but society would have to discern the logistics. And of course, you don't want illegal immigration. You actually want to protect yourself from illegal immigration, because that's why you ruled it in your constitution and in your laws as illegal. There's a reason for it. So don't make illegal immigration something good, because it isn't.
No, I mean
what you should be doing.
That was exactly the point.
No, the topic in itself doesn't lend itself to a donation. It lends itself only to shouting. But the people you donate to, and you can sort of say reinforce what they already shout to their audience, the electorate, about illegal immigration or about immigration as such. That is something which you can support them with in order to then run a significantly more insidious undercurrent of campaign. But there you go.
Yeah,
carry on.
and you can do it on both sides, right? So you know they support both you know, Islamist fundamentalist groups that via Iran, the IRGC has operations supporting exactly the opposite side, the entire kind of let's call it the PLO faction, all supported in one way or another with, you know, not necessarily a lot of money, but little
supported by all the people who'd be stoned if they were to live there.
Yeah, but by the Kremlin as well.
Well, no, but seriously, everybody, all the happy pink, rosé, whatever, self-selected, self-biased minorities who then support hardcore socialist, leftist, woke beliefs in Europe with attack on Muslim immigration into Europe, if they were to go into those countries, they'd be stoned.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, yeah, absolutely. But I think, you know, that again, that's the interesting point, is that they find a division, and basically it's in their interests. And I think this is one of the things that's quite hard to understand for let's say an outsider to the topic. They find a cleft and they support both sides because it's not in their interest to make one side or the other win necessarily.
David, if you've ever broken a stone, open, you know exactly that a cleft needs pressure, and that you hit right in the middle of it, and in order to really break break the stone. You do the same thing, by the way, leverage you use and angles you use when you take down a tree. It's the same thing. The principle is the same. You have to hit into the cleft. And that's what they're doing. And people in the West are passive, appeased, proclaimed weaklings and meeklings. It's astonishing how stupid we are. I don't get it. I find it despicable.
Well, I think
toxic feebleness. Let's call it toxic feebleness. That's what it is.
Yeah, I think there's just a failure of realization. This is where we are. That there is an enemy that's working against us in a systematic way, and this is how they work. I don't think there are many people that understand that. I think that's just how it is. And because they've been brought up in an environment where this kind of thing is completely alien, you know, again, it's the Eskimos with snow question. They just don't have the vocabulary, neither the vocabulary nor the mental architecture to be able to comprehend what it is that you're talking about when you're describing this to them. There's kind of a subjective impression. I'm not sure that that's something we can address very, very quickly, but it's something that we need to work on addressing one way or another. Untal, thanks for coming back. I had a question for you anyway. one of the questions, if I can ask my question first, that would be fantastic. But I don't necessarily want to sidetrack the discussion into a South American debate. The first thing was Maduro. I think he was on television today or yesterday, and he sounded completely incoherent. And interestingly enough, he was using a lot of the narratives which come out of the KGB playbook, Nazis, Satanists. Basically, he sounded like Solovyov spaghetti. It was a really kind of stunningly bad from his perspective even. Can you comment on that at all?
His use of talking in hyperbole and of exaggeration has been so constant in him that it sort of no longer raises an eyebrow. The only, I guess, thing that is worth noting is definitely you're absolutely right, David. There has been a use of anti-Semitic tropes, of Russia propaganda mirrored into the Spanish Venezuelan context at every one of his addresses. He has been making appearances and speaking on national television, sort of as in a way to reassure his supporters that he's there. And his blazing taunting the opposition and taunting the fact that he has 2,000, which I believe to be more, individuals that he claims are the foreign agents, and that this time he will not have any mercy with them. And in his vocabulary, he uses the name of 2 military and intelligence locations that are known to be torture centers of the regime. I think that was like a threshold of, sort of turning point in his speech where it has become increasingly violent. So, yeah, basically, and on your issue of how all these structures are moving together, how they operate, in general, is the drug trade. This was facilitated by Chavez in the during his government, and it made international connections through groups and expanded sort of its network in the criminal world. Chavez supported FARC. FARC, did business and gained knowledge with the IRA and the los etarras from through a route that started off from Venezuelan soil into West Africa and then onto through Europe, as far as using that route to move drugs, primarily coca paste. There has been some like good signs that the opposition was ready for the fraud that Maduro is trying to perpetrate. So this time around, things are changing. The criminal element is there, but I believe it has been not counter necessarily, but the opposition has reacted properly and in advance to try to counteract their bad actions, right? So I think that's one of the reasons Ukraine is such a important example for anti-corruption fight. There is the idea sometimes that we can't do anything about corruption, that there's always going to be corruption, and that trope is pushed particularly on the people who have some sort of grievance in the region. And this was something very useful and very well crafted message that Chavez promulgated and made available, of using everyone's dissent to try to support these organizations and all this stuff that, and then in the end, if you look closely, are all tied to the underworld, to drug trade and arms trade. And I think, especially under the Maduro regime, you've seen the use of migrants as also a way of exerting pressure. They use the same routes that they use for drug trade to bring migrants in. They land in Venezuela, and the idea is for them to, or intent of them is to make their way onto the American border. So
So I think that the fundamental thing that underlies all of these things is basically the rule of law. And we hear the phrase, the rules-based world order, and in fact, the Vatniks and the people on the other side of the debate kind of laugh at this as if it's something that's made up. And I think it's important that we're absolutely, how would you say, vocal and vitally arbitrary. Secondly, the glue that keeps them all together, so the organized crime networks that funnel the people through the people trafficking rings and coca through the coca rings is basically only operating because it's operating in the dark economy. And then on top of that, you have also, I wouldn't call it semi-dark, but tax avoidance measures and so on and so forth. And at the moment, there's a very, let's say, Axel, you might disagree with me on this, but I would say there's kind of a grey sliding scale between that and completely legitimate businesses which use, let's say, tax havens for, or even being located in Estonia or somewhere else. Can be completely a legitimate thing, and I think that the general population has a really hard time understanding this, and so I think that we need to move towards some kind of agreement within liberal democracies and open societies, which, to some extent, makes this at least transparent. And I asked the question, Axel, is this completely insane, would you say, or do you think this is something that's worth discussing?
Sorry, David, I was just racing back.
But basically, let's say the glue that puts the crank axis in, let's say, commercial business is basically the dark economy. So it's the shadow fleets, it's the drugs trade, it's the people trafficking, and so on and so forth. This is kind of their lifeblood, and in order to cut that off, we would ideally need, and also there's another motivation here, which is that in order to deepen trade and the incentive for trade between liberal democracies, a more transparent taxation environment internationally would be beneficial.
You have a question about international taxation?
Yes, exactly. So the question is it completely insane to think about a greater collaboration within, let's call it the Western world or liberal democracies, in order to create a more transparent taxation system which would allow us to
Yes,
clamp
it makes no sense.
down more
Yes,
easily.
it's insane. It's a simple answer, David. It's a simple answer. It's insane because you would allow those who abuse the power to tax their own citizens to death and then try to progress those taxation levels for fear of losing them because they use the taxation for entitlements, which they use in order to get back into power. So you will precipitate them winning more entitlement financing capacity, which in the Niskanen model of economics, and I think the election system which we have, whether it's first past the post, the American setup, or proportional representation to Hond, it doesn't matter. You can see it everywhere. If you export, which politicians in the West have, to tax, and this is a power they have, to levy upon the populace, if you export this and eradicate tax competition, you will create a more authoritarian global sphere. You should not have that. You need tax competition to keep taxes low. Taxes should not be too high. You only need to be charging taxes if and when you want to finance the state for existential functions. And existential functions include defense. So you need to have a good constitution. And you need to talk to your electorate. You need to force politicians to agree. Evil is never sleeping, and the authoritarians will always eat our lunch if we fail. But that's the risk of being free.
No, so the tax.
That is essentially the risk of being free all the time. Tax competition is necessary. Europeans and the Americans have tried. Saying it should be stopped, and it will fail anyway.
So that's completely not my point. So tax competition is completely fine, and I think that's not an issue. The thing I'd push against.
That also includes protecting your tax subordinates. Why would you give your tax data to a potentially work reasonably fine? That's completely okay. Transparency should not lead for people to be taken for a ride. That's an important feature. That's what we have law enforcement for. I know it's just hard work, and people shy away from hard work. That's all.
Yeah.
I know, because there's no alternative to what I just said. It's very basic economics, and everybody, if you talk to senior tax people, really senior, decades-long tax counsel in the US, in Britain, in Germany, and the likes, you will find the same thing. Because they don't, this is not about them mustering, say, a force against the tax authority in order to deprive them and protect fraudulent people. No, it's completely different. It's creating, say, a system as to in which individuals can still manage the regulations. It's a key element. It's really difficult, really hard. Because the administrative state is very greedy.
I just think it's something we're going to come
People
back
grab,
to.
no, David, it's very simple. People who are not very good at trade finance, taxation, structured finance, and who are not working in the financial markets have very little inclination to go into the depths of this. I completely respect, it's completely fine, but they're not claiming a higher ground here. But the key thing is that most people grapple for a simple solution. Why is it not possible that we can tax those rich bastards who hide their money in the Cayman Islands? You can. There's a simple solution. The Cayman Islands are not difficult to submerge and subvert and control. There's various ways of doing this, and even if you're not an imperialist country, there's ways of doing this, and we have the power to do so.
Well, this isn't my point. This isn't my point at all, because
So what is the point then?
Well, the point is that there are still
you want to synchronize taxation to
no,
segregate
no,
the whole world to the one tax system,
no,
so that politicians
no,
could therefore
no,
create an element of
no,
so what do you want?
no. I want transparency. That's the main thing.
What do you mean transparency? I don't know. Why do you want transparency? I don't want you to see the taxes of my daughter. Why would I want that? Why would I want that to be allowed even? I'm not Swedish. I'm not Dutch without curtains. I'm Frisian. We're the ones who have the curtains. And I'm sorry. And no. And the Finns also. The Finns have gone too far in that regard as a consequence of being subjugated for too long. And they even say so. But at the same time, they've now gotten used to it. If you're in Finland, everybody can look up what you have earned, what you earn, what your wealth is, what your taxes. If you buy a car which looks outsized, and by the way, they are heavily taxed, they will report you to the tax authority, and they find this sensible. I don't, but then again, it's their thing. It's a highly homogenous nation of people who feel comfortable with each other, and they like to live in this kind of clannish subculture. That's fine. It's okay, but you don't have to. And I don't want to subjugate the rest of the world to the idiosyncrasies of one little group of people. And I'm sorry, this is just not right. And why would you do so? The Brits will never subscribe to it. Neither will essentially even the Dutch, because there's many more Dutch people with sound sense in that regard than you would think. And nor will the Austrians or anybody else. No, it's not happening. So when your initial question is it insane? Yes. By the way, there's a Finn coming up to tell you how insane that system of envy is. But there you go. Beforehand, we go to Edward.
Hey, I missed part of the discussion. You were talking about entitlements. I don't know if you're referring to the U.S. or not.
No entitlements.
But our system.
No, we're not talking about only the U.S. We're talking about entitlements as a consequence of the discussion of the Niskanen model of electioneering, which is that essentially both politicians, in order to get into office, have a bias to create positive rights for their constituents, and therefore entitlements associated with the positive rights, which then lead them to be more favorable to that politician in order to vote him or her back into office, respectively their party, or serve the same administrative state setup. And the administrative state in itself has a need to prolong the entitlements because it grapples more hold and more power over society, and therefore can control more. And the politicians then integrate with the bureaucracy of the administrative state. That's essentially starting with Niskanen. It's the modeling of the radical economic analysis of elections.
Trying to say is in the U.S. it's kind of weird. One party calls it entitlements, the other party calls it. Hang on a second. The other party calls it earned benefits, and it confuses voters in the U.S. That's why I popped up.
Okay.
I didn't realize it's about something else.
Economic, that's fine. I don't care what the two parties do with each other. They can, first and foremost, they should actually learn to speak English properly, and if they can't, they should at least pay their back taxes. If they can't pay their a rent, and the rent-seeking behavior amongst humans is very, very specifically disposed. Let's put it this way. Yes.
In the case of Social Security, basically it's something that's taken out of your paycheck in the U.S. Thus, the whole benefit.
Yeah, but okay, that's a different thing. Now we're going into the means of how it is actually skimmed off your, if you're a salaried person and it's taken off your paycheck. But if you're an entrepreneur, or if you run a company, or if you own real estate, it doesn't really matter. There's various ways as to how things, benefits get to you or don't get to you. So I'm not going to go there. I mean, we can do another macroeconomics thing here. I've been teaching this for quite some time, way back when. And God knows I don't want to again, but if we need to, we can definitely have a word about it. It doesn't really matter at this point in time. The key is the topic of entire electioneering approach, and we were just making comparisons as to why one would, in case of David, believe tax transparency would serve, because he wants to drain the swamp of the mafia. He wants to drain the swamp of influence by organized crime on politics, because organized crime interacts so well with dictatorships and becomes essentially their henchman. That was the whole argument. This is where this all traces back to. But yeah, hold on for a moment, Edward, and we'll go to Paulie, because Paulie will now advocate as to why tax transparency on a local level is so good in Finland that everybody knows exactly how much money you earned last year, what your net worth is, and what therefore you're allowed to spend. But Paulie, please.
All right, thank you, Axel. Now, good to see everyone here. David also, and Fancy, and Jenny, and Peter. Everyone, good to see you here. Yeah, I don't know if David was looking for the word transparency or clarity. I would love the word clarity as you have in Estonia, because I think in Estonia the tax procedure and the tax here, that's something we would need in Finland. We have currently the second most highest VAT in Europe, I would say, if I'm not entirely mistaken, 25.5 beginning from this September, and the income tax is one of the highest in the world. So the top income tax rate is 59.4, if I'm not entirely mistaken. So I would love to have something that Estonia currently has. In a small country, you might be able to pull off the transparency thing and still be quite secure. But imagine in Southern America or even US having this kind of like open system where you could just look into database and see where the millionaires live and how much they make, and then start kidnapping people and so forth. So it's not, in my opinion, smart, and I think it focuses on, how to say, wrong things rather than opening up the tax records for all the persons. I think we would need more clarity and transparency for the companies, and I think here's a small segue that we can build to Ukraine, that maybe in the future in Ukraine they can have more clarity and transparency. Maybe they can copy something from Estonia and Finland. In Finland, a good system is that we have all the public procurements are online and they are open. You can see all the invoices between companies and public procurements, so you can follow up who gets what and what's been invoiced. All right, that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, some of the things that I was thinking of making, let's say, impossible within, let's say, the framework of civilized countries dealing with each other would be something like bearer bonds, for example. And I know that they're quite a rare I completely support what you said. Clarity is the main thing. It's in order to develop and promote a level of trust, a greater level of trust between liberal democracies than outside, and also to be able to exclude nefarious actors insofar as that's possible. And of course, it won't be 100% possible, but just to get, let's say, one step at a time, gradually better in terms of having the system. Just a discussion around this topic, because within our societies, right or wrong, people perceive that there's an ability of people, once they've started earning a certain amount of money, to be able to pay low tax by lots of different ways of avoiding. First of all, I think that's probably wrong in most cases, and second of all, because it's probably wrong in most cases, it's an unnecessary burden to progress. So I would kind of like to take that off the table if possible. So Axel.
I missed the last 3 minutes.
No problem. No problem. Paulie, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I think if you're term Laffer's curve in taxation, there's I think Laffer was the academic who first introduced the idea that there's a certain pressure point or tolerant point for
Saturation point.
saturation point for the society where the taxation is not profitable anymore. And I would say once again that in Estonia, our beloved Estonians have figured this out. They have for the last 30 years, because Soviet Union left them with nothing, and in 30 years they have built, in my opinion, a booming country with lots of good things, and they
you know what
didn't
the
have
funny part
anything.
is, Polly? You know why this happened? Because the Estonian diaspora organized right after the singing revolution, after the Soviet Union disintegrated. The Estonian diaspora organized for more than 550 Estonians of different age groups, even people who were 40 years old, to get what you would get, say, university postings, trainee programs, EMBAs, executive MBAs, quite literally, albeit that they didn't exist as leading universities in North America, and specifically in the US, of course, as well as in Canada, a couple of them also in Germany, but predominantly in America, in order to understand how capitalism actually works and how entrepreneurial work goes about. And that had a huge impact on how the country in the 1990s. And compared to Latvia and Lithuania, Estonia put the turbo in and became a very the fastest growing of all EU nations. Because the government has nothing to waste. There's extremely few entitlements. That's the whole point.
remind people why we're talking about this issue is because the Krink axis, what we describe as being the enemy, the authoritarian states, Russia, and why Russia is such a big problem. You know, Ukraine is doing absolutely astounding work in eliminating the way the Russian imperial criminal organizations work in their society, and they're doing it by eliminating corruption. But it's not really corruption in the sense that we would typically understand it in a Western society. You have let's say, a criminal organization that has a bunch of money, and it pays, let's say, a politician to do something. And that's kind of what we call corruption, or let's say pays money in order to gain a contract, or something like that. The way these things work in math, we want to do business in the West, or within, let's say, liberal democracies, and the other organizations. So the ones that are doing ship-to-ship transfers of goods which are sanctioned, the ones that are driving oil tankers through the Red Sea with no insurance, trafficking people into Sicily from Tunisia, the people that are trafficking drugs from Colombia to St. Petersburg or wherever. And so that was the except you've dropped. At the moment for a fantastic new film. If you've been listening to the space, you'll probably know this already, but we're co-producing together with Ben Goldhagen, a fantastic documentary filmmaker who made it available to thezeroline.com. You can go and see it for free there, that film. We're working on the next film. So that film was basically very intimate, let's say, exchange with the Ukrainian. The wrong way of putting it, but it's, let's say, companion piece. Let's say in the next few years down the line in in the journey that we're on at the moment, unpleasant as it is, looks at the ordinary people, contrasting what their life experience is and the fact that they're now, tasked with defending Ukraine against destruction at the hands of the Russian Federation. What this can do for you. So first, all of these people are Ukrainian, and currently they're looking for work, so they need something to do, and apart from fighting a war, so it's nice to give them some part of their being, and something which also supports the overall message to the world about what's going on in Ukraine today. So the other part is that with the volume turned up to 11. So that's what we're doing. A couple of other things that this brings, and this is what makes it such a good fundraiser. Apart from all of that, as part of the budget, we can't pay troops that are working on the front line currently with cash or anything like that. This will be paid in the course of making a film in terms of medical aid, GoPro cameras, tourniquets, things that they need day to day. I think it is $25 or more. You get a production credit, which means that at the end of the film, your name will be listed on the end of the film. And the closing credit tribute. I'm not sure what the number is. I'm sorry. I think it's 200 euros or more, or $200 or more. Funding this endeavor. And welcome up, Maria. Hope you've got.
Thank you.
I hope you've got plenty of surströmming with you.
No, I tend to send everything I can. Throw at some trenches. I think that is more use. I would never eat the disgusting stuff. Actually, it tastes and looks and smells pretty bad.
It's like
The women's 800 meters.
I was about to say 800 meters. Yeah. Yeah, good.
Yeah, and that is a perfect segue to making fun of the measurements that we use in the Olympics. Yeah, the proper ones, like meters and kilometers and
Yeah, the real freedom units. And I think the Russians have got something, but obviously under the white flag of the International Olympic Committee, but only one. So that's also not bad. It looks like there's been at least one Su-30 for Su-34M, I think, completely destroyed, and another one damaged, plus the entire magazine, which is a lot. So there was it looks to me like there was a massive explosion there, which basically flattened everything in the kind of provisioning. All of that stuff seems to have gone. So that airbase looks like it's out of action for a considerable length of time, and there seem to be some also significant assets which are. I know that's probably, it's kind of a day or so old news, because it takes time for these satellite pictures to come out in the required clarity for you to be able to know exactly what's happened. Yeah, Pokrovsk and New York directions are looking very, very challenging still. And we were talking a little bit about the glide bomb threat still there, and they're low on Bradleys, and this is something that we could really address. Shoigu is in Iran. Kind of hope he's in Iran. Or maybe he's there to claim asylum, who knows? But obviously there's also the ongoing escalation between Israel and Lebanon, Hezbollah in particular, and Hezbollah being a proxy for Iran. That's all quite related. And Iran is apparently very, very close to producing a nuclear weapon, so at some point that has to kind of happen. That has to kind of resolve itself. I don't see how either any of the civilized democracies or Israel can allow that to happen, especially in the current context. So things are
But haven't we said that for many years, that Iran was close to producing nuclear weapons? I think it must have been talked about for like 20 years or something, hasn't it? Feels like it's been a very long time.
Oh yeah, but there's close and there's close, right? So obviously Iran is working under some duress in order to get there. But 20 years is quite a long time, so they're probably not further away than they were 10 years ago. So they're probably getting closer and closer. And at least my last information was that if so triggered, they could get to produce material suitable for a nuclear weapon within 7 days. Although, you know, there would have to be some activity between now and then, and I would assume that's still the case. So I think we're kind of, yeah, almost on the hair trigger there. Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, you know, that's with Russia. So Russia says, you know, if you bomb Crimea, we'll nuke you. We bomb Crimea and nothing happens. If you bomb within our territory, or if you allow your weapons, we'll nuke you, and then nothing happens. And you know, we're the greatest army in the world, and we've got these 5th generation Su-54 fighters, and they don't have any Su-54 fighters, at least maybe 1 or 2 that have actually. It's not a relevant consideration to conducting the war. So I think they're slightly different things. You know, as I was saying, you know, we know that Iran's been working in this direction. We've got intelligence that they have facilities in the Natanz, I think, and then some other place. So that's gone out of my head. Where they do the enrichment.
Does something very stupid. Do we think that US will hit hard and fast, or I mean a worst case scenario, so to say?
Sorry, I think I was talking to a muted mic.
Yeah, I had to drop because I didn't hear anything, even though it looked like you were talking. So I have some weird stuff going on.
Sorry, I just asked.
I can hear you, Maria.
Thank you.
Where the zero line is, and where it's moving, and where the front is, and who's making ground. So who's taking territory away from who? And of course, the latter narrative, falls in favour of Russia because currently they are taking some territory at tremendous. Nevertheless, that they are taking territory. Taking it for two reasons. First of all, they don't care about their people, so they're .152 shells in particular are low. They're also losing barrels at a rate of, no less than 35 or so a day. So between 35 and 70 barrels a day they lose. Annoying because the USA has a vast stock of Bradleys that it could easily release, and in contrast to the advanced airframes that we were talking about, the ASC 890 from Saab and also the F-16. Words to supply as quickly as possible all of the things that Ukraine needs, but especially I would say armor. So armor on the front line is something that they need desperately in order to story. The positive side of the story is that, of course, they've destroyed the Black Sea Fleet with no navy. This is kind of a miracle. It's not a miracle, of course. It's a function of Russian incompetence and Ukraine alliances and existing skills base. So in particular, let's say the Neptune missile has been important in that regard. But also the sea drones, of course, also played a massive part. Really can kind of strike at will some of these targets, and the reason that they haven't taken the Kerch Bridge out yet is because probably it's not being used for the kinds of things that are really a threat. I think when from their side they will do so.
Base. You didn't mean the one up north. There was another one that was destroyed. It wasn't the one close to Finland, wasn't it?
No,
What?
the one I
No.
was talking about was Morozovsk. So the one near Murmansk, near Finland, is in Karelia, is
Alenia. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Because yeah, I thought that was.
months, 5 months, every day. Incredible. No further aircraft reported today, no further helicopters, plus 6 tanks. Now the tank numbers have been pretty low for the last few weeks. So available. 31 armoured personnel carriers, as I said, 69 artillery pieces, 68 vehicles and so I don't know, nothing really outstanding there to talk about really, apart from the artillery systems, which is, that's really at the high end of what they're losing, which kind of backs up, I think, the story about the glide bombs being particularly key in certain sectors. And we have air defense systems, I mean, not artillery, mobile air defense systems could be put in place on the front in order to push the Su-25s and other.
Yeah, it was a really good number. So it wasn't too far away either.
I don't know why, but in the back of my mind, I've got 74 as being the record.
Yeah, I think they said 74 this morning. Yeah.
So yeah, anyway, it's not far off, right? So I mean,
see what happens
I mean, the artillery
on
numbers
that part.
haven't been below 30, I don't think, forever. Well, for as far as I can remember. I think yesterday or the day before it was around 35.
Militarized, I cannot say that. The militarized states area.
Yeah, a buffer zone. Yeah.
Yeah, big one.
Yeah, Surströmming, I've been to Sweden a lot, but herrings are one of my favourite things. I eat herrings for breakfast very, very regularly, even now. So it's something that I'm absolutely fascinated to try. And I think it would probably be quite delicious, actually. I'm also a fan of smelly French cheeses. And I know that Surströmming is on a different level, but nevertheless, I'm still fairly convinced that actually to eat is probably okay. But I know. I know that this is a big deal somehow. Gustav, welcome up.
Hi, good day, everybody. We're talking about numbers. Have been watching the artillery numbers for very slow.
And Bakhmut and a lot of other places. Aleppo as well, Grozny as well, right? So this is kind of the MO. And so if the great thing that's going to significantly affect their impact moving forward. And, honestly speaking, it looks like the strategy for this year is just to attrit as much as possible so that next year they can build through the course of this year towards counterattacks next spring or so, I guess.
And I kind of agree with you that the tank numbers are down because I think there's just fewer targets out there for us.
I don't know, interfering in their internal politics or something like this, and that they were withdrawing diplomatic contact. Reports tonight of also Tuareg travelling down from Libya to support. So the first thing to say here is that the government in Mali is not especially legitimate. Let's call it like that. The guy in charge is a general who took over by way of coup. Sphere of influence in Africa, and frankly, we should have been doing more of that ourselves. Leaving vacuums for people like Russia and China to exploit is a bad idea, and it's a bad idea which is now costing Ukrainian lives and Syrian lives and Israeli lives.
Well, so whenever someone would come up with that, I could hear it, but I couldn't really agree with it.
So I don't think there are any good arguments, to be honest with you. So
No.
there are only justifications in terms of trying to understand. So there are lots of things you can talk about in that regard, but in terms of from anybody who's familiar with Ukraine and Russia and what's going on in the world in general's point of view, who doesn't have some kind of pre-existing ideology which is driving his decision making. And here I'm talking about that's coming out from the other side on the political spectrum in the US as well. So, you hear sensible statements from people who understand the situation, and those people in terms of who's visible on the political stage are centre-right in Germany and the UK. Maybe Emmanuel Macron's kind of come to see it in a similar way, but typically it's the Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Poland, Czech Republic. They don't have a border, but they have an experience. Hungary's been corrupted by Russia. kind of, let's say, not to be considered because it's corrupted. Romania's completely on side, and they're the people that we should be listening to, because they're the people. And they got away with it for 20 years. So now it's a big shock. It's a big political shock in order to have to go back to your electorates and say, instead of spending 1.5 or 2, it makes sense to spend 5. That's what countries like Poland are doing. But you know, for the UK and France, that's a defence spending from weapons that can actually be used in theatre is a question. It's a question that we shouldn't really have to deal with.
Yeah, it's definitely it's late, but it's not too late to face reality, I must say. I think it's almost countries around them, and still we downsized the military quite a lot in Sweden for several decades now, just because else will be nice, and if we're nice to other, they will be nice back, instead of understanding that if you want peace, you have to have more military and more like how they handle themselves.
But as I was saying, you know, without, you know, we've kind of done the doom and gloom and the reality and the grittiness of the situation. It's a horrible situation. You know, we can't paint it another way, but you know, there are positive signs, and you know, among the positive signs are the ability to strike deep into Russian territory. This is something that Ukraine has developed, is demonstrating, and which is you know, first of all, really encouraging, and secondly, a lot of the innovations there are not based on Western systems. Russia has a lot of oil it can sell, a lot of minerals that it can dig out of the ground and sell to China. But it has effectively a monopoly buyer situation, and there's another word for that which I can't remember off the top of my head. But the point there is that that their economy, despite having the volume of raw materials that it can sell, sector. It was let's say the technological base for most of the Russian missile development in the past. So when you see missiles with KH or an X, Russian X, or something like that, the KH stands for Kharkiv, because that's the Dnipro, Kharkiv, Donetsk kind of triangle is Zaporizhia. These are the areas where they have a huge depth of expertise in things like radio frequency technology, missile development. There is a joint venture with Boeing to do sea launch for satellite launching. Incredible depth of skills available, and we're seeing that come into play now. So the Neptune missile that's sent from Moscow has been developed over the course of the war. So in the past 2 years, to not only be a ground of the war so far. They also have 2 other missile platforms, either in use or in development. I'm not sure what stage these things are, but I do know that in one case, the Grim 2, so there's a Grim missile which they have, which is basically the same. The development of that, which would take it as well to 1,000 kilometers. So there are developments on the Neptune for 1,000 kilometer range, and also on Grim. So on the Grim 2, the development there towards 1,000 kilometer range has been ongoing now for a long time. And the reason these things haven't materialized in theatre so much is because Pavlograd was hit in the first few weeks, and Pavlograd was a factory that was there to produce solid rocket fuel, which was essential for that particular missile platform. You can't expect miracles. Nevertheless, the skills base is still there. The technology is still there. They have the advantage of access to Western technology now, so those things will be incorporated. They have the additional advantage that passage towards the European Union is now guaranteed, so it might take some time. Chinese copies of those goods. The relationship between China and Russia is not based on a level of trust. Both governments are, deeply corrupt. So whereby corruption is basically the way the system works, as opposed to a defect within the system, which is how we'd regard it in the West. This is the mechanism of how business and
It's both Venezuela and Bangladesh at the same time. It's a bit interesting that it's happening, but hoping perhaps that someone could be inspired in the far away part, sort of forced into being in the same country as the other guys. Yeah.
well, this is something that we were talking about yesterday with regard to Venezuela. Russia, with if they were opposed to the Russian regime, some kind of hope. Which is kind of funny. The population of Bangladesh, I think, is 174 million, which is 30 million more than Russia. And most Russians regard probably Bangladesh as being it's worse than that. So Chorky doesn't just mean black. It's like calling somebody a nigger. So it's like the N word, and they also have the word nigger because that's what they use to refer to black people. So you have nigger, which means black person, and chorka, which is a black person from Central Asia. So and so if people like that can claim their freedom, then tweet.
I mean, I'm not sure I would ever think that the guys in Moscow or St. Petersburg would be the first ones to do anything. But I mean, I do remember I mean, we know the Chechens are not happy with being ruled by the imperial states. There are people there who doesn't like it. So I mean, there should be some opposition perhaps with those that, as you said, are
I mean, it's very short, so it just says, looking at the events of Bangladesh, we realise that the street does indeed matter. And I think that's really interesting, the way he said. Maybe I'm reading too much into that simple statement, but obviously he's trying there to encourage people to take some agency into their hands. And, you know, obviously he's aiming opposition, or let's call it free Russian press, more or less. In our discussion with Axel yesterday, basically you have to debate how independent these things really are. Ethnic Buryatian PS Lab is the research institution that did it. And I'll have to.
I'm so bad at the names.
Bashkortostan. There was unrest in Bashkortostan, which is
Yeah.
like that. The people who would kind of go around with a very strong Bashkir ethnic identity would be very, very limited. So even the Bashkirs probably on certainly in Tatarstan it's like that. So very kind of very, very detailed, and basically there are ethnographers who have gone in and done interviews with people in a very informal setting so that people can speak completely freely. But you know, they'd rather not be losing their men. There's fairly sharp on Ukrainians kind of get the blame in most people's discussion with the interviewers about what's going on. So Ukrainians first, and secondly, resistance. The point is that the Russian state enforcement of its resistance, then you just have to worry about your cousins being taken away, kind of thing. So it's very insidious and and deep. So there isn't really. In fact, you know, some of them in the interviews are saying things like, you know, if we supply something which can improve their situation in life rather than something which can damage their situation in life. And so it's very hard to see, you know, although they're being exploited and although they're in case anyone's interested in it.
Yeah, as you said, it's, I mean, the psychology of it is very interesting, but it's also for several psychiatric problems, and I mean, it feels like you could actually diagnose some populations with you actually have the possibility to improve by training, by education, by whatever things you can come up with, start your own company, invent something. Yeah, it's between two different world orders, almost to say.
Yeah, I mean, of the regions of Russia, then you know you have self-awareness. You know, I mean, you know, somewhere like hunting the oil industry, the hunting and the Mansi are basically reindeer herders, so they're out in the tundra herding reindeer. Nothing wrong with that, of course, but you know, based on Moscow, and you know, the governors of Khanty-Mansisk have also been prominent in the Kremlin kind of. There's one in particular, I've forgotten his name now off the top of my head. Anyway. I just posted in the nest, by the way, so there's the tweet from.
Saw it. Yeah. It's interesting.
So the
There is definitely things to read and to learn about this to also see what we would think would be possible for any other group. The state actually had compiled a list. So it was interesting that there was so many actually.
So Maria. Conflict. Ukraine being the priority here. So Ukraine is the tip of the spear from our perspective on all of these issues, but with regards to funding, sanctions evasion, organized crime, influence on disinformation from the Russian Federation, these things are others in our communities and also political people, some of which we have on the space, of course. So it's been a pleasure being with you. I will drop down shortly. You would like to follow on with?
Yeah, I will see what we can come up with. I would thank you very much for your time. I think we have Linda coming up to see where she's at in the States, what she has been thinking about today. You know, you can always raise your hand. Of the pre-trial detention center convicted of torture died in war. So a guy from Dagestan has now been reported to lost his life in Ukraine. He was sentenced Linda, you're up. How are you today?
Hi, I've been away for a bit, but so is there anything on your top of mind with regard to the U.S. What you just said? Well, let's just say it's chaotic here, and I could go on, but anyway.
Any longer to, if I understood it correctly, give their results on the
Also, there's another case that has been reinstated in the D.C. Circuit Court that everyone but apparently it's one or the other. So this is a case that has been long postponed and postponed using one shenanigan after another, and it looks like it is finally going to be going to a reliable court.
it on X, and someone wrote that there was supposed to be September 18. He will be sentenced in the New York criminal case that the Supreme Court has refused to delay. Because not waiting until after the election, at least. You're not talking with a muted mic.
Of course I am.
Kind of happens.
I know. Friday or Friday of next week. It's one or the other, and I'm not sure which. But so that's going to be a really important case as well. So entirely new case.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely interesting, and I mean if I had I would love to know that before I make up my mind. So yeah, I think more facts to the people is only good things.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, and if they want to dig, if
Yeah, but it was actually must have been like 10 years since the last time, but yeah, and I think I got 2 parking tickets as well, and that is even longer. I actually managed to lock a car in the park. I had a
life.
No, no, no. Of course, I fully understand. Yeah,
Yes, yes, yeah.
I work in HR, so it's everybody else's mistake I have to handle. So not my own. No.
Not yours. In Gaza and other players in the neighborhood. So I think that's still on a knife edge and still a lot of speculation and a lot of things up in the air to be determined.
Media, at least in Sweden, is more dominated with those kind of news, since it seems to be more more possibility to ramp up quite quickly from somebody said, and haven't looked into that how much that is true, that the US is more prepared to go in and help if they would be attacked, if Israel would be attacked. So yeah.
From on a different space earlier this evening, it seems to not confirm, but lean towards that exactly what you just said with regard to Saudi Arabia, but it was not confirmatory and it was not solid. Standing and is not as mechanized, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I suspect that in a few years it will be. Totally unfounded speculation of mine, but I think Ukraine's going to be a really good partner. So
Yeah, I would.
and knock out missiles coming into the country and can knock out the planes in the air and on the ground that are bringing glide bombs into the country. I
If you just send them something that you can blow up the Kremlin, perhaps that would be enough. Yeah, not sure.
I don't know. Maybe. I guess my first choice would be relations. If the Kremlin, then maybe if necessary, but that certainly wouldn't be my first. My first choice would be the airfields, the ships and the shipyards, and
seeing that we've seen the IT attacks against other countries, I think that we also know that perhaps those who do the attacks, they're not so protected themselves. So if you could just find the right virus to send in, I think there actually could be, like in the movies, that you could shut down and everything. Yeah, you could immobilize them pretty hard, I would guess.
never really got into the cyber world. I never really got into that. I was my world evolved differently than that. But yeah, I, I I would presume you're right, but I maybe one of them will show up in MriyaReport. However, their knowledge, they may have clearances such that they can't let anybody know what they know. So they're probably not going to show up on Maria. I
Public.
if they were working for a federal.
No, but I mean, I've seen the Die Hard 4. You know that one when they actually knock out everything and the electricity and everything. So I mean, if you say, I mean, reality always trumps the movies. Skip the other ones if you want to. Yeah. Die Hard 4 is the best out of 5. Yeah, I would say so. I've seen them several times, so that is my vote.
Really? He finally twisted my arm. Etc. Etc. Yeah, that's a given. And actually, if anybody if anybody hasn't seen yet the Godfather series of movies, I would
Yeah, I mean, I actually wasn't born when the first two was made, so I haven't seen them really. I haven't catched up. But as I agree, because I mean, if you look at the mob and different concepts all over, if you're inclined to use that as the way to get what you want and just increase your power, never care about
other, but they'll work together for a common enemy. I mean that's such an old storyline, and it applies to these.
it applies to, I mean, China, Russia has that kind
Being concerned about what might happen to Russia post defeat in, by Ukraine. I think, in my mind, that's it, because will that that's a valid something to be gamed out. Um, I think that is not to just be dismissed out of hand. I'm not saying that it's a high likelihood. I'm saying it is some likelihood. Automatically, without even thinking about it. Because I think that is some risk, whether it's a low risk or the Arab world, to what extent might, Iran take advantage and 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 start stretching its wings, and you know so yeah, I don't know. Out, and hopefully they're doing that.
candidates as well. So if you train for a few hundred years to be mobsters, for sure you're gonna be good mobsters.
Yep.
Yeah, and of course, if you breed people who have the right level of psychopathy, to try to breed the proper people, so to say, not naming any words. Germany
Yep.
I mean, I think you see it as well as a were, as I understood it, also not happy with that there were some laws that just certain people would have power in certain positions. I mean, that is also to try to breed a as well. So, and if you always give your friends and your family, so you have the breed any trust with normal people outside of these groups. So yeah, you get what you're trained to do, and what you try to do, you get more of it. So yeah, it's not
Yeah.
weird anyway. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's yeah. Both
Behind that.
psychology and
Yep.
sociology, group
Yep.
thinking, of course, but it's yeah.
With a little bit of epigenetics thrown in.
No, otherwise I haven't. I haven't been. I haven't listened so much to the sports today, and there was horse jumping, and there was more lost than ever. What's happening in the world besides Olympics? I must say. It's been. I'm normally quite. So I was out scaring dogs, doing mental tests regarding breeding whole day. So I had 2 days now in a row that I actually didn't listen so much. I feel a bit lost more than normally, but I saw something now that seems to be saying that she should announce tomorrow, Tuesday, what she's gonna do. Tell her
Wow.
selection.
I did
So
not hear that. Yeah.
no.
Wow. But I would take any that she would pick. There's a lot of factors to be weighed, and so it's a matter of weighting the factors and which ones, which one. Close, right? My first choice would be Mark Kelly, because he hits the military button, but also in order to get in office. The other button that he hits that is not needed for the job, but would certainly, I think, gain a lot of